Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX 777. So, this week we've started the study of another book. This one is titled JNANA Yoga. And what makes this so important is that we find that JNANA Yoga is actually very related to the foundations of Hermetic philosophy. JNANA Yoga literally translates to the knowledge of self. Know thyself. That's the Hermetic Axiom. And that's what the science of JNANA Yoga is all about. Knowledge of self. But it goes deeper than just the surface level aspect of self. Knowledge of self isn't really pointing to your memories or who you say you are or how you feel today. When we talk about knowledge of self, we're talking about knowledge of the true self. And this isn't something that is obvious. This is something that takes time and experience to come into the knowledge of. So JNANA Yoga is the process of coming to that realization. So I hope that you guys had time to read this chapter, and I also hope that you had time to listen to the live stream. But if nothing else, I hope you had time to read it. Because this book is actually really clear in what it presents, which is how to go about the process of knowledge of self. Because see, a lot of people look at things from just a surface level and stop there. And when you do that, you make the risk of fooling yourself, right? You make the risk of convincing yourself that you understand. And that's actually ego, right? Because ego likes to identify with desire. And that's a massive part of what this first chapter was all about. So I like to draw diagrams. So that's what we're going to do. Talking about JNANA Yoga, it's important to understand what this knowledge of self is really about and how do we go about the knowledge of self. See, if we don't know exactly how to go about attaining that information, we can't expect it to just fall into our laps, right? One of the parts in this book he was saying is that just because you think, oh, I am God, I am divine, I am, the supreme essence, just because you think that doesn't make it true. Because you can say whatever you want. I can say, I'm a bulldog, I'm a pit bull terrier, I could say that, but obviously I'm not. So it's more than just saying something and then like pretending to believe it. This knowledge of self that he's referring to in this book is coming into the undeniable experience of it, right? Because things that are on the surface level, you can be convinced out of, right? You can tell yourself, oh, I'm an amazing artist. And then you can put your heart and soul into your work. And then someone you care about can look at your art and say, yo, that's trash. Now that opinion of yourself has now shrunk because somebody you love told you that your work is trash. Now you no longer consider yourself a great artist. Well, you never knew yourself as a great artist in the first place if it can be changed like that. But somebody who knows their worth and their value, right? Who knows what they're capable of and what they have done, when you have knowledge of that at a deep level, it literally doesn't matter what happens on the outside. It doesn't matter what anyone says, what anyone does. Doesn't matter if any critic judges your work. It doesn't matter if you make something that's subpar, because you know that the external doesn't define who you are. Likewise, for anyone to say that I am God, I'm divinity, I'm this, that, and the third, well, if you have to convince yourself of that, that means somebody can convince you out of it. But if you have an experience of it, there's no debate, there's no question, there's no convincing. It becomes a reality for you. And that's what the knowledge of self is about in JNANA Yoga. So let's talk about how one would go into this process. So we've learned from previous book studies that the mind operates through what's called antakarana. And antakarana is the fourfold aspect of mind. The fourfold aspect of mind ranges and gradiates from subtle to gross. Okay, so the gross, dense aspect of mind, we know that as manas. And what makes it gross and dense is that it's externalized. What makes it gross and dense is that it is the five senses. Everything you see, hear, taste, touch, smell, all that stuff, all that is data collected, right? When you hear a sound, that's data that you receive in your ear. When you eat food, that's data, right? All that is data. Now, all that data meets in a central area. The ancients called this manas. It doesn't make decisions. It simply collects the information. So that's the dense aspect of mind. Another aspect of mind is called chitta. And we'll get into that more in this video because that's very important. If you understand what chitta really is, then the practice of magic should become a lot simpler to you. None of this stuff should be confusing. This stuff should be well understood, and the more that you understand it, the more effective you'll be with it. So chitta represents memory in its totality. That includes your personal memory, collective memory, all knowledge, basically, in its potential form. Then there's ahamkara, which is ego. And ego is the attachment aspect, the attachment function. If the mind had functions, right, like the body sense of the five senses, that's a function. The taking memory and making decisions based on memory, that's a function. Ego is the function whose duty is attachment. It runs towards things that feel good and runs away from things that feel bad. Now, how does it know what feels good and feels bad? Because manas says, hey, this is pleasurable or this is painful. Chitta, which is memory, says, hey, remember when we did this and it felt good? Or remember when we did that and it felt bad? Ahamkara then makes the decision. That's the part of you that makes the decision. Okay, so this feels good, I'm going to do it. This feels bad, I'm going to stay away from it. That's the ego attachment. That's the ahamkara aspect. And this is part of the reason why people don't reach the knowledge of self. Because of that ego attachment aspect that says, hey, I like this or I don't like this, most people's intellect stops there. But there's a fourth aspect, and this aspect is called buddhi. And this book will later on say in the next chapter that buddhi is the gateway to accessing higher consciousness. Because buddhi is known as highest intellect, the great intellect. This is where your intuition comes from. Buddhi is able to utilize those lower aspects of the mind and penetrate even deeper than the five senses. Because I mentioned that chitta was all of memory. Well, all of memory doesn't include just yours, but everyone else's. It includes the memory of your genetics, the memory of your species, the memory of your planet. Buddhi has access to those things. But if we stop at the level of ego, we don't get that far. So, looking at JNANA yoga, there's two types of buddhi, right? There's two types of buddhi, and that is internal and external. Okay, so most people are external. Now, what does that mean? That means that I mentioned, hold on, I'll draw that as well. I will draw that as well. Antakarana. By the way, just studying this information makes you smarter. So here we go. This is the human, and this is the tool that we use. The tool that we use is called Antakarana, okay? Antakarana is made from, like I just mentioned, buddhi, which is the highest intellect, the great. Ahamkara is the ego, the attachment aspect. Chitta is all of memory. Manas is the five senses in the body. Now, what we actually do is, ahamkara is what says, I like this, I don't like this. Well, what do you like and what do you not like? What the body tells you. So the body hears a good sound, sees a good sight, and it relates to the chitta, it relates to memory of the last time such a thing happened, or an imagined aspect of the thing happening. Ahamkara takes that data and says, I like it, let's do it. But see, what's happening here is external. That qualifies as external, because the lifestyle now is based on what's happening outside the body. So you're literally living driven by the environment. That's not free will. You're being influenced to do things based on your external environment. So if you're walking along a path and you see a snake, that'll bring up memories and fears of snakes. So you're going to make the decision to run or move a different direction or whatever. That's external. But see, that's not the gateway to knowledge of self. Because honestly, anything dealing with fear indicates a lack of knowledge of self. Because fear comes from the desire to protect the body, right? The desire to preserve the body, or rather preserve the ego. So there's an internal aspect of buddhi. And the internal aspect of buddhi is what they say when we talk about going within. And that isn't simply just sitting still and being quiet. There's a process that's happening as you sit still and be quiet. And what you'll find is that when you spend more time examining the inner makeup of the self, examining what all has been put into play to build and create the self that you come to know, when you really take a look at all the ingredients of that, you start to gain new information. You start to unlock deeper information than what's just on the surface level. But if you continue to just live on the surface level, you're not going to get very deep. You're going to continue basing your life's decisions on what you see outside of you. It isn't until you go within and begin examining the self that you begin to understand the deeper levels of who you really are. This is the pathway to getting to know thyself, not the external world, but the internal world. Remember, about 4 books ago, we talked about the path of pravriti and nivriti. Yeah. All right. So greetings to everybody in the chat. Bel Rodriguez, peace. Bakari Devante, peace and greetings. CJ, peace. Vincent El Cristol, peace. Alicia M, greetings. Alex Cuckoo, good to see you. Stony Stardust Tarot, peace, bro. Kevin Wise, hello. Who loves orange soda? I absolutely love orange soda. All right. So let me know in the chat if you have read this chapter and you have a good understanding of what's going on in this chapter. Talks about the dissipated mind. All right. First off, on page 4, he says that is the purpose of Jnana Yoga, to know and realize oneself by becoming free of the bondages of the world. What are the bondages of the world? He says on page 5 also, it is not possible for an average person to accomplish this because your thoughts are dissipated. Your mind is so dissipated that it has no power, no strength, and no sankalpa. Sankalpa is resolve. He goes on to further say, from the yogic perspective, buddhi, or intelligence, is experienced in two forms. That's what we just talked about. One form connects with and relates to the world of the senses and sense objects. The other creates a link between the gross mind and the higher self. That's what I just talked about with the external and the internal. So he says a little bit more on page 6. He says, he's talking about the extroverted mind. He says it means that your nature, your total mind is connecting with the sense objects. 100% of your mental faculties are associating with, connecting to, realizing and experiencing the material and sensorial dimension. So what are we talking about here? We've got these two aspects of mind, or rather awareness, or rather buddhi. And as I just made in that diagram, we've got the external, and then we've got the internal. And we're dealing with the external mind, we're dealing with the scattered mind. And that's what he just said. If your awareness is focused on the external mind, it's scattered, it's dissipated. It isn't very strong. Why? Because you're using this power of awareness to focus on what's happening in your five senses, what's happening in your environment. Now, of course, we need to become aware of our environment in order to survive in our environment, but this isn't about surviving. This is about coming into an awareness of the higher self, awareness of ultimate consciousness. Now, that does happen in layers, in stages, in degrees, but as long as the awareness is externalized, that process isn't starting. So when we're focused on the five senses, we're focused on the body and what it's receiving through the doorways of perception. And what happens is that based on what we receive through our body, the awareness now drifts off into past memories, future fears, and we begin to focus on desires. Now, here's the thing about the desires. The more that we begin to focus on these desires, the more that we identify ourselves as those desires, right? So we begin to identify ourselves as these things, as the fears, as the memory, as the things that we want. We begin to define ourselves as these things, right? You begin to define yourself as your sexuality. You begin to define yourself as your political party. You begin to define yourself as whatever thing that you're attached to. And see, what you're ultimately doing is defining yourself as matter, as something that is an illusion. You're beginning to define yourself as something that is temporary, something that doesn't exist. Right? So you're continually looking outward, and that's what makes you weak. That's what makes the mind weak. That's what keeps the mind dissipated, because it's being spread out amongst the millions of, here's the thing, the external world is multitudinous. We can easily see that there's so many different things out here. So the awareness becomes scattered. There's no power. There's no power because the external world is constantly changing. It's constantly shifting and becoming new things. That's just the quality of the external world. Change, change, change. Now, the thing is, when we do sit down and begin processes like yoga, like meditation, we begin to take that same awareness, but now we direct it inward, which is in the opposite direction. So instead of focusing and defining ourselves based on our desires, our fears, our memories, our five senses, instead of defining ourselves as those things, we now begin to look and analyze inwardly the process of mind. and how mind operates. And when we begin to do that, we quickly begin to see the difference between the higher aspect of self and the lower aspect of self. You're beginning to see what part of you is doing this behavior here. See, if you never look within, then all you know is this stuff right here. Everybody who lives knows this information. Everybody who lives knows the five senses, memories, fears, and desires. You don't have to be taught that. That's just what you know. But what we do have to be taught by ourselves, right? Not just to pick up what somebody said, but what has to be come into realization is the difference between the higher aspect of self and the lower aspect of self. The lower nature is what attaches to the external world, but there's a higher nature that is observing the process. And if you never get yourself to the point where you're able to observe that process, you believe that you are the process. So the science of knowing thyself, it's taking that magnifying glass and analyzing the mind, not analyzing the external world. The external world, its duty is to change. So you're not going to find the truth in surface level outward appearances. What's going on, Laura? How are you today?
Hey, I'm good. I'm really enjoying this conversation. I'm glad we're doing this work. I've been doing the shlokas for self-realization. So this kind of is just going right in hand with everything. And that's one of what you brought up as far as what we identify with, as long as it's within the realm of matter, it's constantly changing and expanding. And it kind of made me think that, this is why we practice the one pointed focus, because we want to get to know all these different parts of self and what part of self is actually acting out. Because once we become aware of these things, then that's when that non-attachment starts to happen, because we're no longer just identifying with, oh, that's life, or, oh, that's just kind of how this is or something. So I was just kind of thinking about that as you were talking about this. Like I had a very, what appeared to be a very real situation happen earlier this week when I was sparring Muay Thai. I broke my nose, and so like a very real Matrix moment, because it was like all the way over here.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and there was like when the swelling went down, there was like a little point there, and oh man, I was like, I don't want to be like like all crooked nose for the rest of my life. So I went to the doctor to make sure that no septum was ruptured or anything like that, but I couldn't breathe out of one side, and obviously my nose had shifted. And they were like, yeah, no, we can just do a non-surgical procedure, just pop it back into place, go and take 10 minutes. And I was like, cool, is that going to be like, $100, 200? Like, no, 3,000. And I was like, oh, I'm going to do it on my own. And so I went home, and I envisioned that part in the Matrix where that little boy is bending the spoon with his mind. Mm-hmm. And I went into a deep meditation as I had my nose, and I, after I'd researched the bones, so I had my visualization of what was going on. And then I imagined the bones melting and being able to shift. And without any hard gesture, I was able to realign my own nose and fix it. So using that visualization of the spoon bending and it was like, it shifted just so naturally, like when it seemed so hard and encased, when I brought my mind to that one pointed focus. And so I'm not saying, you know, like that, oh, I've reached this new level, but I do think that there is great value in realizing that all of this expansion, all of this changing is always happening, but it's still a part of us. And all we have to do is attune to what it is that is expanding, what it is that's moving, what it is that's changing. And then that way we can react to it in a more appropriate manner, or one that is less attached with the identifying factor with it that keeps us so bound by its conditions.
Yeah, tuning with the cause of that change, the source of that change, because the change is going to change. When we tap into that source, amazing things like that begin to happen. Because paying attention to the surface level is too late at that point, right? It's already done.
Yeah.
Tapping into the cause, now we're at the potential level where anything is possible.
Yeah. And all it took was focus. I mean, my coworker, he was he was expecting a bloodbath because I did it at work. And he was like, and he was like, oh, Laura, you should just pay them. You should just pay them the 3,000, like whatever, go into debt like I would, because they're the doctors. Because he, right, was very much like most of us, where we put our trust and we put our capabilities in the hands of others when it may not always be necessary. And so but you know, that wasn't an option for me. So that condition was out. And I just find it so interesting how all it took was focus. All it took was focus and seeing it as malleable, like seeing it for what it was. And then it became that thing. It's like in the meditations when they say practice seeing Shakti, or practice seeing your thoughts. And once you actually observe the thought as a thought, it changes form. It's like, that's matter right there. That's what we're experiencing on a daily basis.
On a daily basis.
Yeah.
Do you have a piece of paper and a pen to write with?
I do. I've been writing, yeah.
I've been writing, yeah. Okay. So I read this book a year ago, and reading it now, again, I'm getting a better understanding of the concepts. I didn't really understand what Chitta was until the second time around to reading this book.
Yeah.
So I asked everyone to write this stuff down like 2 nights ago, but even if you already did, go ahead and do it now. I'm gonna make this diagram and I'm gonna explain it. This is what Chitta is. This is what Chitta is. And of course, you know, science picks up on this stuff, but they call it something else. Mm-hmm. Have you ever heard of the 100th monkey experiment?
Yes.
Please tell us what happened with the 100 monkey experiment.
Okay, so this is from what I remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm getting my experiments confused or not. But there was a habit that a monkey had picked up, and when it started practicing this habit, that allowed it to get its food, like have a tool to get its food or something like that, all of the monkeys in its region started doing it. And then all of a sudden, nationwide, all the monkeys started doing it when they didn't have contact with one another. And they also had found this happening with like dolphins and other marine animals, where they would have the same kind of situation where one of them would bring up a new habit, and all of a sudden others that would have no contact with the original would start demonstrating this pattern.
Okay. So that's the gist of it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So everyone in the chat, if you're listening right now, this is interactive. So get you some freaking paper and a pencil, because we're going to do a diagram. And if you don't do it, that means you don't care about yourself. So if you care about yourself, do it. Unless, of course, you're driving or you're at work or, you know, you don't have hands or whatever. But if you're capable and you want to learn, get something to write with. Now, I've asked a question in the chat, and the question was, What is memory? So I'd like you to write in the chat what you think memory is. I'm not here to grade, you know what I'm saying, not right or wrong. Give me your perception of what memory is, because there's more than one answer. There's more than one answer. Give me what you think memory is, because we're about to talk about that. That's not what we're writing down, but I want to hear what you guys think about that. So yeah, the 100 monkey experiment. This is tying into it. The 100th monkey experiment was exactly what you said. There were a species of monkey separated by distance, because some were on this island, some were on that island, and you know, just basically they would drop crates of fruit for them, and they'd often have, you know, dirt and stuff on it. So some monkeys would just eat it as is, some monkeys would rinse it off, but they found that rinsing became learned, right? One monkey rinsed it, another monkey rinsed it, and they observed that more and more monkeys began to rinse it. And when that information reached mass capacity, of course you can explain it away. The ones in the vicinity probably saw the others do it. Monkey see, monkey do. But that doesn't explain how the monkeys on the other islands at the same time began rinsing off their fruit. That's just a small example, because the same thing happens with human beings and every species on the planet. Once information reaches critical mass, it's conveyed across the board. Can science explain this? They have to get a little bit spooky, right? But they hate talking about spiritual stuff because they're so surface level, but they get spooky and they talk about something called the morphogenic field, or the morphic grid. And that's basically a concept where there's this collective data of species, and that collective data is constantly being updated. So I wonder if that is something that could be classified or included in what we know of as memory.
I think that's I would like to add from this book here, Mind by Management and Raja Yoga, they associate the water ton mantra to chitta. And I think about that expansiveness and that flowing that you have, where even though they're separated, all these monkeys are separated, they're still connecting, you know, they're still flowing.
Yes, yes, they're right. They're pulling from a collected source. Greetings, Nuru. Nuru says something important here to remember. He says, and guys, please remember, chitta or chitta has various nuanced definitions of what chitta is, ranging from mind to intellect to memory, depending on the tradition, era, and if Tibet, India, etc. All right, so yeah, that is a very good point. I speak very matter-of-factly, you know, but understand that these concepts don't translate to English perfectly. So like you said, there are various nuanced definitions. So what I'm about to say here is an interpretation of chitta, but not the definitive answer of chitta. Thank you for that, Nuru. I asked about memory. Stray Panther says memory is data. We Grow Natural says informative data. Tian Pomeroy says collected data. Okay, so we're getting data. Everyone agrees that memory is data. Stony Stardust Tarot says memory is the chronologization of experience over one's lifespan. Okay. IDKDKDF says a collection of interpretations of the senses is memory. Right on. Pablo X69 says it is the holographic idea or experience of not to make the same mistake twice or not to hurt oneself. Cool. Zaire Anu, peace. Vincent El Crystal says experience stored in the DNA. Right. That's a level of memory. Pablo X69 says, question, do we now have to redefine our own personal expectation, creativity, and imagination to tie into one new idea of who we are? The ultimate goal would be to resolve the two into one. The ultimate goal is to make sure that there isn't a separation between who you are and who you were or who you will be. Know thyself. Easier said than done, for sure, but it can be done. Okay, so this is what I want you to write down. and you've probably seen it on my live streams if you've been watching for the past couple of days. So we're gonna write down a few stacks of words. All right. The first word I want you to write down is your name today, what you call yourself, right? So at the top of my stack, I put Travis Magus. All right. This is what I do. Travis Magus, put a line up under that. Now, this relates to right now, where my awareness is located right now, who I am, who I call myself, the way I dress, the way I talk, everything about me right now. Ego, the way I'm interpreting all this stuff. So right under that, what I'd like you to do is write who you were, right? So for me, I put my government name. And what that level represents, because see, this is a layer. My current self is built upon who I was, right? I'm talking about through college, experiences after college, high school, you know what I'm saying? Being in the Navy, middle school, elementary school, growing up with my brothers, my parents, my grandparents, my cousins, all those experiences are what has built the person I was. Directly under that, let's put childhood, right? So, of course, what this represents is getting even deeper into those collected memories of growing up with family, the experiences of childhood that have slipped out of awareness, maybe forgotten to this aspect of self, but it still exists. Let me tell you something, memory doesn't go anywhere. Memory exists in its own place. You can easily go to a therapist right now, today, and they can put you under hypnosis and you can access any one of these memories, but specifically the ones that are closer to the surface, right? Deeper trance, deeper hypnosis you can be guided even deeper than this, right? So let's keep going. Under childhood, because just to keep track of how this whole thing is built out. Childhood experiences built this person. This person built this person. If you want to get magical with it, there's a level after this. But anyways, let's regress. So underneath this childhood, what I put is genetics, or what did I put? Hereditary, but we'll put genetics for here. And basically, this is family. This is bloodline. So this is beyond your childhood. Now we're talking about your parents, your grandparents. Somebody in the chat said experience stored in the DNA. This is the level where that memory is stored, right? So yes, I'm talking about the memory in your DNA, because that's information, is it not? When your ancestors made an agreement to have sex and make a child, the information of their bodies came together to make a new set of information. And that continued to replicate all the way up to this point. So that's also information that hasn't gone anywhere. Think about it. That information told your nose how to be shaped, your lips, your eyes. It told you how to walk. It tells you what you're capable of being very good at, what your weaknesses are, strengths, etc. ad nauseum. So that's still data and information that can be accessed. Underneath that, I would even say a layer of race. And I don't mean human race. I mean, the idea of being black or white or Hispanic or Asian. Nationality, thank you. But, for lack of better word, if anything, I'll just say that's a deeper level of genetics. But I'll put nationality because that's easy to conceive of.
Trev, do you mind if I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Okay, so you put genetics and you were talking about bloodline, family. Are you talking about generational memory such as epigenetics, or are you putting epigenetics into the nationality type of category?
I would go with the first option.
Okay, so the genetics holds like all of the memories that we also inherited from the from the ancestors that we come from, and then the nationality is more of like the actual makeup.
Right. So the genetics would be your specific family.
Instead of nationality, it doesn't have to be, but like a more precise synonym thinking would be an ethnicity. Nationality is like more of that drawn on paper country type thing.
I like that. We'll go with ethnicity.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem, Guru.
Okay, so let's go with ethnicity, right? Now, underneath ethnicity now, of course, we got the level of the human race, because now we're getting to species level. Now, this is going to be where we talked about that 100th monkey experiment. There's pockets of information that grows that is constantly shared with species. I'll just share this one. It's a bit woo because I didn't see it myself yet. But first of all, how many of us have been noticing, like, holy shit, time speeding up? The days seem so much shorter. The hours are going by. I've been saying that since 2012, right? Since 2012, I noticed time was speeding up hell fast. My brother saw yesterday, like, some official news outlet recently put, scientists have discovered that time is moving faster. 2022 is going to be the fastest year. Somebody's race just figured that out. We've been privy to that for quite some time. But anyways, I didn't see the news article, so I can't back that up. But I know that I have been experiencing that, and I'm sure all of you guys have too. But anyways, past the species level, now is where we start getting a lot deeper, because now we start getting into the memory of the planet itself, right? So when we get into the memory of the planet itself, it has to kind of be broken into categories. If you notice from Kabbalah, it talks about the 4 worlds. All this is included up under the Asaya. These are levels of the Asaya world, the concrete world, right? Now it's classified under they say the mundane chakra. And that's how the planets relate to Kabbalah. But all of this falls up under that. So technically I kind of skip that and I go straight to the next world, which is known as Yetzirah. And Kabbalistically, to grasp hold of how to work with that, we put the angels, right? Now, I'm not saying that there's a bunch of angels flying around, but just like your DNA strands represent a symbol that you can study and analyze to unlock the information in the DNA, you can use the realm of Yetzirah, or the angels, to understand the information held within this layer of memory. And then the rest is pretty easy because we know what's in these Kabbalistic texts. We can do archangels for the next row. And under that, you could put the God name or God form or archetype. I'll just put God archetype. Okay, so really this is a lot like a pyramid, okay? This up here, whatever name you put up here, is built upon all of this right here. These, to me, from my experience, from what I've researched, and from what I've meditated on, this represents what Cheetah is. Now, as Nuru said in the chat, I didn't create the world. I didn't create the word. I didn't come up in that culture. So my word isn't the final word. But just from what I've seen so far, this is my understanding of it, my interpretation of it, and how it connects to Kabbalah. So how is this important? What we just mentioned as far as the function of mind, and it uses the 5 senses to navigate, and then it taps into memory, which, okay, what taps into memory? The ego taps into memory and decides what decision to make. What are you tapping into? Most people are only tapping into these first 3 levels. Why the first 3 levels? Because we talk about trauma. We talk about how trauma impacts the subconscious mind. Well, guess what? This is the subconscious mind. Matter of fact, this is the subconscious mind, and now we're getting into the unconscious mind. You heard of people talk about the collective unconscious, right? You even talk about how yantras work and mantras work. It isn't that you're saying a magic word, or you're creating a sigil, or you're creating a spirit. No, you're tapping into something that already exists. When they say the gods exist within you, you got 72 motherfuckers in your head, the Goetia and all this stuff, it's not in you personally. It's in your deep memory. And you utilize sigils and symbols to unlock that information in your experience. Now, like I said before, most people are limited to consciously access these first 3 levels. Why? Because trauma is stored here in that childhood level. Trauma and locked up memories there's emotional blockages that most people resist. So we're unable to go deeper than this. And the emotional trauma here influences, even up to now, these upper two layers. So this is where most people are stuck at. It isn't until you start doing yoga or some type of introspective practice that you can begin to slowly reintegrate the imbalance at this level of self. As you slowly reintegrate and balance this level of self, the pathway becomes a little bit clearer, because in order to navigate these deeper aspects of self, subconscious mind, you're going to have to learn non-attachment. Non-attachment isn't simply, oh, I'm not hurt anymore that someone said a mean thing. Non-attachment is being able to experience anything and not be influenced by it. Check. To be able to experience it and not be influenced by it. Why do I say that? Because the deeper you go, it gets real. It can be extremely pleasurable and extremely terrifying. Guess what? At this level of species, everyone is here. Hitler, all the worst people you can think of, every serial killer, every victim who was murdered and brutalized, all the tortured folks of ancient Europe, right? Everyone who was impaled and crucified and chopped up, all that stuff is here at the species level. Now, how are you going to experience that and maintain your frame if you can't even handle what happened up at this level? You feel me? And not to mention, there's a lot of beautiful things, right? For a lot of people who enjoy sex. I mean, there's tons of orgies going down in the memory, right? There's getting a bunch of money, like whatever pleasurable thing you can think of, the best food that has ever been cooked, right? All those memories exist at the species level. But imagine getting attached to that and stuck. You're not going very deep. So all this represents the memory.
I think you're what makes me think when I look at this is that, again, like you were saying earlier, and like Nura was saying, like, the definitions change, but generally Chitta can be considered a storehouse. Mm-hmm. So you have all of the things in this storehouse. And I like how you put that the ego taps into that to determine its actions, so then it can repeat a cycle. So it repeats a cycle that then and cycles through an impression. And this is what we get into, continuing having past lives and all of that kind of stuff. It's right. A memory repeating itself.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to say also. Very good. So two things. You talked about the repeating patterns. Number one, the repeating patterns. This is what makes an animal. He was talking about here that animals, they run off of instinct. Instinct isn't thought. Instinct is behavior based on patterns. Even to this day, I noticed dogs, if you have dogs, before they lay down and go to sleep, they have to circle the area that they're about to sleep in. They have to, because it's genetic. It's a pattern that's built into their species. They literally have to walk around. They say because when they evolved from wolves, they had to trample the sticks and make sure it was soft. But it's been done routinely every single day by every dog that has ever lived. It becomes what I used to call an etheric pattern. So it's carved in these levels that are subtle, and they must enact through the physical makeup. So most people are being governed by culture. We talked about the hive mind previously. Most people are being governed by society's culture. Culture is providing what animals have as far as instinct. It's telling you how to behave in any given scenario, so you don't have to think about it. The other thing was that you mentioned past lives. So anyone who's ever been put under hypnosis knows that when you go to a therapist, you can access memories. But here's the thing. Mostly you stop at this level. But there have been many cases where people I didn't believe in past lives before. I thought it was a silly notion, but it makes sense now. A lot of people are able to go deeper beyond this level. And they say, oh, well, I used to be this in a past life or that in a past life. Not necessarily. You're tapping into genetic memory. Right. Wouldn't you? But you have access to it.
You might even be tapping into the species memory.
Right. Because you hear people say, oh, well, I had a past life. I was an Asian woman. Okay. You might have went to this level. In 1500 BC or whatever. But here's the thing. Some of these practiced, clarified individuals, the swamis, the saints, and people who do this work seriously are able to get to that. Because imagine you see this past life and you don't know what non-attachment is. Now you're really walking around here thinking, oh, I used to be the king of Egypt. And you believe in that today. Even if there was a past life, that's not today. So understanding non-attachment, you can go past that level. These swamis, these rishis, these seers were able to see these higher planes, these more subtle planes. And this is where they derive these yantras from and these specific mantras from and different aspects of the holy science. So it wasn't somebody that sat down and wrote the Bible because they felt like it. It wasn't that Muhammad just sat down and wrote the Quran because he felt like it. These were people who tapped into these higher levels and they transcribed the patterns that exist in nature. Nobody made anything up. This is also why there's nothing new under the sun, because all future, past, and present information is stored in any one of these given levels. You're not making anything up. Artists. I think it was you, Maestro, or somebody was talking about how George Lucas and all these folks in Silicon Valley, they went out there tripping on LSD and they tapped into something, right? George Lucas didn't just make up all these alien races and this complex storyline. You know, I'm not saying he can't, but the fact that a lot of what happens in these movies resonates with us is because they're archetypal. It's based on the archetypes. So when a person is able to tap into the archetypal database, no matter what you put out based on it, it's going to relate to everybody.
Peace, Trav. Peace, everybody.
Hey.
What's up, Django?
Hey, peace, man. Good to see y'all. Good to be here. Good to see you, Trav. Good to see you, Laura. Peace, Maestro. All. It's always good to be. You know what I'm saying? But what you're saying is important, man. When you study the Hermetic, what's labeled the Hermetic tree of life. The 10th sphere is represented by Geb. Geb is, and that's meaning the physical world, as you explained. But what you were saying that's important, how you hit Cheetah, you hitting the Antakarana points, what's important, what you're doing is you're connecting this thing practically, so now everybody can see how physically you are it, the Kabbalah, blah, blah, blah. So the whole thing, what makes those different realms, so to speak, which I'm not using ever, I'm going to say frequency zones. You know what I'm saying? So when you get 10, you have two subdivisions of the 10th sphere of the Hermetic tree. You have 10A. 10A is called the Kaibit. The Kaibit represents Ra, not just Ra, but electromagnetic forces. They call it the 6th division of the spirit. So once you get all the knowledge, see, this is what makes, like I said, what you do important, and the Vedic information important, because it's giving you, it gives you the physical world breakdown of yourself. Physically, you are Geb. You are Malkuth. So yes. It breaks you down in all these groups so you can understand the mechanics of you as a car and the driver. So then the only way, like you said, that you're going to truly understand the overstanding of everything is you have to go beyond physical, and that is the electromagnetic field. That was so hard for a lot of people to understand in not mystical Kabbalah, but the
initiation into Hermetics.
Initiation into Hermetics. When he spoke about the electromagnetic, then it was another one that he mentioned.
Electric.
Say it again.
Tetrapolar magnet.
Tetrapolar magnet. That's what he was explaining is these ancient concepts of the Kaibit, which is the subdivision of the 10th sphere, 10A. Then you have the subdivision 10B, which in the language is called the Khab, Khab, and that is atoms and molecules. So what you're saying that you just said it, genetically, there's this memory. Science doesn't want you to understand, because once you totally overstand the understanding, you don't need fucking scientists no more to tell you no shit. So they call the They call the electromagnetic force frequency realm and the atom and molecule frequency realm. You know what they call that in genetics? They call it junk DNA.
Yeah.
That's what we're tapping into. I just
Junk
watched the
DNA.
guy. That's the junk DNA. The junk DNA is they don't want you to fucking go dealing, because once you get beyond species, you don't have to deal with ethnicity, genetics, and all of that shit. That's gab shit. That's Malkuth physical world shit right there. That's just to define you in society, to live amongst the rest of the people in the kingdom. You understand what I'm saying? So the whole thing is, once you go to shit that you can't fathom by words, you can only connect with people on a frequency level. You can't explain it. There, you can only sit there. That's why they got the different Buddhas: smiling Buddha, regular face Buddha, even I seen crying Buddhas. You got to understand what those frequencies are. See right there, happy Buddha, fat Buddhas. Then you have the extreme aesthetic Buddha who looks anorexic. Those represent frequency realms and also physical extremes that you have to bring yourself to get through the fucking Kaibit and go on further to the fucking Kaab, and you're still physical because that's atoms and molecules. But what you're doing is you're going deep enough into the interior of an atom, and you're discovering the composition or the energy that makes this atom an atom. That's the most different in the Vedic science when I am Brahm, Brahm is me.
Yes.
Brahm is the atoms. The molecules is fucking Shiva. If you want to keep naming, that's all they do is keep naming it. So you hit it. You know what I'm saying? When you dealing with religion, or you still feeling even, and this is gonna sound crazy, even the practices of yoga from bhakti to jnana you must fucking supersede that.
Yes.
That's just a tool to get you to the fucking Kaab. You see what I'm saying? So that right there was total gems. What you were saying, or how you got that broken down on your chalkboard is superb, because now some people don't understand until they see something like that. And then you expound on it, because a lot of people are stuck on ethnicity because they're still stimulated by the five senses to be awestruck about melanin and anything that doesn't have it. You're still on the Malkuth frequency. And there's nothing wrong with that. But you have to realize it, analyze it, and then overstand that whole understanding. You don't want to keep standing under shit no more. You want to be over it now. You want to be able to stand above something that's under. You keep understanding things. You got to supersede that level. Understanding even limits you until you overstand, so now just no different than doing the lesser banishing ritual. You have to expand yourself to look down upon the foundation that you're standing on, and the foundation is the understanding. Once you go above that, you into cosmic overseeing. You become an overseer of the grand scheme of things.
Observer.
Mm-hmm. I really like the points that you're bringing up, Shango, and it's kind of making me think along with this chart here, right? Like I was thinking, why are people, identifying only with how they identify themselves now, what they were in their childhood? And I think a lot of us are still bound within the conditions of what we perceive that time is. But as we covered, right, when it comes to actually tapping into that cellular level, the perception of time has to change. It doesn't go in order. As we just kind of, this made me think about when like Trav was just saying about how someone believes that they might have been an Asian woman in a past life, but perhaps that was just part of the collective consciousness, a behavior that they actually picked up on that they are now repeating in their own pattern. And so it may not be who you are identifying as you, but it is a pattern from the collective unconscious that you have picked up, that you have identified as now part of your own personal yantra.
That's beautiful.
And the art of, and so all we are, right, are just patterns, taking pieces from other patterns and adapting them and making them a part of our own. And the art of non-attachment is to no longer be repeating within those patterns as an individual, and instead changing the structure enough to dematerialize into the actual full net of what it is, into the full electromagnetic current and even beyond.
Because you have to dematerialize to even experience that. And once you dematerialize, and what's important, what you mentioned is about time. People need to settle on this. Time is nothing but a mathematical measurement for Earth shit. That's all it is. It ain't nothing deeper than that. You ain't going back in time. You ain't going forward in time. What you're doing is you're tapping into what you said, those frequencies of what we can only say is electromagnetic forces, atoms and molecules. That's why when you smoke certain things, like what's that stuff called that they smoking to come from frogs, and they smoke it. And
combo.
It's something, but it deals with DMT. You see what I'm saying? So what it is, and science knows that when you at the threshold of what we call dying, your a pineal or your brain chemicals releases a natural form of DMT when you're getting ready to check out of here. So the whole thing is when you do these type of things, you are taken away from the physical resemblance of anything that you're experiencing in the material world, and you're given a shot into this openness, or what we call Akash, which is nothing but it's the space that contains this thing, which is also, if we keep going, it's the freaking Ein Sof. It's the undefinable essence that everything that has to become defined comes fucking from. You won't be, and then when you experience that, you will never be the same again, and you could never give the proper example to anyone that you're trying to fucking explain it to. You can explain it from Russia to Cambodia. And you still won't ever give anybody an answer that will satisfy them about those experiences. You know what I'm saying? Because dealing with electromagnetic force, that's not electromagnetic force has an influence over matter, but matter doesn't influence electromagnetic force.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? That's why a magnet can move something physical. It's not the metal that's been magnetized. It's the frequency energy that becomes usable in this piece of metal that you cannot see what it looks like. That's what attracts and repels.
Well, look, you said about DMT. Speaking of that, in the chat, Nicholas Oliver says, peace. Interested in where you were going right before Shango came on. Filmmakers tapping into God archetypes. So what I was saying was that when you're doing it, when a person taps in through psychedelics, right? Why is it that a lot of people who trip on psychedelics can report seeing some of the same things, right? What's going on here is that we're accessing these deeper levels of self. When you take psychedelics, you have the potential to begin going down these levels. You begin to be thrust down those levels, right? Doing a practice like yoga, JNANA yoga specifically, begins to prepare the mind so that you can withstand the travel here, and you can do it without drugs. But when a person is taking high doses of LSD or mushrooms or whatever psychedelic, you most definitely get thrust into these levels. And I'm willing to wager, just based on the result, because a lot of times, according to Hermetics, you can deduce the cause of something by the effect of something. When you look at a lot of these movies, they're tapping into archetypes. Now, a lot of people get confused and they say, oh, Illuminati, they're planning this, they're doing that, which may be true. There may be a group planning this and doing that. But guess what? They're people just like you and me. And the Bible says the plans of man, they may come true or they may fail, but God's plans always come to pass. Now, that's not being religious. We're talking about patterns, frequencies. The patterns and frequencies of the God level will persist no matter what you do or what anyone does, or even how you feel about it. The plans of man, depending on how he feels about it, what other people have to do, the laws change, it may or may not come to pass. But when an artist is able to tap into the archetypal realm, they begin to create works of art that people recognize deeply within themselves. All of us, when we watch that Avengers movie, you're going to pick one of those characters and say, that's me. Whether it's Spider-Man, Iron Man, or Thanos, you're going to say, oh, that's me. And the whole time you're watching it subconsciously, you're feeling it. Remember when Brother Panic would talk about how this is how they manipulate us through the movies. They'll have the ritual on the screen where they'll have the black man go through something, and all of the black males watching the movie will say, oh, that's me. And we connect with what's happening there. This is what's going on here. When you watch those movies, you're putting yourself into a trance state. And you're watching a reflection as you watch the characters play out on the movie. So what you see the characters do that you relate to, you connect that with how you think you're supposed to behave or not. And that taps into the whole culture aspect. But I got these two arrows here as far as internal. Excuse me, that's reversed. This should be external up here. But anyways, externally based, because in this book, he talked about two types of booty. The external booty and the internal booty. The external type, that's not going to lead you to growth. That's just going to lead you to attachment to the things in your environment. Well, that's what's happening up here. Even people who are focused on ethnicity, genetics, shadow work, right? These things are necessary to understand and neutralize as far as coming to harmony with. It shouldn't be an imbalance on these areas. Otherwise, it's external. But what he's talking about as far as internal is tapping in to these deeper aspects of self. Now, one tried and tested method of doing that is through meditating on the yantras of the Tattvas, right? In another book that I have that I don't have on me right now, he defines Samkhya as mastery of the understanding of the Tattvas. This is what we're doing. The Prithvi earth level, that relates to this outer self. The water level of Apas, that relates to the childhood, the genetics, that type of thing. The Agni level, Tejas level, that's going to get a little bit higher up into ethnicity, angels, Vayu, and Akasha, the God archetype. But look, if it lines up with the Tattvas, that means it also lines up with the tree of life, right? That means it also lines up with the chakras, right? Let's flip this thing upside down. The root chakra. Go ahead.
I was saying Tattva Shruti, she mentions that an artist could create whatever he so feels, but it'd only be at those top layers of what he thinks of himself, and then his childhood. That's the only accessing to anything that he really has. But the mystic goes deeper into these finite levels, eventually to the archangel or God form level, and they're able to pull out art that could literally impact your subconscious mind, no problem.
Yeah, that's a good point. I remember Kristen was telling us about how when an artist taps into his Rahu nature, he's actually tapping into that deeper aspect because people just can't help but relating to it. Root chakra level, stomach chakra level, heart chakra level, throat chakra level, third eye chakra level, etc., etc.
And you know how much energy people exert every day. The exertion of your, and I'm gonna not say energy, I'm gonna say your chi, your prana, the exertion and burning uselessly of prana every day by going in your memory, 90, it's like 90 to 95% of what the mind is doing is memory shit. It just keeps memory and discerning and over and over. Do you know how much energy you're burning off? That's why it's so hard for when an individual begins to utilize a process of taming the mind. They don't even have the energy to do it because their mind keeps fucking with you all the time. So it's so hard to get past that, to understand that going into this cheetah, because you have to go there. The reason that we got to this point is because of Kayam's Jadehim. We had to begin a process of sitting down and sitting still. Remember, I used to complain about my knees hurting and I had to do all of that. You had to go through that process so you could get into another room so you can fix that. All we're doing is fixing shit, fixing it. We're not a lot, because I think people misinterpret the reasoning for the work. It's like that some people want the work, they're putting in work because they feel weak in some way, and they want to have something that they can do about it that's like a magic wand or something like that. That's why money magic is so prevalent, because the feeling of lack, what causes an individual to feel some kind of way, because let's not forget, money is needed, but money is also malkoof stuff, because we need it. Without money, and nobody have internet service right now. You understand what I'm saying? So, but right. The whole thing is transcendental elevation beyond the needing, the want, the desire based off of the weakness that a person keeps feeling. That's where you have to begin to get past the shit that keeps going on in the mind.
Yeah. In early live stream, once we got to the yoga stuff, you mentioned that Kayastherium was the mastery over the earth element. But compared that to the chart that Trav just have, really mastering the outer identity, which for most people is the physical body. Then as they get better at that meditation, they'll, the current stuff on their mind. And then you start slowly breaching into the Apos realms, which is where you begin the process of Dharana, which is the childhood and genetics level.
Yeah.
And slowly, as you get deeper into your practice and disidentify with the past layers, you get, as you get deeper into practice, you get deeper into the, the core.
So you see what Trap can make a whole, just what you said. You're developing a whole manual that you can put together that explain every question that seekers could have. You can, or a book of correspondences. You can correspond, because he just said you have to go. You go into that childhood level in the genetics. You got the chart. You're correlating it with the elements right there. It's a whole freaking manual.
Keep in mind, this has been my study of Chitta. Okay, this is my personal study of Chitta. If you study Chitta and you meditate on what that means, you might come up with this. You might come up with something else. But why is this important? What is yoga? What does he say in Yoga Sutras of Patanjali? Verse number 2. He says that the management of Chitta is yoga, the management of the modifications of the mind stuff. If you don't manage this stuff, you're not doing yoga. Yoga is about managing this stuff, bringing it into alignment. We don't just do chakra meditations just because it's hip. You're balancing the energy that's circulating in yourself. This Tattva meditation, this isn't just pretty shapes. This is serious business.
Okay, wait,
Because
so if I
although,
eat red foods, that doesn't help my root chakra?
I mean, and stuff like that can have an effect. But again, that's focused on the external aspect, right? A lot of people are focused on the external aspect, thinking that's going to make an internal change.
Yeah, you have to change
Truth is to
internally.
understand, you got to understand the relationship between these things. This is how we do it.
And all of those words and everything you have from Travis Magus all the way down to what's the bottom?
God archetype.
God archetype. Those are what we're reading is not what it is. It's
right.
It's so subtle. The subtle essence is what you're dealing with. People got to realize, even me, and I speak from self-experience. Yo, I've made the same mistakes other people made in trying to elevate myself. Working backwards. Knowing you need a flathead screwdriver, but you trying to use a butter knife.
What did Maestro say about the movie where the dude was trying to identify the gems?
Oh, no, that was a book, Richest Man in Babylon.
Oh yeah,
that's an awesome book right there.
He gave basically the main character saves up his money for the first year. That was first step. Second step is to make a good investment. But he gives gems to a stonemason who has no business dealing in gems.
Don't know nothing about no fucking gems.
And when he came back, he had, he thought he had some good stuff. Opened the bag, it was a bunch of stained glass.
Oh man.
I think that's a really great point about mind management and Chitta, because you are basically coming to grips with your own Maya as you're going through Maya. You're sorting through what is the illusion and you're managing it, because we practice what we are and who we are. We're trying to find it at its most deepest level. And at this point, in order to find that deepest level, we have to then dematerialize ourselves, become non-attached ourselves, to the point that we no longer are the experiencer, but the plane that then holds the experience. And then from that is actually a whole other level of what being the observer is. Because remember, we're still in the microcosm. There's so much more to this. Why for myself, and I think, and I can't speak on behalf of everyone, but I think that, what all of us are trying to get to is trying to understand what self-realization actually is on that deepest level.
What is self?
Right. What is self beyond Maya? What is beyond this illusion here? I am not this image that the smoke is portraying. There is something beyond this. And we're trying to get beyond that level there. And so Chitta, being the storehouse, is the storehouse. It holds all of the possible combinations of these patterns that keep repeating and playing out. Yes. So we are picking that apart.
Okay. Good that you said that. Chitta is the storehouse of all this information. State locked. Chitta is the storehouse of all this information. But the deepest level of the storehouse is what's that element?
Akash.
Akashic records. The deepest level of the storehouse is the Akashic records, right? Of course, at the Akashic records, you're going to find all this stored in different categories at the God archetype level. And what I keep seeing in the Kabbalah is references to the Akashic records being in the supernal triad, Bina Chakma. And notice how it exists outside of time and space.
Yeah, I was talking to a friend, breaking down Kabbalah for him. He was interested, but then it got to the supernal triangle, and the only thing I could use, I described the whole tree as archetypes. So I was like, yeah, this is all archetypes down here, but up here is just archetypes, because it's so vague. It's just the base separation you have, where Chokmah would be the amount of archetypes, and then what's her name? Bina would be the actual filling the context with the content, but being as the ultimate storehouse of content. And he brought up an interesting thing, or he started saying like wormholes and whatnot. I forgot how we got on the conversation, but then I realized, because if you look at all the scientists in the 40s and stuff, they were pretty much quoting Kabbalah and the Bhagavad Gita. But if you realize, like keeping that in mind, and you talk about wormholes one point to another, they're really talking about the physical, the Asaya version of Doth to get from one point in space to another. And that's also what we're doing with these yoga techniques. When we pass from Malkuth to Yasad, that's a whole world shift. Not paying attention to the five senses. We're literally shifting dimensions. How do I access 5D?
And
Right.
the only reason for the
Highest
five
area.
senses is for the physical body. Once you supersede that, you are good. That's why you have to do that. See, the whole thing, like Trav said earlier, we're not just trying to just, visit chakras and be like, oh, I can't. You have to purify the lotus flowers. You have to purify the padmas. You can't just talk about it and be like, yo, I was over my third eye. You will know when you open your third eye, because you're not gonna have a shit to say about that. You're gonna be changed. You understand what I'm saying? You're not gonna run out and start advertising the opening of the third eye.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it takes purification. It's a purification process. So you have to, of course, we know it's Mount Kuthic. So if you want to purify the chakras and purify those, you should be learning the seasonal patterns of the planet that you live on, and know that during the winter time is when you're supposed to be top for shooting. You're supposed to be cleansing your spiritual energy, because as we want to go back to the ancient, that it's about solar and lunar. So when the sun comes, or when Ra is born again, you're supposed to be in the risen world. You now coming with full power, and you only can come into power by purification, and that takes you going into the death, or takes you going into to the underworld, which is represented by wintertime. You understand? Not going by a Gregorian calendar, but like I said, learning the patterns of the planet that you live on. This is why we associate and have associations with what? Planetary energy. Our natal charts. You're guided by that's the tree that you should be following, the celestial plan. And you mentioned earlier about the speeding of time. That's because that Ra, or the solar energy of the sun, is popping off and speeding it up. So there's so much solar flares going on.
Yeah, definitely that. Super solar flares.
And
But
they're changing stuff.
Talking about astrology and the effect on astrology, basic people don't understand because they're looking at everything from the surface level. But here's the thing. The influence of astrology, it's happening on these deeper levels. It's not happening necessarily on the surface level. I'm not going to look outside, because a lot of people are like, oh, I missed the solar eclipse, or I didn't see the full moon. You don't have to look at it. You don't have to ever see the moon. You could be living underground, because these things are happening on a subtle level. Where Mars is and Venus is, it's not about the physical planets, but their position indicates how the subtle energies are interacting. But guess what? Even Mars and Venus have deeper levels. That's why when we talk about Jupiter, the archangel Jupiter is Zadkiel, right? Now, so there's an influence depending on where the physical Jupiter is. The influence, the subtle influence, is moving in a way that specific archangel is moving. That affects you because it is an aspect of you. What is me? None of this is what you are, but all of this is what you're experiencing. You're the experiencer. You're the observer. This is what you're observing. Peace, Micah.
I'm starting to appreciate Ladder of Lights more. Being that
Ladder of Lights is a dope book, man. That's a real scholarly written book. That's a well put together book, man.
Because the way he breaks down the Ladder of Lights.
Oh, yes.
Because we now have a lot more data to. Medea Fortune gives the groundwork, the pavement for the road, or that first layer. But Ladder of Lights, when he's talking about the four worlds, that's like the final. That's maybe not final, but that's like it patches all the holes. It answers all the questions. Yes. And it's very concise, but still open at the same time.
Yes.
Because we're able to understand, because the yogas, this type of stuff, is giving us the ability to traverse the idea of self and the childhood, all that. But to get to genetics, ethnicity, angels, archangels, God form, that's where Ladder of Lights comes in. We're dealing, just like how Trav held up the top, we're dealing with tree, we're dealing with the four worlds.
Yes. So when in Jnana Yoga, if the meaning of Jnana Yoga is know thyself, this is precisely what we're doing. Knowledge of self. Not because there's another part in this chapter where he talks about the four Vedic precepts of Jnana Yoga. And the very first one is, I am divine consciousness. Or specifically, what does it say here? To quote it verbatim, I am the higher consciousness. It's not about telling you to just walk around saying that, I am the higher consciousness. We have seen many people do that online, and we see that they are not a representative of that. So it's not about just saying it. I can say anything. I mean, some people do go off of that. We see pictures of people that are wearing certain things and in certain places, and we assume that they are that simply because that's what they're presenting. But that's all surface level. The truth of Aham Brahmasmi, I am the higher consciousness, is coming into an experience of that truth. How do you come into an experience of that truth? By breaking down what is in front of you and seeing how it all relates. By breaking down this right here, I'm quickly saying that I'm not Travis Magus or John Travis or my childhood or my gender. I'm not any of this stuff. But these are all forms that my force is expressing through. So I'm getting closer to realizing who and what I am. Because here's the thing. You could verbally or even physically attack me on this level. You could verbally or emotionally attack me on these levels here. You can mentally attack me on these levels. And if I don't know who I am at a deeper level, you can throw me off course, throw me off balance. But because I know who I am on a deeper level, I know that I'm not any one of these. I'm even below this and above this. Because of that knowledge, there's nothing you can say or do to me that's going to throw me off. That's going to ruin my day. That's going to mess up my path.
Right.
What you're saying. I'm sorry, Laura. I was just going to say that Vivekananda speaks about what you said. It's like when you like you was identifying at one point with John Travis. Those are all some scarring.
Yes.
He calls it residual potency. Those things were only potent at that moment within your life because you were experiencing everything that's here right now. So as you begin to study your samskara, was basically studying your antakarana self, you got to the Atman, which he says is termed the antakarana matra, which basically is that's Vedic for your potential mind. When now you transcend it into Travis Magus, that was the potential that was within the residual potency of yourself as you were still living the life of John Travis. You see what I'm saying? That's the representation of Superman. That's why I always say I like Superman, because he saw humanity as the bumbler, but the potential was like, yo, you know I'm fucking Superman, nigga. Don't let this residual Malkuth, because the residual is what's left over. And we know that everything, if you want to take it's a pouring of all the worlds into Malkuth. When you are the Malkuth, I think people should write their own tree and then take a picture of themselves and make that the 10th sphere. So you will understand that everything that we keep looking that's outside of us, when you say Malkuth, you only see the tree of life. See your fucking self sitting there in the asana posture. You are the tree. So
Michael Ford be doing that.
Yeah, that's what they all did, man. You know what I just found out, because I'm going through a process right now. I'm getting ready to finalize this adoption, right? So I got to take adoption classes and shit. I'm learning a lot. So I just found out Steve Jobs was a foster kid. You understand what I'm saying? But the whole thing, like you said, he was getting through that process of whatever his incarnation and whatever he represented it from Brahman or the higher powers. He was able to tap into his full potential after he went over there and got them deserts and was dealing with them psychedelics.
And even then, too, that's when him and other people were messing with that one yogi that just teaches Taoist Shooty, calls it something else. But he had, at that point, he already knew he was Purusha. Now he's operating from at least a higher understanding, or in this case, being that we only can access Buddhi in our everyday life, he's dealing with the refined Buddhi or the higher Buddhi.
And that's what the potential mind is, the refined, as the sublime. It's like the 3rd degree in masonry. Once you've reached being that I want to measure, the 3rd degree is the sublime degree. That's the level of where you can't even it's so subtle and so much attachment of definitions as to it. You will never get through to the mystery unless you die, unless you've gone through the ritual to understand what it means to be sublime. So that's all we're doing. Everything is representative as your trial, and you're going through the gauntlet of life to reach the sublime level of yourself. And once you do that, I'm telling you, and I'm speaking from experience, and I know as Trav knows, and you know that once you keep going, you're touching the veils, you start separating from people. You have to be prepared. A lot of people are not prepared for what they're seeking. What I'm kind of saying. So prepare yourself when you start screwing around. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just saying it just to be relatable. When you screw around over there with some Skara, that's why all of those are there. They have stories of them being gods and they have life, because they have to show you how you demonstrate these actions that are from the sublime, but you're misusing it. So it's your potential is filthy. You're dirty.
It's like if you ever had like a hole in a hose, right? And it just happens to rain, so there's mud and stuff, and the hose is kind of baked into the ground. Imagine if that hole had hose, or that hose had holes, and no matter what, if you turn the water on, being that it's so ingrained with dirt, whatever water that comes out is automatically infected.
Dirty.
What we do with these practices, we start cleaning out the proper holes. And eventually in our waking life, that was given in Karma and Karma Yoga, our final goal is to refine Buddhi enough to where that's the proper hole. We refine all these levels. Once we clean out that hole, the water starts coming through perfect. But we use Buddhi in our daily life. Say if we even tap into just magic, I said sigil, but say if we tap into just that, but we're using it for the Asaya type shit. That's the gross. We're still like using higher sciences, but we're using it for lesser means, meaning that we are applying the gross buddhi towards our practice. And at a certain point, once you do get that settled, because it's not inherently wrong, but once you do get that settled, you're going to be working with higher stuff, but two, you've refined your buddhi enough to work with the most pervasive type things, to work with the most objective type things.
Right. I want to add to that, to what both of you are saying. It makes me think, you take a stick, right, and you stir the fire, right? That's tickling the veil. That's you refining the buddhi. You are stirring the fire to the point that then the stick that you are using deteriorates itself. That's when self-realization occurs. You detach from the senses, from who you identify with, from all of those levels, until there is nothing left, until you, until what that is. So, that just made me think of that, of that thought. Like I think they said that in Raja Yoga, where you use the stick to stir the fire until the stick itself deteriorates. And that is self-realization. But it's when that stick deteriorates, after you've played with the fire enough.
I'd go further and say, like, if you had that power from Doctor Strange where he's rewinding time on a bitten apple and he's able to see all states, I would say using that on a statue that's already made, but then you start rewinding the progress, so the chunks are starting to appear on the statue that it was previously carved out of. And then you finally get the block. The block would be the species level. But then we realize that there's a sculptor involved. So the angelic level. Then the sculptor has its own barriers, and that's where we get up to the God forms. The sculptor is the essence of something else.
Right.
An expression of that essence. Before we go too far, I wanted to also elucidate on something you said there about the holes and the purifying of this buddhi, and it's cleaning out these holes, these pathways. Did we see that somewhere else? Maybe said in a different way?
Chakra Shuddhi.
Talk about these nadis being purified. We saw this in Dharana Darshan. We saw this in Tattva Shuddhi. How he talks about that, you've got the Ida and the Pingala as these two major nadis that are circulating through the body. But that third channel, known as Sushumna, it must be cleared in order for enlightenment to take place. And what the good Swami said is, hey, somebody might wake up and be enlightened tomorrow. For some people, they might get it in 80 years. We can't predict when somebody's going to become enlightened. What we can do, though, is help the process by clearing the blockages that will prevent that from happening. So purifying the buddhi and doing this study that we have been doing is the process of clearing those pathways, so that if enlightenment is for this lifetime, we're only making it easier to happen.
And in the book too, we know that it doesn't need to happen through such a hard, like we don't need these yogic practices to actually accomplish that. In Jnana Yoga, there's a dude who asks like himself like one question every day, but his involvement with that question, his application was enough. And this is where Svoboda considers NLP a form of Tantra. And in NLP, our goal is to expand the model of the world. So instead of having that one narrow pathway with dirt in it, we could just expand the pathway and the dirt won't even matter. So we don't need the next technique, the next third eye, the next pranayama. We just need at base level, what this is dealing with is expanding the model of the world to I am Brahman. You're no longer dealing with the statue or seeing from the statue's eyes. Now you are at least saying I am the sculptor. And that's a whole nother process on its own, but it's to get you thinking. It's accomplishing the same thing as Chakra Shuddhi with thought.
Yeah.
I think they actually explain that in NLP. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I remember there was some type of passage where they were discussing how that expansion bit where, like, say you have a cup and it's full of muddy water. Instead of spending hours trying to take out all of the mud in the water, you add more clean water into it. So then the mud that was in that cup then dissolves. It becomes less and less and less until the cup is just full of water. So that sounds like that's what you're explaining right there in that expansion process, is that you're not trying to say like, oh, I'm fucked up in this way. Oh, I'm fucked up in this way. Oh, I'm fucked up in this way. You're adding in more of that Brahman identity, more of that action to detach, more of that action of what peace is, of
and
what
that cup expands as well.
Right.
There was I mentioned this before, and like maybe 2 months ago, and there's a game called Vampire, and how you get better quality blood from people or prana is he would literally talk to them about their problems, and that would increase the amount of XP you could get from them. But what we're doing is, with at least this yoga, we're expanding the frame. So our Amkara is not like this. The prana, the chitta, and all the stuff that that goes basically what the ego holds isn't just or even it could be dirty, but this is dealing with expanding the cup. And the more you expand the cup, and the more higher refined ideas go in, the less you'll be able to notice that. That's like if you had a giant empty pool and you get lemonade, you just throw it in, and that's the only thing in there, and then you fill it with water, you won't be able to know that was lemonade in the first place.
And that's the whole thing. That's like going to the Matrix when the little kid had the spoon, and then he said you have to realize there is no spoon. That's really, you have to realize that there is no expansion of the cup. There is no cup. There is no juice. There is nothing but all. There is That's all it is. That's why you go to Om, and Om that's the representative of the solar sound. It's not just because you're saying it, or any mantra that you use for your jop. You're realizing that it's a frequency that's connecting you to a solar frequency, which is called the all, which is called the Akash. This is how you can go and get into. This is how they wrote the Vedas. That's how they wrote the Shastras. A lot of these weren't axioms learned from some master. They got that shit direct from the source that a master would get it from nowhere. You understand what I'm saying? We have the ability to tap into individuals. If you really want to see Vivekananda experience them, you could meditate on them. They are the higher concentration force. You can call them up if you really want. You're astral projecting all over the other places and shit like that. Why not astral project to the Himalayas?
If you're really about it,
go somewhere to get the information that you wouldn't get from a book. And not bad mouthing books, of course not. I'm just saying that cleaning the energetic system of self, which is like I said, the electromagnetic forces, which is where, don't forget that every book that you're reading, Trav, or that you're presenting to people read, that shit is on on the highest level of education. This is what you would learn in the European schools like Yale and Harvard and Brigham Young. They secretly study
in different words, of course, because we're talking about higher level abstract thinking. Dealing with abstract thinking, it's not like yoga thinking and scientific. Like it's the higher up you go, it becomes one thing. That's why all this stuff is connected at this level. Previously, I couldn't see the connections. It was Goetia versus Kimbanda, right? I did a whole video. Ain't no verses, ain't no enemies. If you don't understand that, that's because you're not at that level yet. But the higher up you go in this science, you start to see that all this is the same, just used in different language.
And it always
Tower of Babylon.
And it always goes back to what we call like a positive energy or negative, and not meaning negative as the emotion negative, but a male force
Corresponding.
energy and a female force energy. It
Polarity.
always leads to that. Even like you mentioned Kimbanda, you have Eshu, and then you have Pumbajira. It's always, you have Shango, and then you have Oya. You also, they have to have the pairs, and these represent the electromagnetic energy of the planet that we live on, and not just the planet, but the subtle energy forces that construct matter.
Yes.
Matter is formed out of electromagnetic energy, if we want to say that.
Subtle energetic forces that construct matter.
Yes.
So instead of looking at this thing as like this versus that, or mine is better, mine's worth. And I know here's the thing, I know that some people are so ingrained in that way of thinking, it doesn't matter if I say it. If you haven't experienced that, then you don't understand. But what can help you get to that point of understanding is remembering that it is about the relationships, right? The classic dynamic of divine masculine and divine feminine. It's not man versus woman, but an understanding of how these two poles give birth and give rise to everything else, and how they originate from the same unity. Man didn't come from somewhere over here, and woman didn't come from somewhere over here. That positive and negative, that electric and that magnetic, it has an origin together, and it meets together again. Now, everything else that manifests is happening on a lower octave. This good versus evil dynamic, no, it's about abundance and limitation.
Yeah.
We get afraid of limitation, but no, this is correction. This is adjustment. You can't be afraid of being corrected. That means you love being wrong.
And you're right, you hit it, especially when you said this about the union of the masculine and feminine. That's what the whole science, because we got to get out of the Bible has science, and that's what, when it says Eve came from Adam's rib, this is genetic things they're talking about. This, and it's beyond genetic. It's the electromagnetic forces, meaning that they come from the same. They just misinterpreted the language of these ancient teachings that they formulated into this book called the Bible under Constantine, if we want to. But anyway, it's just a science to that. Eve, because that's why they have two creations of Eve. When you want to look in it, there's two different creations of Eve. You understand? So, but the original one is coming from the rib. That's electromagnetic energy that consists. You can't have Shiva meditating all day without attracting a force that wants to create something about what he's creating in his essence. It's the same as a woman. What woman doesn't want to be around a man who got all his shit together? And it don't mean you got to be rich. It's just about a woman really want to be with a man, and she comfortable to the point where she can be the totality of herself. She ain't got to worry about pulling the purse out. She ain't worrying about worrying. That's the man want the same thing.
It's one.
That's the same thing. It ain't. And then if it is not, like I said, it's not about money. It's about the development and knowing yourself, because all those names that Trav has, the titles and that, those are all frequencies. He could have 5. Okay, put it up again, Trav. You got childhood. You got ethnicity. You can put childhood. Let's say that thing resonated at 30 gigahertz. You and ethnicity resonates, because didn't we just read that? What's the other book that we read that he broke it down into the frequencies?
Power versus force.
Power versus force. That's what you're looking at. Power versus force. John Travis was a power, but Travis Majors is a fucking force. You got to deal with that shit.
You got to deal with it.
You know what I'm saying? Because you could, like your path, and all of us, you developing into who you are, the major, you could have broke. That shit could have broke you. You could have went back to doing what you was doing. It's so much easier being fucking dumbfounded, not meditating, not waking up at the wee hours in the morning. I just heard this guy say, he said, what time, okay, I'm gonna ask you the question. What time does the next day begin?
When I wake up.
In regular time, since midnight, right?
Yeah, midnight.
So the whole thing is the day begins in the dark. So you're supposed to be doing your work in that fucking time frame, the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
So if you slipping and you don't want to wake up until Ra shines, you're not. That's why people are not prepared for the day. They just wake up and like, oh shit, it's 8:30. I got to. And they just burst. Because we all was there. So you got to realize the frequency levels that you resonated at when you was, and I'm using as an example, when you was trying Travis, when you was a child, because you was whatever your mama or your mommy called you when you was that little boy. Like I do with my kids, when you look at their face, you be like, hey, sweetie, I got daughters. You go, sweetie, hey, babe, the whole voice, that's their frequency.
Right.
That's the ohms that I resonate. So with people too, you resonate. That's what they mean when they say you don't got to give people your energy. Let's call it what it is. It's not just energy. It's your frequency. It's your electrical resonance that you're giving to people, and it's labeled sincerity. It's labeled loyalty. It's labeled dedication. It's labeled marriage and shit like that. Those are frequencies, like no different than the book Power versus Force. So when you study these sciences and you realize, as Trav showed on the front cover of Initiation into Hermetics, you look at this tree, it's not going to separate to the masculine and the feminine energy. And some people get upset as soon as you say masculine first. Why it always got to be the man? The man got to go.
Well, there's also.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say that's when you're talking about borrowing from other frequencies and then identity. I think another level that a lot of people don't like to get on is that God archetype, because they don't see that as Cheetah. They see that as the real thing because that's based off of their sensory perception. So if, like, oh, I don't like the fact that you use masculine before feminine, I bet you their God archetype is a female to them, right? There's an image that they identify with. And what is that? That's a frequency, that's a pattern that they've borrowed from the total, the total consciousness, right?
That is God.
Right. And so it becomes limiting for them because they now identify that as their truth, which then taints the truth because the truth is actually the awareness of all of it.
Oh, shit.
And the stuff behind it. Because there's truth in what they believe, but it's also representation of something. They're caught up in the expression and not the thing emitting the frequency. Or they're identifying with their radio in their car, but they're not realizing that that's coming from a broadcast station somewhere in the mountains.
Right.
And you know what that is? That's what did they say? That's a dissipated mind.
Mm-hmm.
You're focusing on all of this other stuff. What they said, you can't see the forest because of the trees.
That's a good one.
You're standing at the edge of the forest, but you can't. You're fucking looking at one tree. Like, man, this is just one tree. Like, there's just a whole fucking forest behind this tree.
It's like Bruce Lee. He said, he was, I forgot what movie it was. I think it was Enter the Dragon, but he's training a student. Yeah. And he said, look up. He says, you point your finger at the moon, but in that process, you're missing all the heavenly glory.
Mm-hmm. We're not focused, like the story we read where they had to focus on the eye of the bird in the tree and shoot the arrow up there, and it was even beyond just the arrow. And I mean, the whole beautiful story to understand human nature. Read the Bhagavad Gita. You will get a hell of a lesson in that. Read the whole Mahabharata and get straight into. You will see the resonance, because we're resonating two frequencies. We're resonating this conscious. Well, actually, it's multiple levels. Resonating this conscious frequency and the subconscious frequency, which is basically our operating system, like a computer, like how you on a computer, but there's a whole bunch of other things going on there that you're not controlling, but it's controlling your computer. If your computer just felt like shutting down right now, it can do that right now. Fuck the whole live stream up. You know what I'm saying? That's the same thing with us. as a human computer. When the memory pops up from the operating system, which is the mind, it'll throw your whole focus off. So you will that's why some people like struggle, even myself in the beginning, with wanting to be so quiet within that all I'm doing is hearing everything now.
Mm-hmm. That's why in Passive Poverty and Nivrity said you could go you could either be in a city, you could be in a monastery, but if you don't know the proper handling of the mind stuff, you're never going to find peace. You could be alone by yourself. That's all you're about to have. That's why during the pandemic, you had so much people either going crazy or, attacking their family, whatnot, because all they had at that point was themselves.
And that's why
on a world scale.
That's why I said from the beginning, we don't control people say it was a pandemic. No one planned anything. That's what happens on the planet Earth.
Right.
It changed the frequency. It's frequency change now for those who get it. It's time. It's a different time. This obviously is a solar cycle because it's doing what? It's heating up. It's getting hotter. It's a solar phase. And that means that we're coming out of a particular patriarchy type of way. When you're in a patriarchal phase, everything is peace. It's nature. It's more in depth. So when it still operates together, because as Trav mentioned earlier about the Ida and Pingala, they still operate consistently, giving off the frequency, but to cleanse that internal energy, like I said, that happens on this planet, it takes that one potential energy that's always at the mula, the Muladhara chakra. You have to be able to get that to fucking flow.
Yes.
Activate it. Remember them old school cars? They used to have to turn that fucking crank thing they always showed on the movie. That's kind of how you got to kickstart ourselves.
And that's why we have the Bija mantras. We have the Gayatri mantras, which are a total change, but the Bij mantras are creating new samskaras that will start off when needed.
And that's the whole science of the numerical value of each. Padme has this a particular amount of petals on it, and then the samsara has, they can say 1,000, 21,000, but when you start getting into extreme numbers, it's basically saying, yo, we don't know how many. That shit got so many that I think I saw 100,000. You saw too much. You know what I'm saying? And it's all frequency. That's why when you purify yourself and you start to, like, try to say, maintain your frame, which is basically like nobody can't tilt you nowhere. Nobody can't tempt you and shit. How the Bible just talk about the tempter came. Soon as see, this is why you got to know Kabbalah. This is why you got to know human nature. As soon as this frequency called Christ humbled himself to the supremacy of creation by having his cousin, who's called John the Baptist, the baptizer, baptizes up. It said it was taken away in the spirit, meaning that this nigga became, he transcended physical matter. And then what happens after that? Oh, here comes this new dude we introduced. He's called the tempter. You know what I'm saying? Satan comes and all of that. That's the same thing once you purify yourself, you got to realize you're never going to get rid of the temptations of what we call life, or even in the samskara. Those are timeless. We have some samskaras that's in us that don't have time attached to it.
I reckon to say they all don't.
Right, me too. I was just thinking, like,
because we're actually timeless as an energy frequency. So we didn't put so many different outfits on. It's out of control. That's why we consciously get attracted especially like occult people or people who do. That's why we like anime and weird shit, vampire shit, and all that, because those frequencies speak to us about resonances within us that we can demonstrate. Those are demonstratable.
Right.
We're attracted to it because that's what we've come to realize through thousands of births. We've already seen that shit before.
I want to go back to the Jesus analogy. I have not read the whole Bible. I didn't grow up Christian, so correct me if I'm wrong. But the way how I just kind of perceived when you were saying, Shango, how something's always going to kind of bring you back. Like if you think about it, right? Jesus was on a roll and he's like, feeding people with fish and doing all this kind of cool shit. And then he gets brought down by Judas. What if we were to see that as the mind entering these new patterns, these new detachments, and then Judas being a samskara? Let me
throw this in. He already knew Judas, because in one particular verse he says, I've selected you 12, but one of you was a devil.
Right.
He already knew one of his 12 was already garbage or was going to be the antagonist. There's always an antagonist. It's called resistance. Something, because we live physical. We can't escape it until you are escaped.
Judas could even be the body. It could arrange in so many different ways, because you're right. We are, as long as we're on this plane existing, we have some form of identification that's leaving us attached to this. So
look, this is what you're saying right now is what I was wanting to bring up. Also, you talk about get thee behind me, Satan. Soot on, shit on. Soot, that means black. That's your melanin. Shout out to Bobby Hemmett. So when we look at the Satan and the fact that Shango says that he appeared at that moment, look at the awareness that's happening and the movement of that awareness, how Christ begins as a human being, identified with the flesh. Then he accelerates into this higher aspect of self. But the flesh hasn't gone anywhere. It's still there. It's just now under a different presidency. So Christ never destroyed the devil, and he never set out to destroy any demons. His aspect was to balance them, to harmonize them, to integrate them.
And knew that he was, and like you said, he knew it wasn't something he needed to destroy. It was something he needed to subdue.
Right. Even with Judas, like you said, he knew Judas was going to be there. But he didn't kill Judas. He didn't destroy Judas. He didn't send Judas away. He went through his whole program, knowing that Judas represented the Gibura aspect, right? Gibura. Yeah. He had to cause the end of the beginning. He had to slice it off.
Yep. And let's not even get into the whole new gematria of that or the numbers, because don't forget, he sold them out for 13 pieces of silver. So now we're dealing with that. That's a science. And then we can't forget, Jesus began his ministry when he was 13, because in the early Judaic culture, at that age, that's why you have a bar mitzvah nowadays. When you're 13 and 14 now, you have a bar mitzvah, which means that you're accepted as a boy into the Judaic community.
As an adult.
All of that shit plays out in human nature and numbers and reasons to why. It's patterns of modeling. It's no different than God forms. God forms are patterns that what we can do, model. That's why they fucking everybody, like Trav said earlier, you can go into the Akash and discover the same thing that somebody else and come back and demonstrate it the same. It's like a room, a bar with people smoking cigarettes and you have a cloud of smoke above. Let's use that that's the Akash. So if you go into there, cancer is in that motherfucker for everybody. It ain't no different cancer in there as it would be it's going to be the same bad lack of oxygenated acidic air for everybody. The Akash is a different thing. You go into this realm or this bubble or whatever, and the essence of what makes something is fucking there.
essence.
The quintessence. I shouldn't say the quintessence.
In the chat, there's something interesting here. So, just talking about the ego, the devil, the Judas, this aspect that has been antagonized. You said there's always an antagonist, there's always resistance. But I really want to stress to everybody listening that doesn't mean that there's a demiurge enemy that's trying to kill you or drain your energy or suck you dry. That's an incorrect way of looking at it. Yes, there is always resistance, and this exists in the tree of life. That's why I put so much emphasis on Gibura as not being this evil warfare god that's out to kill everyone. No, this is the scrutinizer. This is the one who analyzes the work and says, okay, it's good, but it could be better. Let's do this. Are you afraid of that person? If so, there's an attachment problem. You're afraid of getting your feelings hurt because you're attached to a rejection. But anyways, in the chat, Vincent L. Crystal says Agent Smith will always try to rock a god to sleep. Right, Agent Smith, that represents the Satan. And he was one and the same with Neo. Connor Black says, like Shiva wearing the snake or ego. Shiva has a serpent, a viper wrapped on his neck. This is a part of it. When you begin to reach that higher level, that doesn't mean that you escape from, like Shango said, you don't escape until you're out of it. But this recognizes that you coexist in harmony with the resistance. And the chapter about Gibura, from A Practical Guide to Kabbalistic Symbolism, this is chapter 11, he basically says that a perfected work of art doesn't require much scrutinizing and reform, right? If you're at the level, we'll use the example that MC Maestro used of being a sculptor. If you have been sculpting for decades and you know what the hell you're doing, you pretty much are going to get it right the first time around. But that scrutinizing eye is still there. It's just now sublimated into the process of creation. So as you're creating, you're scrutinizing, making sure you don't miss any steps. When I used to draw as a kid, I got into the habit of knowing what I wanted to draw before I drew it, because I didn't like to erase. I hated the fact when you erased with pencil, you could still see the line on the paper. So I tried to learn to draw without mistakes. The scrutinizing was happening during creation. However, if that's not how you operate and you just create, then you have to go back and scrutinize it and then erase things, delete things, reform things. So that's one level. One level is I create first, then I destroy. I create first, then I destroy. Then there's another level where creation and destruction have become unified, right? So you're going to see Shiva with the snake around his neck. You're going to see that picture of Jesus pointing up and the devil pointing down. You're going to have Judas with the 12 disciples. Evil doesn't disappear. It becomes sublimated into the process. Stop being scared of the boogeyman. Sublimated into the process. 5 of y'all heard me. The rest didn't.
You know what's deep, because you're talking about Deborah, the fifth spear, and it made me think. I had to look at it again, back to the Hermetic tree he was explaining. It has to have that, it has to have that balance. It's not no good and bad. So on the Hermetic tree, the fifth sphere is represented by Herukuti, and Herukuti, what this is standing for is divine justice, the executor of the law, analytical thinking. That's what this represents. This fifth sphere of Geburah and the Kemetic philosophy. This is where the execution of the law. This is left brain when you're dealing with analytical thinking in the fourth sphere, because you have to have this balance before it even got to this divine justice. Who brought the fourth sphere in the Kemetic tree? Ma'at. Laws that govern nature, interdependence, interrelationship, synthetical thinking.
Synthetical thinking. Together.
That's actual facts right there. And they call this realm 4, 5, and 6. This is the celestial government. This is the elements that govern us as people as we interconnect with each other. These are the spheres where this come from. Laws that govern nature and divine justice. You have to, once you have law, you do have to execute the law.
Right.
And it means the opening of roads with Heru Kuti, because he's also correlated with Ogun. So Ogun is who you would petition Ogun to execute law. I need something out of my way. That's why we have guns. We have weaponry. Don't forget, Ogun deals with the essence of metal and warfare and surgical stainless steel and shit like that. It's opening, it's construction. It's still law that governs it, but it's going to be from an analytical point of view that sometimes misses the Mayat feminine essence because it can be too harsh. They call it like a hard taskmaster. There's no heart in this shit. Get to work, you know the rules.
Yeah.
You see? But you always have to go back to that balance, which we call feminine energy, that you have to have laws that govern nature. You can't hurt people's feelings like that, baby. You got to be you have to be a little bit more gentle. You have to change the way that you demonstrate the energy, because you're too Dr. Spock. That's what Dr. Spock and Captain Kirk represented it. Captain Kirk represented it. This fucking he was dealing with the human nature, man, and all of that, dealing with getting the women. Dr. Spock was straight to the science, straight to the facts. There is no games to be played here, and that's not logical, Captain.
So
Dr. Spock is hard. Dr. Kirk or Captain Kirk is Netzach.
Exactly.
I think
multiply here.
I think we got to also keep in mind too, though, when you brought up masculine and feminine, they are their own principle. And so when I take up Kabbalion here, when we think of feminine, we also have to think that feminine equals action, right? It's the action that's taken. So even with Odun being this harsh and strict type of, rule setter or direction setter, right? That construction, the fact that the construction takes place is the play of feminine. That is the feminine already inherent within it, because feminine and masculine are within each other all the time.
Because there is no building. There's no building without, because you can have all this execution of law. You can have this legalistic personality, but there's going to be no execution of this being demonstrated without that getting people to hear what you got to say, because that's a feminine energy.
Right. And
be able to interconnect.
Right.
Yeah.
Even just action, because masculine gives the direction. Feminine creates the action for that direction, that plays that direction out.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
How that works. And it's really once you get it, it's humbling. It's a humbling experience. It's just like some sisters I tell us, that that you are most worshipful. Some sisters don't understand. They think it's all about you ready to get some of that thing. You know what I'm saying? It's not about that. It's one is realizing your highest potential. Two, you're still physical and we're physically here, but as the ancient writing says, physically, the woman carries the essence of all the deities in her womb. So if I know this to be so, and I invoke or evoke or pay homage to deities, shouldn't I show the same respect to the woman who actually is basically she's all the deities, avatar type shit. You know what I'm saying? So
we understand that it's not her ego that's all those things, but it's what she represents.
The demonstration, and I'm gonna say it as this: the demonstration of the God form is her being a woman in her highest level of activity and interaction. Because as it says, what does it say? Maya interdependence, interrelationship. So within interacting with that Mayat or that divine balance, you have no choice but to maintain your frame. You don't even have to think about maintaining your frame. The masculine automatically comes correct because there is no connection between energy that's not balanced. We call that nowadays toxic relationships and shit like that. People are even interacting with other people in relationships that celestially, you ain't supposed to be that close with that type of energy. And that's the level of the book you read in Jnana Yoga, is the knowledge of the science of a particular yogic system that will guide you to a perfected or purified life existence.
Yes.
Seeking the inner essence. You said it good the other day. I was listening to your live. You had said, because you went through them. You went through Jnana. You mentioned something about Jnana Yoga being that is the knowledge, and Bhakti Yoga. Of course, we know that's devotion. Without that, and those are just particular energies that you have to purify in yourself, because you can't, I'm not saying you can't, but Bhakti Yoga, or that energy or that frequency, is what basically is a tool or a power that enforces you for worshiping something, or understanding the concept of being reverent, having a reverence towards something. You know what I mean?
On page 4, he says the third is Bhakti Yoga for the emotions, to explore emotions and channel them towards a positive spiritual direction for uplifting and purifying the consciousness.
Yes.
So you talked about purification also, and we also want to make clear about what is purification. Now in Tatwashuddhi, which is a book about spiritual purification, she makes it a point to say that no act or object in itself is impure. No act or object in itself is impure. But what is impure is our ego attachment to the sense objects and the definitions we place on those things. So what's being purified? What's being purified is we have two things that exist. That's consciousness and matter. Impurity is that consciousness is so wrapped and mixed within matter that it doesn't know what it is. Purification process is the process of pulling the consciousness separate from the matter so it can see itself. We're going to get all the way in to that on the Samkhya Darshan book. But you'll see why we had to go through all of these other books before we could touch that one. So I'm going to do another diagram here based on my meditation of Tatwashuddhi. So I'm going to start from the end of Tatwashuddhi. Well, I'll start at the beginning and then I'll jump to the end. Hopefully you guys have done Tatwashuddhi. I know everybody in this live stream has done Tatwashuddhi, but in the chat, if you've been listening to me for a while, then I hope that you have taken the initiative to do something, especially this meditation, which I've been saying is my favorite one. Okay. So of course we got the 5 elements, which represent many things, but mostly they represent your experience within matter. From the physical plane and going up more subtle, it's getting dense down here and subtle up here. Physical plane, the etheric plane, the astral plane, the mental plane, the causal plane, right? This is the causal plane up here. But that's not the end of it. All right, so at this point, I'm going to go backwards. What's the level that we hit right after we do Akasha? Does anybody know? In Tatwashuddhi?
Ahamkara.
Okay. So Ahamkara, what is that? Do you know what's a representation of Ahamkara for meditation? Since I've got all these symbols here, do you know of a symbol that could be used for Ahamkara in this meditation?
I mean, I always saw it as like an umbrella or like something that like covers Akasha.
Yes, an umbrella that covers Akasha.
Yeah.
But specifically, it can be represented as Om. We talk about Shango mentioned that vibration, the Om vibration. That's what we're dealing with here. But I'll get more into that here in just a second. All right, there's Buddhi. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then above Buddhi, we've got Prakriti. And what is beyond Prakriti? Anybody? All right, well, basically, Tatwashuddhi goes basically and explores all the frequencies of self, all the dimensions of self. Now, I just made a list of the different aspects of the Chitta, but all that was still within the realm of Om. But basically, this can be seen as a diagram between consciousness and energy. So ultimately, what we're looking at is Shiva, which is all consciousness. And for this sake, we can call it Purusha. That would actually be more accurate. That would actually be more accurate to call it Purusha.
Don't they also use the word Parampara? Param There's another. Well, I guess it would be Purusha, but I think because there's another word. It's the Paramparam, or something like that. I'm gonna find it and then I'll.
The reason I'm saying Purusha is because Shiva and Shakti go together. Purusha, Prakriti go together on the microcosm level.
I got you. Okay.
But basically what we're looking at is you can equate Purusha to what you've heard of as the soul, right? Thank you, Alicia M. That's the answer, Purusha. So we've got the soul itself, and this is matter. This is energy. Prakriti is seen as an egg of all potential. We're at the unmanifest dimension. It hasn't happened yet, but we've got all the patterns. Somebody in the chat said the blueprint, and somebody said the carpenter, right? And then I said the finished product, which is the child. We got father, mother, child. So what happens is this infinite expanse of all information known as consciousness has condensed a single point. In the tree of life, we call that single point Kether. But in this system, we're going to call it Prakriti. Now, as Purusha enters Prakriti, the man enters the woman, right? Hakma enters Bina. Bina, the keeper of patterns, the keeper of the records, plants the seed, makes the child. Now, what's happening here is Isis and Horus. This is the mother holding the baby. You never see the father, do you? You never see Osiris, right? You never see the father aspect in these things because he doesn't exist. He's non-existent. She exists, the matter, the matrix, the mother, the womb, as Shango said, who holds the potential of all archetypes. So don't get egotistical because you have a womb. We're talking about the feminine archetype, which everyone expresses in some degree. So within the womb of the mother, the father is now planted a seed, but technically this is the combination of both of them. This is the equivalent of Prakriti being a video game and Purusha being the player. So just like I play Fortnite, I cut that game on and my avatar is me interacting with the world of Fortnite through the skin of Fortnite. So this Buddhi that we're talking about in this book, this highest intelligence, this is Purusha interacting within Prakriti through Prakriti. The same way I play a video game through the video game's character. So here's the thing. We're zooming in deeper and deeper. Purusha has just entered in Prakriti. Now, they have both now entered and become Buddhi. This is the higher self. Now, this zooms in even more into a certain level of manifestation that we know of as Om. This can be the Akashic Records, right? This is who's looking at the Akashic Records. This also relates to Ahamkara, which is ego, right? If you notice also, you got the 5 chakras. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Third eye, crown chakra, right? Oh, well, you know, we've actually got 12 chakras. Anyway, so the highest self, Buddhi, is looking at Om, which is the field of all potential manifestation. And it's just like looking at a library. When you pull a book off the shelf in a library, you open it, and within that book, you see a chapter. And that chapter is your individual incarnation. This is you this time, right? This Buddhi is nobody. It is God in a matter outfit. Now, God in matter outfit is looking at the library and reading a book. Now, within this infinite possibility of Om, the ego, remember I said this relates to Ahamkara? The ego attaches to one of those books, which is your current incarnation. And as you open up that book, you have your specific Akashic aspect. Alora said that it looks like an umbrella. Well, that's what's happening here. This is one file in the infinite Akashic records, that green. This is just one file. There are many other files, every other person, right? I think it was you, MC Maestro, who mentioned how it was a good visualization to get to this level and see infinite eggs, infinite Akashic. Was it you that said that in class?
It was in but when I was doing Tawashudi, it was the level above Purusha, the like the actual golden egg part where I was seeing that.
Okay, so you see the potential of all these other books within the Akashic library, and then of course you've got your specific Akashic element, and then your specific we'll say mental body, your astral body, your etheric body, and now your physical body. So this is where most people are, right? So when we talk about purification, what are we purifying? We're purifying the awareness of what's happening here. Most people think that they are this square, which is within this book, within this library, right? So on and so forth. So the purification is realizing that you're not any of this. You're not even in this. Prakriti this is the contained matrix. The purification process of Tattvashuddhi and the purification they're talking about in yoga is realizing that you are not this game and you're not even in this game. That's what purification is. Not washing your body, not cutting meat out of your diet, not praying.
Wait. So if I take oil baths, you're telling me that's not clearing my chakras?
Listen, I tried the oil bath. I tried the oatmeal bath they talked about. Oatmeal milk. Yeah, oat milk bath. It's pretty nice. But still, the purification is the awareness of what you are and what you're not. This is jnana yoga.
You know what's crazy? That the square is what's representing the physical matter, and we say what we don't box yourself in. How we already have a term that we say. See how it's already in us to say certain shit, but we really don't know what we're saying. You showing the science. The square represents what? What's that box represent again?
The physical manifested matter.
And you got yourself boxed into that. So you said most people are on that level. That's why it's represent. That's why we say that shit, because it's memory markers. That's samskaras.
Yes.
That word. Cliches,
See,
little shit box, like that.
The box has represented the physical plane longer than way before America was created, before Europe was established as a nation, right? So when you say that boxed in, that phrase is coming from the genetic memory, yeah, because this square represented the physical plane before whole races were even created, right? Mm-hmm. This has been in our genetic memory for a very long time. That's why this meditation works.
Don't we call each other squares? Smart people,
yeah.
Nerd. Are you a square? See how that? We already know we squares. I would rather be a square now.
I'm trying to go to the moon.
To
the moon.
Trying to travel the path to get you the heck out of box, because all you did was box yourself in. That's what you represented it by the names. The below, that's Atum. Really, I was Shango Atum, because Atum is self-created. So the whole thing, when you begin to give yourself acronyms, or you give yourself, And it's not that you're giving yourself anything. You've come to a realization of particular energy that you're demonstrating. So you title yourself by the energies. So by those, and what you're really doing is you're demonstrating those forms that you have written in the middle of Prakriti. And when you look at that, you wrote it in, you put it in the right form, because that is the womb, and each element is, all of those are represented by a lord or an archangel or some kind of particular demigod or goddess or whatever, blah blah blah, that all exist in what I said in the fucking womb. And what's on the top, what's right below the word Prakriti? The sun energy.
Buddhi, which is the sun behind the sun.
And if you look at that as a womb, what you think that is right there?
The baby.
That looks like the clit to me.
Oh.
And the clit ain't nothing but the vagina pineal gland. It's a as above, so below. So it represents an energetic force, because don't forget how many nerves are going to connected to this part, and we're only seeing just a piece of it, because the rest of it that's internal is like 4 inches long, or even longer than that. So it represents it. Everything physically represents the demonstration of things that are outward. So as the womb of the world, meaning the encompassing of our demonstration of actions, as you just showed in Prakriti. We represent in fire. Some people represent in air. You know what I'm saying? Like blah blah blah. You represent. So once people get it, that's where now you can go be magical now.
Right.
Not egotistically, because we supersede that. We supersede physical, sensual satisfaction. Your magic is not the purpose, because all of a sudden your homegirl come over there and say her boyfriend cheating, so now you hot-footing somebody now.
Is that where I use Citri? Is that where I use Citri?
Yeah.
I said, is that where I use Citri?
Yeah. You even start superseding all your crystals and stones that we done spent hundreds of dollars on them shits.
And even that's taken out of context. In tantric sciences, they do have these, but we just get it's been generalized for someone, and then it's been specified for someone, and generalized and specified over thousands of years. So by the time we get it, it increases the size of your aura with positive energy. That's all we got.
You know what those stones really are?
What?
The incarnation of someone that once was a human, because you can reincarnate as anything physical on this planet, not just a human being. So just concept this in your mind. Let's do with some fantasy. Imagine that each stone that really resonates with you. What if that was a guru was in there, or some sage then manifested into that energetically into that particular stone, so you can't have it, and that's why that stone will end up missing, and you'll never fucking find it again. That ever happened to you? You ever lost? You had it sitting somewhere, then all of a sudden it's missing when you need it most. So now you got to sit back and be like, damn, did I really need it, or did I just want it?
Mm-hmm.
And then those are lessons that I'm speaking from experience. Those are lessons that I've used to teach me how to detach from shit. I done lost nuggets of fucking gold. I'm talking about shit that was marketable. You know what I'm saying? That I was using, put it outside and then made low, because I like to build my particular, when I did do work a lot like that, I did it outside. I like outside energy. I like to be outside. A lot of things I didn't do within my house because I didn't have any. That's why I got the whole handy. I like a whole extra house in the back when I really was getting it in. because you don't want people walking through your shit. I got kids and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? But those stones and all of that stuff that you were so attached to, those should be meditative points of an analytical process to teach you how to detach from things that you held so important. Even your children, even your mother, your father, and all of that shit too. You know what's an example of that? And I'm gonna use Jesus again. When his mother came looking for him when he was teaching in the synagogue, and he said to her, "What do I got to do with you, woman?" That's a whole different language right there that they wrote in the Bible. That's letting you know this dude is a mature level. You don't got to come check up on him.
Woman.
That's showing you, but it's still demonstrating the feminine energy, no matter how mature you think you are and blah, blah, blah. You still have to realize you have people who love you and they're going to worry about you and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's all about nature and balance. But like how Trav just showed throughout in that chart right there, once you understand, and it's about you, it's not trying to analyze somebody else. Like now you're analyzing your fucking brother and shit like that. Because when you said earlier that the major axiom that we know that we're on the temples of Luxor and all of that stuff was to know thyself. You had to already graduate from what we're fucking learning to even go into the fucking temple, because they ain't teaching from books inside of that shit.
Right.
And then,
they ain't even physical in there.
In the ashrams,
where's the graves of the priests?
The framework.
They always talk about the graves of kings. Where's the priests buried at, my nigga? They didn't get buried. They was out of there. Niggas turned into fucking rocks and shit that they was, you know what I'm saying? You know it's true. We didn't all seen videos and we read enough Vedic stuff to know you got yogins that have locked their bodies and motherfuckers are becoming petrified. They're like fucking stone. Their bodies are youth. They don't do anything with the body now. They don't eat. They don't breathe like that. They don't use the bathroom. You touch them, motherfucker be hard as wood.
There was an anime where the villains got frozen like that. Like they were basically gods. And
they transcend that physical form, and they can leave and come and go as they want. See, the whole level, and this is the level of densification, meaning that as we evolved, we fell from high science like that. That's why we get to shamans now. We have to take some sort of a fuel to kick in that shit that we can naturally do ourselves. But since we're so densified now, and we've so to speak, fell from grace, that motherfucker got to take ayahuasca to kick in that type of shit to separate spirit from matter. Because you don't have the ability to sit there that long.
Fell from grace, again, it's deeply identifying with matter.
That's what it is.
And it's not hard to find. You can just go out and just talk to anyone. And if you just listen to the words used and how the framework of life is oriented, right? Because like you said, it's not about getting the science and going to judge your brother or your neighbor or somebody like that. That's not what this is about. This is about yourself, applying the science to yourself. However, it's also easy to see that most people, all people, deeply identify with the extroverted mind. And that's what this book talks about. The book says that there's two types of buddhi. One is identifying with everything inside of this little cone. That's how they see reality. There's another type of buddhi which understands that it understands as above, so below. As within, so without. What are we talking about within and without? See, you thought it was your body. As within my body, so without my body. No. As within the microcosm, so without the macrocosm.
Yeah.
Peace to Matthew Watson. Peace Stuffed Dog. Peace Sunshine Chick. Peace Society Ejects. Peace Alicia M. If y'all want to join this conversation, you're more than welcome to. I posted the link in the website.
But Django, what you were saying about the schools in Egypt and whatnot, that's the same thing as with the current swamis, like in Samkhya Darshan, Dharana Darshan, just the beginner stuff was meant for, as read before, the postgraduates. So they had to spend so much time getting, one, the philosophy, and two, the basic practices down.
Mm-hmm.
Like today we don't have the structure, but it's the framework that really helps us. I guess that's just the only way to go. That's the only way to really. It's like if you don't have a framework and try to proceed upon this path, it's like getting a headlight and then you're acting like that's the whole car.
Yeah.
You need the whole car to drive. It's, oh my god, this like the root chakra, the whatever people say nowadays. But the or my aura, my root chakra, I got this crystal, blah, blah, and then all this scattered beliefs here and there. You just got a bunch of car parts and it's not together.
Yeah.
And you're on the road thinking that you're driving, hot as hell. You're sweating. You're running out of, you don't have any water, but you're fooling yourself thinking you're holding these two parts saying, I got it.
You know what? That's childlike thinking. I remember me and my homeboy as a kid used to sit in this broken down car in the front of his house and talk about what kind of car we're gonna get and sit behind the wheel. And we used to the shifter used to move and shit like that. That's the same thing you said. People walking around here, they got a car, but that shit ain't working.
It's not together at all.
You think it's working, but you're only in the because don't forget that's poured into from your side too, like imagination.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget, imagination doesn't always lead to something that you're creating with the imagination. The imagination, something that's being used by the cheetah and the Buddha and the monarchs for what? Entertainment.
Mm.
Don't forget, we got a mind and a brain. So so it's a satisfaction. That's why people, they always, so you always masturbating all too much. And then they want to throw in, well, what can help prostate cancer? Nigga, that's like 30 times
a justification to yourself at the end of the day. Because they don't have the science. They just took a line. It was enough for them.
And just running with it. Like, what are the practical uses for it?
Yeah, you just took a radiator out of a car.
Didn't the initiation into Hermetics, wasn't the first part philosophical and the second part was practical?
Mm-hmm.
That's like you said, us, and I always said it, like, look how we getting this information and we're ingesting it. We actually, and you just mentioned that we're getting the top-notch education. We don't have the luxury or the lifestyle to become one who sits at the feet of the master. Niggas we can't sit still. We in America, my nigga. We still live in a westernized world.
We're doing that right now.
And see what happens. See if you don't end up on your local city's Skid Row some fucking where.
It just took different form because really the essence of going up to the guru and learning from him, we're doing now. Trav gives us the books. He's like the Hierophant. He's going to give you the framework and say, go. And what I learned from that card when meditating on it too, there's one who always says the truth, but he's not going to give you the full thing. So you are everything. Everything is light. Everything is divine. You're going to hear that. Yeah. You're going to hear that. Without the framework, you're just going to run with it until it breaks. Then you're going to cuss that guy out. Then you go to the other guy who tells only lies. So he's going to tell you all the mundane shit. And then you're going to fall flat without the framework. All he does, and which Trav is representing in this form, is he's going to give you, like the little cross he's holding, that's Kabbalah. So he's going to give you the framework. He said, here, go with this and then come back. And now you can have a discussion with the students. So that's all we're doing in modern form. We don't have that anymore. We don't go to the Pope's feet. Now we got, go read this week, come back. Let's discuss.
And once you keep digging and digging, especially with it, you'll find so many other treats out there that complement those books from Vivekananda, and then there's other authors. I stay away from modern writers, you know what I'm saying? Because it's been so, and I hate that, I don't want to say I hate, but you understand what I'm saying with some of these modern books. Come on, they've, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of glitter in them things. I don't I don't
Only
really
glitter.
like glitter. I want scholarly literature that's going to teach me, you know what I'm saying? The technique, the processes, and give me some experience. But
But that's also indicative of your level, because even we were all at some point with some goofy gobbledygook book, but that at least started us along the path. That 1% truth in there, yep, that 1% truth in that book, whatever they had, just meditating, and then they just give a bunch of bullshit throughout the rest of the book. Just that word meditating, we're gonna go deeper. We're gonna buy the next book. We're gonna go search 50 YouTube videos, and only one YouTube video will even have what we're looking for. And then we go deeper and deeper. And okay, we get the PDFs now, read that. That got some truth deeper, deeper. And now look where we're at. But it even for all the mass material produced, one, we know that everybody's not meant to understand it. But two, this is kind of like the sorting system. Instead of nature killing us off to learn this information, now we gotta how far we go is if we really want it. It's just a test. There's always gonna be a sea of books until we get to the real ones.
I'm gonna give an example of what you said, how some people are not gonna be really read. Some people learn by that word I said, a residual potency. They're getting, because they're here. Some people are not actually reading or studying like that, because that's just not what it is. There's nothing wrong with that. But they're getting the residuals of it because they are here. It's kind of like
the students in the cards.
You get
the students in the cards are theirs, but
yeah, that's what it is. Because you, and it says that in the Vedas and the Bhagavad Gita, you just by hearing or reading those things, your energy can be changed. You can be enlightened without even knowing you're being enlightened. Because what? Your cheetah, Travis been talking about, the cheetah then sucked all of that right in. So maybe
it's already there in the cheetah. But what they told us about in the yantra books is that certain symbols bring our awareness to that aspect of the cheetah. And when we become aware of that thing, it begins to stimulate the surface aspect of our mind, right? This is what I want to stress. All this information is always here. We don't learn nothing. Education. See, and I've been kind of stuck on this for a while, but I get it now. Education comes from the Latin root word educo, which means educe, which means to pull out of. To pull it out means it's already within you.
Exactly.
So how do we pull it out? That's what these yantras are for. When you meditate on this symbol, you start to activate something in the subconscious. That's how the Goetia work. You don't need to know what the symbol means or what the words mean, or the person you're doing it on doesn't need to know it. You got to move and circulate and percolate and stimulate that energy that's below the surface.
That's the alchemical story of who sat under the tree and an apple hit him on the head and he had the aha moment.
Newton.
See, that's it. They were occultists anyways, as we know. So that right there was an occult poem. That was an occult axiom to study. That's just what Trav said. The potential, look at that. It's already in you, so it takes something to bop you on the head, so to speak, to what? Activate the memory of it right there. You know what I'm saying? Or like we said, either you're gonna be Om Yama Shiva, you're gonna do some kind of mantra, and then you may sit down later and be like, oh shoot. And you can think of something, you just start writing, and you might write a whole a journal of information that makes you ever get like the goosebumps and you feel it and you be like, damn, that shit just came from no. That's what happened. That's what Chad said. That's why we have that's what's basically the potential that's in you. It just takes, and even in Dharana Darshan, they mention the psychic symbols. The psychic symbol, he mentions all kind of stuff inside that book. In the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali calls it focusing the mind upon a higher concentration force.
Yeah.
Basically, so the whole thing, like I said earlier, if you can, why do you think they put pictures up of people that they hold as their beloved? They put pictures of, you ever seen a picture with Vivekananda
They got a few of
the Rudrox on it, and it'd be flowers next to it and stuff like that. They're invoking his fucking energy as they're doing a lecture.
Here we go.
That type of shit, that right there. You know what I'm saying?
And see, we in the West, we don't understand that. We think it's weird, right? We think they're doing some weird culty shit.
Yeah.
Paganism,
right? No. What they have an understanding that is far deeper than Western culture. That's why they give so much respect and praise to their gurus, because they call it a lineage. They are tapped into what the gurus tapped into.
They have a whole process, Trav, that we can't read about in books. That's no different than a Masonic, and I'm just using it as any type of fraternity. To be a part of the Bahar School of Yoga is like you've joined a fraternity.
Yeah.
It's
you
like
joined
in
an order.
In Rise of Skywalker at the end, Rey calls herself Rey Skywalker, but she's not taking her last name like everybody's thinking, like, oh, the movie's bad, blah, blah, blah. She's tapping into what they represent, and they were a symbol.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. They represented a whole resistance to another energy that exists that always seeks to destroy them. And the Skywalkers always seem to come out some sort of victorious in that. They always got a hand in it, and it's not just a little hand. They be like fucking governors and overseers of whole operations and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's no different than we could do the same thing with any energy. It's no, once you understand this and you formulate it into a process that you can live with, working with the African quote unquote spirits is so different now. It's so much more fulfilling to understand Bhakti yoga and then now go and invoke Shango for real with a particular process and of understanding of mantra and all of that. Put that now with your with Santeria.
And even he
go
gives
back and put
Bhakti
that with
in
King
there.
Banda. Now go practice the left hand path, and you see there was never left in the first place.
Right.
It was just a path.
It was just the path. That's all it is. You're just tapping into different degrees of the same energy as you would on the right hand path. That's it.
It ain't no different. It's all about what leads to transcendence.
And we learned about Bhakti and mantra and yantra. It's the essence behind something. So it's not the, oh, I'm gonna invoke this. Okay, now I am priming. That's not the case, but you're really tapping into what that represents, what's that's trying to convey. When I have these things here, they both convey something. Not real money, by the way, but they both convey something. But now I'm able to contemplate the similarities. I could throw in some mantra in there. We know the mantra occupies, was it Chitta and Buddhi, and then yantra is Manas and Ahamkara. So I could use these two things, apply these practices, and come out with the essence so that I could really tap into the energy behind it, not just that surface thing. I'm going to work with this entity and get a whole bunch of money. But now I'm actually able to tap into the frequency of what we even, what we even may think is money.
Yeah.
What even money is trying to represent.
It's the correspondence. It's just like Trav was mentioning earlier. Basically, each thing, each sephira, it has correspondences. Like you asked the question, you said, what does the antakara, did you no you said
what is memory?
No, ahamkara. You said what represents ahamkara?
Yeah.
And then Alora said to her was an umbrella. It's a correspondence to what ahamkara represents as what we call the see. And we even had to how many people find it, even in chat, Trav, see if they answer. How many people found it so difficult or not really difficult, but you had to reprogram your mind to really understand the word ego. Every time you hear the word ego, your mind, your samskara kicked in with the program definition of that until we learned ahamkara and the more advanced definition of what we call the ego. How many people struggle with that?
Yeah, that's like because even that comes from Carl Jung, but he was just fishing straight up out of Vedanta. All he did was expound upon the functions of the Antakarana. But then when he got to the populace, or as in the chart trap showed us, he got that from the Akash. By the time it got to the Preethi, it took on a whole different meaning. Don't even look the same.
Yeah.
Oh, you're egotistical. That's like blaming Windows. Like if Zoom gets a bad update, programmers will tell you it's a bad update. You know, say we're gonna fix this, we're gonna do whatever we can. That's like blaming Windows for the update. It's a function. That's why I say it's a cup. You can't be mad or like your soda's flat. You're like, oh, I'm sorry, the soda's flat. It's not the right cup. That don't make no sense.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna blame if I pull out a written on piece of paper. I'm not gonna blame this whole whatever this. I'm not gonna blame this container. I'm not gonna. Oh man, I didn't get the right piece of paper. Fuck that container. But I'm about to go buy a new one. You just gotta drop it. Drop everything. Come to this stuff with an empty cup. That's why Trav is going over these books. Don't bring. We already talked about diet and stuff, so you don't need to bring fasting in here. Oh, what if I do this? Will I get bad luck? Will it come back? We already discussed karma yoga.
Right.
We've discussed how to tap into any essence through mantra and yantra. Now we're talking about the mind is all on some JNANA yoga. I'm telling you, next book, there's nothing to be confused about. This is enough. There's nothing to be confused about.
And those who are confused and they keep asking questions are so stuck in that obstacle, because we know that's an obstacle to keep asking a question. I don't care how intelligent the question is, or when they say, well, there's no stupid question, you just ask it. Sometimes you got to stop asking questions and contemplate and analyze.
And we're just emptied, because that's just a sign of a full cup. We're bringing a full cup. And that's the question we have. We're bringing the water from this dirty well over to some, gentlemen's clean water club.
And
now we're standing there.
Well, at least I brought a cup. You know what I'm saying? It's always something. That's why as you transcend self-control, you have to have self-mastery, because you can fall into somebody keep questioning and you keep giving them. You've exhausted the ways to demonstrate and give them the answer, and they keep asking. You can trigger you into being like, yo, man, if you ask me another question, it's on site.
Yeah, that's even with Niranjananda. They did an interview that Alora sent with him, where he's describing basically the stuff in the first book. He was like, if you look, he was irritated because he was really saying that all the yoga that we have in our modern world, probably one of the disciples from Sivananda, and even the mission of Sivananda was human potential, not enlightenment. Y'all need to stop saying that.
Yes.
Put respect on my guru's name. He is not playing around with the fluffies, not your cup. He's not talking about your cup, the stuff in your cup.
Damn, so you think that the westernized magic, like to mystify the people and keep them dumbfounded, is making us always like fluffy shit.
It's appeasing the stuff that's already in the cup.
Some people will know it's phony. It's like being in a bad relationship, and you know it's a bad relationship, but you fucking stay in it. It's not funny because, you know what I'm saying, it should be abusive, but I'm just saying that's how bad it is with the uplifting of self. We be staying in bad relationships with ourselves.
Look, we look at the animal nature. This is why I keep saying, like, a lot of this cheetah stuff was spawned by my meditation on the aspect of hive mind. Why do people act this way? Well, like what he was saying in the first chapter of this book, he was talking about how animals behave on instinct. We do stuff based on patterns and repetition. It's ingrained into the etheric field. It's ingrained into our aura. We just do what comes easily, not what's difficult. He said in this very chapter, it's difficult to think. It's difficult for people to think because it takes an extra amount of effort that we're not used to having. Somebody earlier mentioned prana. Yeah, you mentioned prana earlier, Shango. And we're in a pattern already, right? And what has happened is that we've got just enough prana to do what we expect to do. Go to work, do something after work, go to sleep. That's how much prana we have. So in order to really reach that level of getting to know thyself, we're going to need more purified prana, better quality prana, right? How do we do that? Well, it's by saying it. You got to actually practice something. You have to actually try. There's many different methods. You can't sit there and tell me that you're not going to try any of them. Nah, I don't do that yoga shit. I mean, it's something. We have.
I know that. But
yeah, I know all that stuff, but
century.
Rana Darshan has countless meditations in it. I have at least 6 of these Bihar School yoga books that have tons of different practices. Kundalini Tantra, right? Prana and Pranayama has a couple. Like any of the books that you see from Bihar School of Yoga that's over 200 pages is going to have 100 pages of meditations in it.
They're going to have the actual tools that you utilize to fix yourself.
Yes.
In layman's terms, they got it's not going to leave you mentally jacked. Like, man, that was deep. It's not going to just be deep. It's going to actually give you something to do immediately to get out of the worry and anxiety.
Right. And even these current books are, because these were meant for these weren't like the class stuff. These were the people, if you look in the pictures, these were people visiting. Yeah. So he's giving even you don't want to do any of this yoga stuff. Pick one of these books. One of them. They got keys. You're talking about increasing prana. All of these increase prana. They all have the intention of increasing prana.
Just pick one. Like
some.
I know it sounds kind of redundant because I think most of the people that come to my channel, they're doing the work, of course. But I know every now and then we get somebody who we the God.
Chakras in the 5th dimension.
Yeah, how do I balance my heart? How do I open my third eye? And not to mention people will watch this stuff in the future. So I will sacrifice the sin of being redundant in order to get the point across. These books have what you're looking for. Trust me. I came in here with questions, right? I'm trying to do the Goesha. I'm trying to get money. I'm trying to get something to squeeze on. I'm trying to get all these things. I was there. And what I found was at the root, at the core, because I never stopped looking. I didn't get satisfied with money or something to squeeze on, right? I kept going. And what I found is that at the core of everything I was looking for is a common thread. So I'm trying to save you some time. Do what the hell you want. Please do what the hell you want. But at least consider that maybe, just maybe, one of the oldest civilizations on the planet is at the very root of the things that you're trying to learn about. The magic and spirituality and the spooky demon stuff. It don't have monsters on the cover. It don't have crazy looking sigils, but it's even more potent, right? See, look, you can look at that cover right there and be like, I don't want that shit. But then you see something with like a scary beast on it with wings and scales. And yeah, the answers are here. I'll spend $100 on that. Yeah. And what do you get? Number one, you probably don't even finish the book. Number two, after you finish it, you might not understand it because it's so fluffy and filled with filler. At best, you'll attempt the work and be like, okay, I got some results here. I wish I understood how, but I'm just going to
be this. Look, because I done bought one of those books, big as hell, probably 200 pages. This is, I think, 57 pages. And I got way more out of this book than I'll ever probably that whole series.
It's so much in. You know what makes that book so big in its smallness is because it adds on to your life. You're not just reading a book. That's not just, those would be the books that you need for your doctorate's degree.
Mm-hmm.
We're not reading books. Those shits are fucking manuals.
I got one of them. There is and they dress it up as an official BR book, but it was actually one of the authors before they even could have the credentials to write and practice this stuff. They had to basically make an essay or a dissertation, and it has basic core of this stuff. You know, it was very specific, but it was
Yeah.
having the core of these things in it. We need these are the courses. 101, 102.
And
Then
those
we
are
got to
all
take
from
the
lectures.
side class. Exactly.
Those are lectures. Those are teaching lectures right there.
That's like a one YouTube video chock full of stuff.
I love it, man. I love it. And the whole thing is they purposely brought yoga to the East to the West, because they know that the world was going to need this information. They did it on purpose. It wasn't like they did it to become the best-selling author, to be in the yoga book club or some shit. There ain't nothing wrong with that, but that's not why they did it. They did it because globally, humankind, or as Trav wrote on his chart, the species was going to need the information to change the frequency of themselves so they can evolve. Because if it doesn't go out there, they're gonna the evolution is gonna be stagnated.
And isn't that Satvik? They didn't make the information to build a following. They didn't write the books, like you said, to become a bestseller. They wrote it because, look, the human race needs this.
Is there $100 BR book anywhere? These things be cost like $26 at most.
Man, people are like, oh, well, maybe I'll get it. How much is it? Can I get the PDF? But turn around and spend all that money on a darn Become a Living God.
And Trav knows that, he told me to stop messing with the PDFs, but I didn't download them for years. I had them for years now. One thing I tell people about the PDF, man, go buy the book, man, because you might get to the 30th page of the PDF, and it goes from page 30 to page 75 right after that. You did the whole book.
The one that messed up the sigils. They messed up the sigils in a PDF I had.
All of that.
And when I went to got the official book, it was completely different.
That's what made me start. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they do that on purpose.
They do. They wait till you get good. Like I said, the book is 487 pages. You get to page 137. The next page is 190. You know what I'm saying? It's you can't read that book no more. It's like, yo, I'm missing so much information right here.
Yeah. So please, if you're somebody who's listening, but you're like, I already know all that yoga stuff, it ain't for me. Just get
this and just go. Just take
Not
this.
a good look.
Like in Infinity Words, like take the goddamn phone, nigga. Take the goddamn book. Just go. Take it. That's all you need. Matter of fact, there's a video where he breaks down this entire thing. Just take it.
You know who people want? I bet you they'll buy a Michael Ford book.
And I can't even hate on the man, because then I started breaking, like as I worked with this stuff and started applying, especially this, that's the only way he could give out there. Because if he was on the cover bald looking like this, like hell no, I ain't gonna buy that. But
Michael Ford is still a fluffinator. You know what I'm saying?
You got to do it.
Michael Ford. Michael wasn't it? Michael Ford. He's a good author, but he's a fluffinator. Like Travis said, you want the book with the book of the witch moon and all his different books, black magic, and but you skip over the book that he has on his personal bookshelf. Because authors like that, they got major books in their home. So they'll have other books over there. But the ones that he need to keep, like we keep certain books where we can grab that shit. You know what I'm saying? Michael Ford got them books. He has these books right there somewhere where he was able to grab them shits.
But think about this distillation of prana, right? Because if we're at the preeti level, we don't have that much prana. We by default consume fluff. the only way, just like movies, the only way to get messages out, we have to put all the fluff around it, then send it. It's almost like a virus. We have to disguise the actual thing we're sending in the form of proteins, so the body can like, oh, you know, it's not a threat, not a threat. And then once the Trojan horse is gone, then it'll plant seeds.
Yeah.
So when you write books, anybody, hell, just copy this, fluff it up, but it's gonna get to somebody. Eventually, if they really use it, they're gonna ditch the source material and be like, oh, okay, I see that whole shit.
You just reminded me of a gem there. That was good. So at the physical level, because what we're talking about here, what these pranas are the expression of, what these tattvas are the expression of prana. So at the Prithvi level, the prana ain't moving very much. It's stiff. That's the earth element. The prana is not moving. Rocks don't move like that. At the etheric level, the prana is circulating more fluidly. At this level, the prana is transformative, right? It's moving so much, it's transformative. And at this level, prana is moving to its max. So much so that it's called prana vayu, because this is
that heat.
Where prana pretty much is at its peak. Then you got the level of Akash, where it actually goes beyond itself. It is no longer prana, but it's the space that prana operates within. Then you expand even beyond that, and so on and so forth.
And you know what comic characters imitate those energies right there? The Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
They demonstrate that. Even when you look, even the X-Men, Storm, Wolverine, but Wolverine is a dual person because you got Wolverine, but you also have Wolverine when he's Logan is totally different from Wolverine. You know what I'm saying? And then there's different levels of fucking Logan because he's been through the war. He's mad old. You know what I'm saying? So but they all represent. So as you said earlier, when it comes to comics, people, illustrators and in particular occultists and stuff like that, even modern day compute guys that are into computer science, they're learning this in schools of higher education because of they can correlate this information with the science that they will be practically doing in their life. It keeps them balanced as well as they understand society, because the school knowledge that they're learning, they're going to manipulate society. So you have to understand the science of human nature back to its ancestral beginnings, and understanding us at an atomic level. They know that, and they manipulate it. You know what I did the other night? For a little while, I went on TikTok and I came up on a live. Now this was crazy. The dude had he had something on a microscope, and you know what I'm saying, and I'm talking about he had a professional microscope. I don't know if he was in a lab or not, but he had something on there, and he was looking at an amoeba or something like that. It was you know what I'm saying, there was the microscopic level of existence. And he was explaining, I'm looking at this shit. He got it live on there, and it's moving and it's bubbles. And somebody had asked the question, is it going to break apart? He says, well, these parts may break apart, but the only thing that doesn't break is this, I forgot what he called it. It was like the brain of this thing, and it was so small, and it was just red. He said, this right here, he said, this is what scientists are studying to find out if this has a consciousness, how they communicate. They're trying to find the language of the amoeba. You understand what I'm saying? So if you got people out there doing things on this, the understanding of the human is so minuscule compared, they already comprehend us like that. So we trying to figure that, we trying to really catch up. It's like when I went to Yale's library. There's another library in New Haven. It's called the Beinecke Rare Book Library, I believe. Beinecke Library. I used to go in there and get all kind of books, Kabbalah, and I'm not just talking about regular. I'm talking about the Sefer Yetzirah, all kind of books that they had in there, and you could never find them at your regular local library. You go into these, that's why I say that. The schools of higher learning, I know for a fact, man.
Mm-hmm. That's what Bobby Hammond said too. He said you only judge it by the library.
Things, man.
Mm-hmm. You look in like even back Vivekananda's era and whatnot, and you look at his books. Where does it say? It said this was a dissertation given at a university, invited by such and such.
And them same people that be in there listening and learning and absorbing that information be the same individuals who they keep creating something that society automatically, they are the ones who create trends and fads.
Scientifically,
they create marketing schemes and different things to get people attracted so they can purchase something, or they could add to the commerce of just society. From Apple phone to all of them, they all created their product from an organic, yogic, Vedic, no matter if they use, because once a lot of these people, they change the yoga into just basically the asana. So if they come from that or not, a little bit of the philosophy influenced them, and them are the people that create that stuff to change our minds unknowingly.
Man, I would say they go deeper. Because you look at the schools a lot of these people go to, the leadership schools, and they probably got a yogi on staff right there.
Yogi on staff, on tap.
Don't forget about.
Gotta go to that yoga class today. I don't want to learn that shit. But then that's what makes them blow up.
All of those schools that we call the presidents and stuff like that, they all have studied those philosophies. They've all studied particular concepts, like these the Navy school and all of that type of. It's like Tiger Woods' father was in the military, but he just wasn't a regular military dude. I think he was part of like some like the part of the military that was studying the mind and mind manipulation and hypnosis. Tiger Woods' father was doing that shit in the military. So then you wonder what. Now you know how Tiger Woods became here. His father hypnotized them to be that. Because don't forget that Tiger Woods was playing golf when he was like fucking 6 years old. At a mastery level. Because the mind is programmable. So that's another thing that we're learning through Trav. We're reprogramming our fucking minds.
Yeah, and that goes into some scars as well. What I started realizing with these books is that they're not particularly negative in quality or something to be discarded, but we covered in both Karma Yoga and Mantra and Yantra is that we could now, like, say this, because this is some of my personal practice. When I do my japa, I get the yantra, I got my mala beads. Then, as I begin my practice, some scars, of course, come up. But what I start to do is the sound associated with that memory, now I'm replacing it with the sound of the mantra. The images I get, now I'm replacing it with the image of the yantra. If we're doing the 3 sense style, then I'm going to envision myself, do the Franz Barton technique, envision those 3 senses inside that yantra. So that experience overrides my current memory, overrides some scars. So now these samskaras are not functioning from something material. Now they're functioning from an immaterial essence.
And that right there is the level of meditation that I use the same technique because that's the purpose for us doing it, to not be influenced by even our own self or anything. That's inner peace.
External.
That's crazy. It's good to be connected with you guys because we get to, as they say, iron sharpens iron. It's not that we're it's pulling swords out when we're trying to, but it sharpens our mind and it makes us go back and study harder and then we expand ourselves. It's a constant learning. It keeps you this keeps you youthful as well. This keeps a good energy to from a person who can become, you know what I'm saying? Some people become lethargic in their life.
Mm-hmm. Ain't nothing but prana. Prana gain.
That's what it is. Your prana.
Looking at the different levels of memory and mind, you know, it's difficult to avoid the aspect of, like what you were mentioning with Tiger Woods' dad, you know, mind control and all that stuff, because you start applying the small things to the large things. Human nature as a whole is a lot like the body. The body is only ruled by a small percentage of the mind. I was on live stream playing Xbox, and someone was in the party, and I mentioned we were talking about the human race at large. And I said, one way to look at it is that the human race as a whole is a big, stupid animal. The potential of the individual is divine, right? The individual can do universe shifting things for sure. But as an expression, the majority of the human animal is a big, dumb animal. And because of this, that small percentage of those who are accessing their potential, they have no choice but to govern the beast. That's their job, to govern the beast. That's what you're supposed to do when you become wise, to help the unwise become wise, to tame, to discipline. That's why Christ had the 12 disciples. He taught them, right? And then once they learned, they went out into the world and did their thing. The same way that the Swami has the students, the same way that when the teacher's right, the student appears. So let's analyze this now. So when we're looking at these conspiracy theories, we're looking at these different fears, where is this coming from? It's coming from people who are afraid and have a lack of data. So of course we're going to jump to fear. Of course they're trying to kill us all. Of course it's chemtrails with nanobots and 5G's burning up at the school. You know, of course all these different things. Of course they're saying, oh, they control the weather now and HARP is doing this, that, and a third. But see, you're saying all this stuff without any understanding. For example, if you understood how advertising works, they can just let you run wild with these conspiracy theories, and that's enough. You're so afraid of them controlling the weather, you don't even go outside no more. You're so afraid of chemtrails and invisible pieces of metal dropping out the sky, you don't even go outside anymore. You're so afraid of we don't even know what happened with Corona, right? But you're so afraid you won't even stand next to people, give hugs, none of that stuff. So due to our ignorance, we have all these fearful conspiracy theories. But when you begin getting wisdom, understanding how yourself works, and then you understand how the world works, a lot of that fear begins to dissolve and you see it for what it is.
Or to objectify, like as you say, what's measured is managed. So we have to measure these particular leverages and components of a machine we're looking at, or we're looking at the organs of this giant beast.
Mm-hmm.
And so we could have no fear. We don't look at a wolf anymore and be like, oh shit, that's bad omen or whatever. You know, you can look at it and be like, that's a Africanus didantius or some shit. And you won't, you know, it takes the fear out of it.
And that's how they manage people too. You just said that you measured what you just said.
What's measured is managed.
What's measured is managed. So what do we manage all the time? Time. So the whole thing is that's how they know the time limits of these measurements, of these actions that they put out there, because they know how long it'll last. Like Travis said, they already know how to, if they, like you said, if they really wanted to, they'll have everybody in the house forever. Because if they'll hit you with the whole, can't go out the outside, everybody needs to have a filtration system put on their house to filter your air. You can only be outside 3 hours a day and all of that. That shit, look what they already did. Like, you know, so it's you have to be able to control your own workings of your mind, of basically your whole system, the Antakarana. Like I learned this thing. I was learning through one book I was reading. It's called the Abhava. You could derive impressions. You not derive. You can create your own samskara upon your mind. It's Abhava. It's created from your own personal observation and experiment. It doesn't come from your memory. It doesn't come from past experience, and it doesn't come from knowledge derived from something else. It comes from your self-created personal observation. That's sankalpa, because it's deliberate, it's conviction, it's willingness to change. Like Trav said, that's what we have to do. When Maestro he gave the meditation process, he's deliberately knowing what he's doing, and he's in his conviction, meaning that's the energy that you derive. So if you know how to work your chakras, that's coming from the solar plexus. That's where conviction and willing come from. Like I'm gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? When you get like that, like the Rocky energy. That's what that represented. That represented that solar plexus and your heart, anahata. Those have to be working in accordance with each other, because them working in accordance with each other eliminates doubt and worry in your actions. I fight a lot with that right there. From the willingness,
that's NLP as well,
and the action of the heart, creating something within my mind which causes a resistance, and I won't do it.
In NLP, they call that our incongruence. We feel one way and we operate another. But just like you said with Sankalpa, or we could use the five senses to create a state we would like. That's coming from us.
Yeah.
Then replace the false belief, or we replace this certain idea that we had, the limiting idea that we had, so that when we do go after something, we're acting 100% accordance. There's no use in saying you're doing yoga and you don't even got this. Like
you don't even know
you're
what
not
that
doing
is.
any of that.
I asked somebody who said they do yoga. I said, well, which limb are you? What do you mean which limb? I said,
both legs.
I said, never mind after that. Once they didn't know, and I wasn't doing it, but I guess I was. I wanted to know, like, how much do you know? Because you got the look of the yogini. But so let me ask you, have you ever heard of?
You got the outer expression of the yogini.
But really it's not. That's what I mean about all your chakras got to work together. You can't just have this deep passion without having the heart to see it through.
That's out here, there's a lot of people that I meet that are Kundalini yoga instructors. I always ask, so okay, what are your practices, or what are your sadhanas? And then they'll, I haven't really done that, blah, blah, blah. And 2 weeks later, I'll see them doing a class like scrolling through the Instagram stories, hosting a class. I mean, I thought you said you didn't even do this. So then it becomes what? I don't even think Kali Yuga is like a corruption of these things. I just think now in Kali Yuga, it's just a way of making money now. Like it's just like just how you could go work somewhere, you could recite something. No, not even.
You just described my fear from wanting to really do a YouTube thing. I don't want, because it's like this is and I'm exposing myself. I'm getting it out. The more that I speak it out, the more I'm confronting it by exposure. That's my fear. I don't want to be all of a sudden I'm doing something and then people be like, nah, this motherfucker's trying to do the same thing Trav was doing, and he fucking
say, hey, fuck it.
Because it's so much garbage that's going on. I ain't never been a garbage nigga ever in my life. You understand what I'm saying?
And think about it also, the type of person who would say that, they don't know shit anyways.
Still talking about demons.
Because people crazy. I came across fucking, as I was watching TikTok with the dude with the whole Magus gold, I came across, his name is now General Aten, I think, once AKA Young Pharaoh. What has happened? I'm just saying this is I'm going left right now. What has happened to this dude, man? Have y'all seen this new yo? You got to be careful with folk out here. That's what I'm saying. What these people be putting themselves on YouTube and all of this, and all of a sudden something happens and they didn't went crazy or something.
And so we're talking about what we were learning about in the Kabbalah book about Gibra just last night. Basically, if the inner faculties are not brought into a sense of balance, right, with how they interwork with each other, right? There's no standard for balance. Like, you can't look at somebody and say, okay, let me be like that. You're looking at yourself and all these inner faculties that we've been talking about today, right? The ego attachment, which is ahamkara, the buddhi, the manas, the chitta, the memory. If all those things work together fluidly, solidly in a system, it doesn't matter what you come across, because you're going to know how to allocate it and how to respond to it and how to preempt, right? But if there's a leak in the system, it will be found. If there is any type of corruption, if there's anything that doesn't line up, it's going to be exposed. It's inevitable. So it hurts bad when someone does have their ego exalted to a level where those exposures will be made evident.
That's all it does. We just expand the balloon with the hole in it. As the balloon expands, the hole expands. We're looking at a giant hole. The bigger that, or like we have a cracked table, the more weight, the more stuff we put on it, it's eventually going to cave in. But is your table fully patched? Is your framework fully patched?
Back to addressing, maintain your frame. Are you capable?
But that frame has to be strong as well. These are just corners of the frame. Next book is the picture inside of it. Is it strong enough? When somebody says something or something external happens, will you falter? Even if you have a weak will, the best way you can hold on to that is to fully, let me pull up this book. Is to fully extract.
Can you associate each book with the Sephirah and make a tree of life out of the books?
Or can you fall back on this? Will you go back to Jesus? Or are you about to fall back on this? That's ultimately it. Will you fall back on these right here? Or are you going back to Jesus when shit gets rough?
See, look, let's say a person here and an old Christian lady both come into an experience that can be potentially terrifying. That old Christian lady is going to maintain her frame. Why? Because she got something to fall back on. She knows her Lord and Savior is going to take care of her. She knows it, right? Whatever she's facing, it is not bigger than her Lord, her sweet Jesus. Hell, white Jesus, if she like that. But you over here, you just found out about, demons and Goetia and stuff. And you gonna call on Beelzebub to save you? No, because you don't really believe it, and you haven't realized it, right? And furthermore, you're still afraid because of self-preservation. You're identifying with the flesh, the body. You're afraid of death, afraid of pain. Nothing happened yet. You're just faced with the threat. See, some people break down when faced with the threat.
It's like the example of Django Bot.
That's me. Damn.
Yeah, that's all of us at a level. That's what this stuff is for. Yeah.
Right.
But that's what this stuff is for. Once we have that foundation, we start applying weight. We start putting pressure. This is why I like Arius. When I had a consultation with him, and even though I knew this stuff, he still asked me. I mentioned Tawas. He said, "What are Tawas?" Not even listen to recordings. I hear myself like, "Ugh." But we have to strain the table, or we have to see how strong the links are on the chain. And that's all this, like I said, Trav's given these books right here, given everything you need, given the launch pad. It ain't it. At the end of the day, it ain't it. It's a launch pad, but it ain't. Don't think of space, of course, but have the launch pad in place. So any hardship, anything external, just like me, if I want to hop on YouTube right now, I probably could, not my thing, but I can't falter.
you know what it's like with these books, how you described that beautifully, man. You know what it's like. What came to my mind, like I always like to use sports as an example. It's like a college level football player is not getting the same technical training in football as he's going to get when he goes to the league.
Mm-hmm.
When you go into the NFL, it's a whole different level of technicians who are going to teach you. They got an offensive coach just for your position. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a lot of tech. That's what we're reading. We're getting the league level, and not just information, actual techniques. Like when we read JNANA, and I always laugh too, because I always say the trap. We got the Kaya Stray hymn, and we never ever finished that book. It became like, oh shit, is this where we're it was the restart.
It was the pad. It was the
That
launch
was
pad.
it.
That's all it was.
If anybody go back to when those books, when you went through, because I always remember, because I know when I can, you was on Ophiel.
Mm-hmm.
Then you went into Mystical Kabbalah. Then you went into
that was a little rocky, little shaky.
Which one you said, Trav?
Initiation Hermetics. That was the first shakeup.
And then that one, I think I came in around that time, and it's been on since. The elevation has been, it took off, like Maestro said. Once we got to the Bahar School books, it was like, oh shit,
yeah,
this is league level information. We didn't made it to the big league,
right? And even
no more
that
mystery, and no more somebody giving, like, just somebody like skirting, because people who write books, that's what they do. They write very good books, but they're not giving you any fucking thing.
Look, see, did Swami give us a spell? Did he give us a spell yet?
It was one spell.
He gave one mantra.
You know how I found out about spells when it came to the Indian culture because I had to go search that myself. But the Bahar school teachers, they don't talk about nothing about no spells. But there are mantras and yantras out there that are utilized for spell work. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of that too in the Indian culture. It's a lot of what they call it when you have like you believe something, or superstitions. It's a lot of that in that culture too.
Because it doesn't have the framework. It don't have the launch pad.
No. It's all this. It represents the level of going through the levels of emanation. It has to become what? Densified. So through the culture of India, like my homeboy at the gas station, and nigga, them people don't practice none of this.
Buddy,
what do you mean, buddy? You got to pray all day. Oh, mom. He made a fucking joke of the shit. I was like, damn, and I thought you was devout to some shit or something. Like, what? No, buddy, I gotta run the store. What the fuck you mean? I'm getting your money.
Nobody has time for this.
They don't have time for that, but they superstitious. You know why? Because he got the picture of Lakshmi in the store, and he burns his incense every morning. So he has some sort of he has some sort of sadhana that he does for business based off of the subtle essences of what that means in his culture, but it's been utilized for what? Fucking box himself into Malkuth for the purpose of what? Coming to America to get the almighty dollar.
Even so, like what we look at a lot of this stuff like crystals, or even that practice that you gave there, getting the incense, getting the mango, whatever. That was probably like a doctor given to someone, like it was given by a guru, prescribed to someone for a specific purpose, hundreds of years ago. Then someone's like, hey man, this guru hit me up with this mantra, bro, you got to try this. This person uses the mantra, it works for money or something. Like, I got $2, you could use it. And then it goes from person to person. That's superstition. The root is that it started from that Akash. But next level, hit that value. He said, hey, it worked. You got to try this. Hit the Agni, hit the Abbas.
Yeah.
But
See,
by the
we can
time
call it
5 generations is 50.
perversion of the profane in arcane language. That's why you don't give high science to the regular populace, because they're gonna do it. They profane it. As it says, you cast not thy pearls before swine, lest they trample them under their feet. They don't know the value of the information. And I watched a TED talk with one of them talking about that. India has lost the value of their culture. They're forgetting their ancient culture and how valuable that part of the world of the earth gave the like we read it. That should give you the key to transformation. And by us being from where we're from and our level of study, it's now can be utilized with all your other practices with so much more control and focus now. That's what it is. We did a lot of rituals throughout the years out of an emotional state, which was not a very clear and focused mind state.
Nope.
A lot of emotion.
Peace and greetings to everyone who just joined us in the chat. Corporeal Chaos Consulting. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. You create your reality. Peace, peace. J Cam, peace. J Cam says, I'm not too fond on crystals, but are they really worth it? Be honest. I don't know too much of them. So the thing is, a big part of this book and today's talk is about the awareness and how you're interpreting the reality. If your mind is constantly focused on the external aspect of things, you're going to be dissipated and weak in your power, because you're going to be scattered because you're trying to cling to things that change constantly, and that's going to cause dissonance because you're expecting something to not change, but it's doing nothing but change. Whereas the higher aspect of Buddhi is taking that same awareness, instead of focusing on the external nature, you begin to turn inward and analyze the self, analyze the process of the mind, analyze the structure of the mind, analyze what exactly is happening, how you relate to it, what is you and what are you relating to, right? Analyzing the position of the observer and analyzing what is being observed. And what you'll find is that things are not what they seemed to be at first glance, and that nothing is as it seems to be on the surface level. Most people just live based on surface level. So they cut on their Instagram and they see somebody with like some crazy bling and counting stacks of money, and they think, wow, this is a good example of a man. He gets shit done. This is a stand-up American and I want to be just like him. Not realizing that there's so much going on behind the scenes that if you truly knew, you would never have those words come out of your mouth. But see, that's the plight of being focused on the external. And if you just take, say, like your question, if you just take a crystal or a rock and you look online and someone says, oh, this rock balances your chakra, and this rock brings good luck, and this rock protects you against negative energy. That's all surface level stuff, because like, how can you verify that? You're literally just going off of the word of some anonymous person online with some pretty pictures. So the only way to really know if crystals work is if you select one yourself and do that same exact process that I mentioned of self-analysis. How do you relate to this crystal, this rock? What does it do for you? When you see it, what feeling does it pull up within you? Look at the correspondences. Maybe analyze why throughout history they gave lists of these correspondences. But the important thing is to check the correspondences and then check the results of your experience with it. I cannot tell you whether or not crystals work. I'm gonna say yeah. I could also say no, but don't base it on what I say. What happened when you tried it? That'll go for anything, not just crystals, not just incense and whatever else people are using. Nothing on the external, none of that matters. What matters is how you're relating to it, how you're accessing it. Let me know if that answers your question. Alicia M., I'm happy that you finally got a hold of some of that. Let me know how your experience goes. Gang Stalking Simulation says, what up, TK Trev? I'm working with the Goetias because the CIA placed me on the blacklist, enemy of the state. Well, hopefully, the Goetia can help to give you a clean perspective on things. J Cam says, damn, yo, my thing is I'm at the point where I realized that nothing outside of myself can save me. Yes, it did, thank you. Mind in awe. Right, right. So if we're continually focused on external things, our mind is fluctuating. Our mind is scattered. Our mind is lost. There's no strength there because we're constantly tossed to and fro. The more that we focus on external things, the more that we are being manipulated by the ego, not by any external force, not by any group even, right? I don't personally, I don't care what happens. Like, hell, all those groups could be stalking me too. Let them. I'm giving them something good to watch. Shit, I stalk me too, right? And that's okay. I don't care. I got work to do. I ain't worried about them people. Hell, you know what? What I got going on here is so potent. If they were following me, some of them might drop off the case because they done found something better than what they've been indoctrinated with. That's how much I believe in what I'm doing. What I'm doing is more important than what anybody else has to say or do. You feel me? So like, you know, and just going off of what you said, gang stalking simulation, blacklist, CIA, ABC, NAACP, it don't matter. I got work to do. I'm doing my thing. They can watch like everybody else, but they're not going to stop me. Because if they were going to, they would have already. Non-attachment is what I really mean. Non-attachment is the key. Non-attachment. It doesn't matter what anybody else is doing. It doesn't matter what anybody else is doing. Because at the end of the day, we look at them as groups and it's a lot more intimidating. But when you break things down to the component constituent parts, it isn't a group, it's individual human beings who are at work doing what they're getting paid to do. It's not personal. Even if that was happening, that's someone's job and they have to go to work just like you got to go to work, and they probably hate it just like you hate it, right? So when you really start looking at it like that, you can really start to strip away a lot of the fear and the negative influence that you pull from it. Because look, when it's time to die, it's time to die. What am I cling to life for? So I can keep paying rent? So I can keep shitting out everything delicious that I eat? So I can keep having to wake up in the morning? I gotta roll out the bed, open my eyes, get started. So I can keep doing this every day? And you know what? Those same people are doing that too. They still have to wake up with that alarm, beep, beep, beep. Time to stalk homeboy on YouTube, right? And get paid for it and pay rent and shit out the good food they eat with that money. They got to do the same thing you got to do. We're all in this. We're all the same. That's what I mean. I didn't say everybody's no rainbow coalition. What I'm saying is we're all dealing with the same scenario here. This supersedes all that stuff. This is more important than all that.
We have the same components. Different cars, sure. Different brands, sure. But it's the same. You still got your engine. You still got your radiator. You still got electrical system, AC, whatever. But the confusion or corruption comes We're at that square and we think we're different.
Right.
We're special.
It feels like us versus them down here. It feels like them against me. It feels like we got to do X, Y, Z. We got to get such and such back. We got to reclaim. We got to. There ain't no we gotta from this perspective. It's about perspectives. You looking at it from down here if you're talking about we gotta, and they're trying to do this. Chemtrails, HARP, what else? Clones and,
Population control.
Population control, the Georgia Guidestones. I'm not saying that stuff isn't real, but what I'm saying is from this perspective, of course it's terrifying because you're viewing yourself as one of the scared animals running around clinging for self-preservation. But if you see it from this perspective, because JNANA yoga is about know thyself, which is more than just this, it's knowing the whole self. When you know thyself, none of that stuff matters. If it's time to die, it's time to die. What are we going to cling to?
Or you're at your cousin's house playing with the toys and it's time to go.
Right. You can't take the toy with you. You can kick, scream, and cry, but you're still leaving. And you know what? You're going to see him again. Enjoy what we got right now, non-attachment. And yeah, it's easy to say from a perspective of being comfortable, but I've been through the fire myself. I will say the same thing if I have to go back. Gun in my face. Time to die, it's time to die. Because I know. You're not finna scare it out of me. I don't care who you are. And plus, I know that you don't, so you definitely not finna scare me. You try to intimidate me, you're an idiot. I'm not afraid of you. If you try to intimidate me, you're against yourself. So yeah, don't worry about that stuff, bro. Don't leave that alone. It's only distracting you from your purpose. You got way more potential and way more stuff to do than worry about peons.
Man. I mean, it is divine at the end of the day. Like, we know that there is a informal caste system of all species, and conspiracies, just a modern way of so we don't have mass catastrophe. Now we could just to roll out a conspiracy, and then you keep X amount of people down. It's like, all right, like it's really more efficient. Because I think today's so bad, it used to be blah blah blah. But if you really look at all of human history compared to now,
and
it's so controlled in a way where it's so efficient. Like, to even look at wars or school shootings or something, that's now a part of a system, but it's so precise. It's not random. Even though, yes, there's tremendous loss of life. Compare it to what you look in that book right there. Compare it to what used to happen. We don't go around just bashing in heads like crazy. Like, it's not tribal out here.
Right. Back in the day, you could be sitting there peacefully with your family, and you look outside and see a gang of Vikings pulling up. You know what time it is for your wife. You know what time it is for your kids, and you know what time it is for you. Thankfully, we don't live in those times. Some countries do, even today. Some countries do still live with that. Yeah, we can complain about today's world, but I'd rather be grateful.
Even that's a system right there. That's still part of Gebra and Gedula.
Yes.
It's a lower form, albeit, or a lower expression, but it's still part of the process. I was talked to somebody probably like a year ago, and it's like and it was kind of funny because he brought up my old perspective that I never really addressed as I moved on from this stuff or to this stuff. And he's like, oh, the Catholic Church, they came around, murdered people, blah, blah, blah. And then I had to, like, I broke down Kabbalah to him and I was like, look, that's, and he was calling it masculine. That was his whole hang up. And I'm like, well, one, it's on the feminine side, like it's a feminine principle, it's on the feminine pillar. And two, if we take it back to the first really spiritual science, Hinduism, the like absolute embodiment of war is Durga. That's a female.
Yeah, I got Durga behind me. And it is a
But,
female.
no, I
Kali.
was gonna say like, but it's still a principle. It's not some rogue human shit. We're not doing anything outside of our programming, no matter
Right.
what we do.
Gareth Knight broke this down so nicely in A Practical Guide to Kabbalistic Symbolism. That was my favorite chapter on Gibura that I've ever seen, because he goes to show that it's not just personal human anger and rage and warfare. No, it's part of a system. Because people look at Jupiter, Chesed, and they think, oh, that means if I tap into that, I'll get rich and get wealthy and have abundance. But see, abundance left unchecked can be horrible. Right? What if you stepped outside and the air was filled with, what would they say on the news the other day? A bunch of spiders are flying in now, dropping out the sky. That kind of abundance, I highly doubt you will be celebrating.
Or like Snake Island. Every 2 steps you step is a snake. Who wants that?
That's Gibura. That's Jupiter, right? So it's contextual. These are cosmic principles that are contextual. And then they still operate within humanity. If humanity begins to, it's not somebody's call. Here we go again about this New World Order stuff and the Illuminati and all that stuff. People are like, oh, population control, they're trying to kill us all. Well, think about it. If the human race actually is reaching a certain limit to where the balance is offset, nature is going to do the correction. So guess what? And you're not going to like this. Nature can behave through humans as well. Just because maybe some corporations got together and said, hey, we need to kill a bunch of people. Even if that was true, you're not finna, we got to stand up against it. No, nature inspired them to do that because nature requires it. When it's time to die, it's time to die.
It's like yesterday in the chat, I'm not going to cite the specific phenomenon, but we've turned it into a straight up entity or a straight up force because it's not a verb anymore. Now it's a noun. If it's a noun, it's either going to be something of form or something of force. It's not, or it could be a person, place, or thing, or a force. It's not a physical thing, so now it's a force. Now this stuff, it's more accurate technically because now it's ruling over people. But even if that weren't a phenomenon or something that happened to humans could do, there will be some other way to exterminate their life at the end of the day. They will die at the exact same time, no matter what you try to do.
Right. And the emphasis here is it's beyond personal. It's not like somebody is figuring out to do this. It's against you specifically. This is going on at the species level. The world wars that happen, those are too big of events for just like a couple of people to be like, yeah, let's go to war. No, that's happening on a planetary level. The planet said
that happened 8 times. We only studied 2. That happened 8 damn times.
That we have recorded.
Recorded
Times.
So that's not even, I don't even count that on a species level. That's straight up God form. Some places were terraformed. When they were fighting in World War I with all the artillery and whatnot in trenches, they were digging up as they were doing all this stuff, as artillery was blowing up the ground, as they were digging trenches, they're finding old stuff from the medieval ages, like dead knights and shit.
Damn. Well, yeah, that would be God form level, and we could relate that to the Gibera God form, right? Yeah, so this should start to take away the fear of this Illuminati and they're doing this to us and we gotta, like, it's deeper than a couple of scary old white men with money. Like, it's deeper than that. What did Panic say? Why you want to be white?
Or why you want to be rich. But even this is they're dropping keys in this, bro. I hate Trump. He's around. What you looking at?
Trump
I
and
can't even.
Kiyosaki wrote a book.
I can't even look at that on the Asaya level.
Hold on.
Like my perception is not even messed up on that. How? Man, he displays game, but that goes to show you why his stuff works, because people get triggered by it. There's nothing to get triggered by. It's like being mad because you're watching a chess game and then the other person's winning. Like, why are you mad?
You know what that would that be? Those be the
What?
veils. Veils of the truth. All they're doing, they're demonstrating that kind of way. It's like a guru. We know, we've read it, that some gurus will on purpose act crazy and out of control just to basically throw you off on purpose. So what about these people who don't even control themselves? Like Travis spoke about nature as I came back in the room. They're not controlling themselves, so they're not controlling their actions. All they are is just a tool for nature to use. And they demonstrate what appears to us outlandish behavior. But that outlandish behavior is nothing but the veil of Parakeet.
Can you see behind this?
Can you
Do
see
you just see a
behind
fat
that?
man on a turtle, or do you see behind it?
Do you see Trump? Do you see Trump and see racism, or do you be like, yo, this dude's a rich individual. He has to have some kind of a formula for getting where he's at.
Yes. Same with all these politicians, right? How many people are looking at Joe Biden and, oh, sleepy, sleazy Biden. He can't even stay awake and give a speech. Do you understand that this man was involved with MK Ultra? He knows what he's doing, I promise you. And I'm not just saying that. His name is in the fucking credits of the book. These people know what they're doing.
A co-director.
All of them. And it's all chosen. It's what I just said. What was the word? I forgot it. Sankalpa. It's they do it willingly. On purpose. It's purposeful. We see Kamala, she got that old fucking robot looking thing. It's on purpose. All of that shit.
They don't see nothing wrong.
This old president, you don't know. You think you make it up to that level of public appearance on some dumb shit?
No.
Even with
With that being said, you think that Will Smith's gonna get up on stage and slap Chris Rock at the Oscars just out of some dumb shit? You got to be smarter than that. But we know how it is.
A cult is happening, and people they because they're losing their ability to think abstractly. That's what basically leads to transcendence. Even what appears to be the abstract could be utilized for moksha, liberation, all of that. Don't forget that it's called the Fool card. The Fool card is the highest card. The Joker.
Who is also Giburah, by the way. The Joker relates to Giburah's not just god of warfare. He's also the Joker. Laughing chaos.
It represents Alif, the beginning. That starts off the whole deck. It's the beginning. The beginning has what? That's why he has no consciousness. If you really, really pay attention, it has so much symbolism. He's not paying attention to himself as a physical individual. Look at his head. He's in the fucking cosmos. He's in that image of that. He's demonstrating. What we're seeing is not what's consciously going on. We think, oh, we're stepping off. You know, we got all the correspondences, but we're really not seeing what we're seeing. His mental level is completely demonstrate. He's in the quintessence of what we see. So we see all of this stuff in the world. We went through Corona, people die from sicknesses and stuff like this. That's always happening. it's no different than a hurricane coming through and destroying a part of the United States, Louisiana. We don't understand why. How did that happen? Because that's how nature works.
Hurricane
That's
Chris.
what it is.
Hey,
If
baby.
it was Muslims are the first thing alhamdulillah. They always praising, or they always keeping their eyes conscious on the Most High. But like, that right there was an action of God, and some people are sincere about it. They're not. You have people that are Christians that are really sincere. They're not really. Some of them are not dumb. They're not worshiping white. They not have images of white Jesus. They have
It's
no
the white
image.
man.
They
It's the
just
white
don't
man's
have
religion.
an image. You understand what I'm saying? They don't get involved in that. But when it comes to like their worship lifestyle, some of them really take that shit seriously, and they are good practitioners of Christianity
Or bhakti. In
or
that sense.
bhakti. You know what I'm saying? So it's all about these demonstrations of what we are physically experiencing is really doesn't have anything to do with anything. It's really what you're abava. It's what you are instantly creating while you're interacting with what you're experiencing. You are either attaching to it or you are not associating with what you're experiencing. So you can create a brand new samskara by speculation. Not one that existed in the timelessness of self, a new one. Which means what? You are actually really a God. Because you're creating, so your own world, as we say, is what you're creating in the sun, is in the memory system. What are you going to manifest next? Are you going to manifest more fear of not creating a YouTube channel? Or are you going to manifest the power and the energy and the whole totality of self and utilize all the elements, as above, so below? Nothing's missing in creation. Nothing is wrong in creation. When you see wolves rip apart deers and shit that just was born because they smelt it, that shit is not violent. That's not it's not nothing to say, oh, that's messed up. No, that's life. That's real. That's experience. No different than having a baby born in a hospital and they get fucking 10 injections 3 minutes out of the womb. They've instantly given you 10 injections into the human form.
Encephorus.
All kind of stuff. When you know what I'm saying? So that's when you have to take that into analyses and be like, well, what benefits me from contemplating this reality that I experienced? Am I going to internalize it? What are the things that we are internalizing? You know what I'm saying?
What are we internalizing? But what holds that internalization? It ends up being the mind, but we think again that we're special. I saw a little small documentary recently. This goes in with, it's not in human nature to fight, blah, blah, blah. Or there was 2 documentaries. Actually, one was of a lion that I think the hyenas were on its territory, so didn't even eat them. And we were like, oh, if you kill an animal, you gotta eat it, blah, blah, blah. But this lion, when the hyenas were on its territory, he just killed him. Like, he was out for blood.
Yeah.
So that's natural. And then there's another one I had to watch for one of my classes. It was of chimps, and the woman kept going to Kenya and going to her home and like back and forth over decades. And at one time too, the giant group of chimps split up. And then when she came back, they all it was straight up warfare. They were chasing the members of the opposite group down and killing them. So, well, it's not in our nature. We're peaceful creatures. No. Who said that? Where's that
Right.
coming from? This is natural. It's not anything outside of you. It wouldn't even exist if it was, truly.
Exactly.
And
We're
that's
dealing
what
with cosmic principles.
Yeah. If it's demonstratable, we would copy that or model it, and we would demonstrate it through the experience.
And again, it's helpful to keep in mind you're not necessarily doing anything new. It's just that your understanding of what's already happening is becoming refined. You already demonstrate all these cosmic principles, but as Shango said in a phrase earlier, you're being used by nature until you become that which uses nature. Until you recognize your nature, you're a part of it. So Afro Samurai in the chat asks, how has working with Tatwa's exercises increased your spiritual understanding? Tremendously, because you don't know that you're nature until you see what's beyond nature. And working with the Tatwas give you a realization and experience of what exists as being more than just your physical body. Because if you haven't had that experience, you haven't had it. And you can only talk about what someone else has said or what you speculate about it. But when you do these meditations, specifically taught with Shuti, which is one that I keep referencing, don't ask me my experience. Have you done it? Don't wait.
Read the book. First off, get that frame.
I've been talking about taught with Shuti for a long time now. I mean, you might be new to my channel. That's cool. But if you're not new to my channel, then why don't you have the book yet? Why haven't you tried the meditation yet? Right? But if you are new, then I would highly suggest checking it out, because Taught with Shuti gives you a clean, clear-cut meditation that allows you to experience this exact thing that I'm showing right here. The Tattwas are the building blocks of reality.
And you don't have to buy anything but the book. You don't have to buy no ashwagandha herbs. You don't have to buy quartz. You don't have to burn dragon's blood. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, because I love dragon's blood. But I'm saying what Trav is saying, you can have the actual practices in Tat with Shuti of what to do, so you begin to answer your own questions.
Right. That's another thing. I don't run around listen, it's nothing wrong with asking questions. Please ask questions until you get your answers. But what I'm illustrating is a different level. What I've noticed is that I've asked so many questions that I started just listening, right? Because we ask questions, we're pretty noisy. Being an early Christian, always praying, God, if you just help me get this, if you just help me get that, that's noisy. You want to get to a level where you become grateful. Lord, I'm just grateful for another day. I'm grateful for this, grateful for that. What you find is that the questions start getting answered. So instead of running around asking so much, I've come to the point now that if I'm still, I find that the answers already exist. And you know what? There may be times where I don't get the answer immediately. And you know what I do? I'm still grateful and I'm still patient. And when it comes right on time. See, that's a different mindset from constantly asking questions all the time. One more time, there's not a problem with asking questions. I'm talking about the context. If your goal is to learn, ask and test. Ask and test. Don't just test. Don't just ask. Study and practice. Because once you do that enough, you get past the need to ask.
You know something, Trav? Which was important, that the path that, saying that you enlightened for a lot of people is that the Indian culture and even the Japanese culture, or Asian culture, they all have these systems how to balance yourself.
Mm-hmm.
If you think about us, we live in the United States of America. This is a country we live in. We
Mm-hmm.
don't have any system that's ancient that we practice for the balance of our inner being.
We got
I think we got one actually.
They'll say psychology, and of course we have indigenous culture here. Now, you know, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying don't think I don't know. I'm just saying as a whole, you got when you people think of India, instantly their mind gonna say, oh, yoga. You think of China, you think of Japan or China, you're gonna think of some kung fu or something like that, or whatever. But it's gonna be attached to their traditional culture. And it's going to also be attached to something that's going to lead you into an inner forceful being. You're going to be calm. It helps you be calm. It helps you get in shape.
I think we do have one. We do have one. It's
We
just
got one, all right.
What we got?
This is right here. We got this right here.
I get it. Financial culture.
I mean, also like military. If you look at military, now it may not necessarily be spiritual, but if followed the way that it's supposed to be, if when going through the training, it does give you a level of discipline and self-analysis and worldly analysis. It's not going to make you enlightened, but it's going to definitely discipline that animal, that wild, stupid beast.
I got you. As far as the discipline, a system to obtain a supreme focus.
And even with wealth, you can't anybody could be rich per se, but wealth to actually generate it, like if everybody took away your money and you had to start over, that type of mindset, that in itself is a discipline. That's a system. That's to even understand money at a fundamental level. That's abstract. You can't teach the concept of money to a monkey. It's just not. It doesn't even have the brain capacity for that. But we're talking about the probably the angelic level, the archangelic level, the God form level of money. So it's not what we see, but it's way beyond that. But to even do that, you have to have a discipline or a formula or a refined
like you mentioned earlier, the book that's a powerful and an excellent book. The book about money you mentioned about
Richest Man in Babylon.
Richest Man in Babylon. His name was a Cad. You know, the person who gave me that book, I was an account manager for Color Time years ago. Color Time is like rent a center. You rent shit, TVs and shit like that. And this man's name was Mike. He owned like 3 or 4 of them. Mike was a millionaire. You know what I'm saying? Mike had money, but he was accessible to me. He talked and all of that. Boom, he was cool. So one day Mike said, hey, I want you to read this book. He gave it to me. He gave me 2 books. He gave me The Richest Man in Babylon, and he also gave me Think and Grow Rich. And Mike, he had asked me one day a question, and this what led him to giving me the book. He said, we were talking about something, and I said, man, I can't get that right now. I don't got no money like that. He said, what do you mean? He said, you earn a wage. He said, I pay you a wage. He said, are you paying yourself? And he broke down this whole science of paying yourself a particular amount, and then the rest of the money, basically, you already know it doesn't belong to you. It's for your bills and all kind of shit. So he broke down this whole formula. So like Maestro was saying, financial culture, and you're right, that is. And I always said that American culture is financial. This is why people literally risk life and limb to come here, because it's because of money. You know, they don't come here to fucking find the guru. You know, they may come to find a financial guru. So that's true, man. That and a cat, like I said, he gave his money to the dude. There was a friend of his. He had a ship, and he was always going overseas. So this is like assumption too, when you do, because he told him how to save a particular money, and you put it away until you get enough to invest the money. So he gave his first investment money capital
to a bum,
to a dude who just basically, they just go to other countries for trading, and the nigga ain't know nothing about gyms. How many times have we did that? I'm gonna say that at a basic street level. How many times have you given your money to your homeboy, talk about he know the dude who got that fire? He got some good green, and you give him your money, and the nigga come back with a fucking bag of parsley.
brown
So I'm not saying
dried
I'm
up
just saying it was
grass.
garbage. Like, yo,
Pack of parsley is that bad?
because he didn't know the formula. He claimed to know a formula to get a particular thing, but didn't do it. So that's the
I'll tell you,
same
like,
thing with this.
that happened to me in November. I got all excited about crypto, but I didn't know anything about it. So this guy's making these YouTube videos. Hey guys, any day now it's gonna blow. It's gonna blow to the moon, to the moon. I didn't know anything about it, but I was so excited. I told, my brother and his friend and another friend, and one guy was like, "Well, look, Trev, I'll give you this much money to invest for me." I didn't know nothing about gemstones. I came back with a bunch of stained glass.
With JNANA yoga, we know that even if someone claims something, they have no choice but to be walking with it. There was one story I gave in the class where I was pretty much working for a pyramid scheme, and like the last red flag was that there was like a live stream or something with the guy who controlled like most of the schemes in the state, like the top pyramid dude in the like this state and the next state. We're saying, oh, he's wealthy, he's such a financial savvy guy. We get on the Zoom, it's some old fat ruffy haired dude in a greasy t-shirt drinking Heineken, eating some Ruffles. I'm like, hell no, bro. Everybody's like, oh my god, he's on. I'm like, well, you call that wealth? That dude looking like Java, and not even like even Java was about his shit. I don't know what that was.
He didn't exude no wealth energy at all. You know what I'm saying?
It was not this type of jolly big belly type guy. It was the American strand.
Yes.
It was that McDonald's strand.
And look at what sold it, though, right? The words and the praise and all, the culture of the business, right? The egregore sold it, and he's just reaping the spoils.
Gosh.
Same thing with that crypto coin. I didn't know, and see what I learned. What I was talking to my brother about last night. That was a good experience because it got us introduced to it. Now, one friend that invested with us, heartbroken. He's in his words never going to invest in crypto again. But my brother and his friend, they saw the potential, and they're like, wow, this is cool. They've been relentlessly searching for coins, investing, learning, studying on their own, not because they want to be rich, but because this is fun to them and they want to do this. They're going to figure it out inevitably, right? But that was just what got them into it. But see, now what I said was, now they're learning subtle nuances of the coin. They're able to at least look at a coin and say, okay, this has potential. They might not know, hey, this is a winner or a failure, but they know more than they did back in November. So likewise, if you don't know the subtle nuances of what looks good or what doesn't look good, of course you're going to be fooled by anything.
And that's what the whole key to what I said and all of us said is the information through the books that we've been reading and you've been sharing are the formulas to advance your mind not to fall for that. That stuff don't even, once you get to a certain level of practicing daily, it becomes a lifestyle where things just don't come at you like that. You stop experiencing. You may experience little stuff, you know what I'm saying, here and there, but you're not going to experience the same type of things that you experienced before. If you practice consistently and on purposely. Perseverance is really the whole name of the game. If you lose your perseverance, then you lost the whole battle.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. My friend that tapped out, he didn't persevere. He's given up on crypto. Crypto isn't bad. It's just that initial experience caused him to not want to continue. But my other brothers, they've already made their money back. Right?
You got to figure out the formula.
And they're learning the formula.
Your brothers are learning the formula. And like you said, once they get that formula, they don't have to even say anything. You're going to know. You can be like, I see you. Because you start seeing changes in people.
Shoot,
And that's why in the Western world and our humanity, Western society, you do want to advance yourself financially, because that's an obstacle that can hold you back sometimes spiritually. Not that it should, but you want to be able. Don't you have to buy those books? I doubt if you're being sponsored by the Bahar School. I don't know anybody. So you have to have some sort of currency coming in, because that's just how it is. So why not figure out the formula to have a lot of that shit? Who doesn't want to? I live in Florida. Who don't want to come on boats and shit down here? Who don't want to go fishing? Do whatever you want to do, like, you know what I'm saying?
Who doesn't want to come to Atlanta in June and see TK Trav live on stage?
I forgot, June 6th, right?
June 6th.
Yeah.
And on that note, y'all, if you're gonna buy a ticket, buy it from me or buy it from Dreamwise or someone who's actually performing. These scammers are already out and about. They're making fake profiles, and come on, y'all, use common sense, because they're pushy and they're pressuring you. They're just trying to get the money. One of them, a friend who was on here, will tell you they were demonstrating crackhead energy. It was like, well, we only got VIP tickets. Well, I don't want a VIP ticket. I want a regular one. Well, how much money you got? Wow. Okay, we'll take that. Huh? Yeah. So don't get the ticket from me or get it from Dream officially, and watch how they talk, right? Because these scammers, I get you might be fooled because they got the same profile picture, but please.
Never park in the $5 parking lot up the road from the club where the dude is at. You know what I'm saying? You know it ain't just because you see other cars there. Don't park there because it costs $5. Go ahead and pay the $25 at the valet at the club, because the $5 dude, you're gonna come back, your car gonna be towed up out of that motherfucker. So don't buy your ticket from the bootleg Trav website. You know damn well Trav gonna fucking give an announcement for everything that he do.
Right. Please.
Somebody got me like that with have anybody, or have you heard of Kateria Knowles? She's on YouTube, Instagram, and all of that. I've known her for years on social media. So I'm able to contact her because I had got something in my inbox from which I knew it wasn't her, because she don't advertise her services in your fucking inbox. I'm talking about this person was, like you said, they was adamant about offering me the spiritual reading, and they was so serious.
Right.
I didn't even answer them. I went straight to the Kateria, like, yo, somebody's straight got your page, man. A screenshot of the sent it to her. She was like, damn, it's crazy. Like, I get these fake bootleg on Instagram all the time. Somebody's following me, and you look at the page, and there's some chick, and it be having zero post and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what the fuck? What's this shit, man? But that's if you look at it like if we was all in a petri dish, we was all cells and just floating around. Some of us will be germs, some of us will be viruses, some of us will just be a one-celled amoeba. Some people will just be some blob shit. You know what I mean? That's what it is. But other people, like I said, they're gonna be viruses. You can't fuck with viruses.
Parasite.
You can't fuck with parasites. But they still are a part of existence. It's something you just got to deal with.
It's their nature. You can't hate somebody for their nature. That's part of compassion.
Right.
They guna system. That's who they are. That's what they resonate until they elevate themselves and refine themselves out of that sattvic nature, because that's what it really is, sattvic nature.
Mm-hmm. Looking at this with a non-attachment perspective, and I'm glad y'all said that. That's absolutely right. So they do have a right to live, and they do have a right to exist, just like the parasites have a right to exist. Just not in my bowels, but they have a right to exist. So the fact that parasites are there means that this is an organism that is fat and healthy. So that on one hand, that's a good thing. But on the other hand, if you got parasites, then you need a parasite cleanse. So maybe that means that there are some leaks. There are some things that can be straightened out. Maybe we need to apply the force of Kamael Ibura. Or maybe we've already started the process. Scammers beware. I done sent some shit to y'all.
But those archangels, man. I don't want to help the evil demiurge.
They ain't make a scam page of me yet. That's all I'm waiting on. Then it's official.
I like traversing the darkened path, not just and you know what I'm saying. It's all of that, like, you know, Geberah and Netzach, they have those particular zones to them where people, when you walking down those paths, that inner feeling that you get, like somebody gonna jump out from some fucking where.
Yeah.
I like though, but I like that the 30. I like that, you know what I'm saying, the traversing those paths, because those are what actually teach, like I said, the military teaches you how to be in control of a particular state that you have as a human. That's something, you're not always jumpy and fearful and shit like that. You're able to go take. It's like, and I say that because in real life, you know, everybody got a city where if you live down a particular side of town, you always got different alleys or different ways that you can use as cut throughs that the normal people don't go that way. But you be like, yo, I'm going this fucking way. I'm not walking all the way up fucking the Ave to get to fucking 5th Street. I'm going straight through here on the back. I'm going through the viaduct under the highway. You know what I mean? So that's the ways that really we got to go. Even with this Vedic information, it's beautiful, it's simplistic, but it's profound. You to do the actual practical work, and even Tatva Shuddhi, you gotta confront the fucking Skid Row to get to goddamn Main Street.
Have to
get back to Black Wall Street, as everybody loves to go to the memory. You're gonna have to walk through the motherfucking neighborhood that the people don't like you too well over there of yourself, and I'm using it as an example.
And it's better to do that now than try to avoid it, because you're going to have to cross those streets eventually. Just go ahead and do it.
And then you're gonna have to face that samskara you created of not going. You got to face all the shit that you didn't face before, and you got to face that time that you had the opportunity and you didn't go.
Yeah, that was like Luke was Vader.
That's what heaven and hell are about. Hell within the self is guilt and shame. And matter of fact, I gotta go back to power versus force. Maybe you should show that chart. Don't guilt and shame, they resonate on the lowest level of the frequency scale. That's actually what you would call the pits of hell. Those are different zones of a misery state.
I can't do that no more. I was there. I'm not gonna be back there.
We should be, when we have progressed, you gotta think it's 2020. If you go back, think about what you was doing in 2015. Think about and time, like I said, as a measurement. Think about how fucking long ago 2015 was. Yeah. And how much has happened in between. And this is where me personally, I be having this indifferent feeling. For 20, you got to think, I came into knowledge of self on the basic level of becoming aware of certain things through the Ansar Nation, which was Malachi York. That was my beginning. The Ansars on the Avenue had all the books in 1992. So in 1992, by looking at this book that he had, and it had a picture of a Caucasian kid with a tail, and I was like, yo, what the fuck is this? and then he said, yo, go ahead. He gave it to me free. He said, yo, go ahead and check it out, read it, man. Come back and we talk. And it was all kind of, if anybody ever read Malachi York or know about that Malachi York shit, he was breaking down some heavy shit, but he was doing nothing but gathering a bunch of information from places and making it his own until he went left with his shit. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just using that as an example. Think about yourself of where you were at. If you've been doing everything Trav has been teaching so far, think about when you were in 2015 and think about where you've advanced and evolved to right now.
And just this past year, I lost my sigil, but that's when I really started getting cracking with
See?
NLP, started at least practicing Chiasterium.
And I'm just saying that from where I began, of course, in my life of study, I came across Vedic information. Did I absorb it and continue to study it? No. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying the path that we all traverse, this is where time don't matter no more. We all right now are on the same spectrum of time, but it's also the same mind state. Mind state and mental atmosphere don't operate within the same time. There's no difference between 1992, 2015, and 2020 in the realm of the conscious mind.
Right. Because things that manifest densely have to take dense form. And in order to exist in dense form, it has to be in the manifest hard dimension. But before things really reach dense form, they also begin to lose being influenced by time as much, because it's getting back to its causal state. In its archetypal state, it isn't expressed, so it doesn't have to go through time.
You know, it's a good example of that when they have like a movie or something, and the person comes out the TV. Remember, you ever seen the movie Fat Albert? When with the one with Keenan Ivory Wayans, not Keenan Ivory, but Keenan, and Fat Albert, and then they came from cartoons and came out into the real world, but then they started fading after time because they were losing their density because wasn't the frequency that they vibrate on.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing with us. Either you stay non-vibrational in your solid form, or you vibrate higher to be able to separate from that form, making it more subtle, lighter, thinner, and basically detached.
Yes. That goes into reincarnation as well.
Because
you could consciously die right now if you wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
You know that? Not by suicide. You could consciously lay down and say, I'm checking out of here right now.
So I'm done.
And be gone. Left for the family to clean up their residence and you know what I'm saying, the whole funeral and everything, because you consciously tapped out of here. That's how deep this Vedic shit can take you. Why do you think they don't get sick at a certain level? Because they actually they're communicating, like I said, how those scientists trying to communicate with the one-celled amoebas and how do they interact, and that's what the yogins are. They've reached that level of communication where they are now one with the body at an atomic level, that they stop the body from aging. Yes. Consciously, on purpose.
Right.
And stop death. That's why they give you the stories of one of the lords stopping Yama from killing the kid or something like that. Those are examples of being capable of communicating with death, who's represented by Lord Yama, and you're capable of negotiating him from going any further to kill you. You can stop death if you wanted to, or you can bring it on instantly.
My brother brought up to me just before this live stream the picture of I believe it's Tiananmen Square, where the practitioner, the yoga practitioner wrapped in, or the monk, he's sitting there and he's on fire, flaming, like, you know, that famous picture. And he's like, "Come on, Trav, this ain't real."
North Vietnam.
It was in North Vietnam.
Mm-hmm.
He's saying, no, this ain't real, man. You can't do that. Da 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 da. I'm like, yeah, this is what yoga is about. It's about the dhyana is like the first level, non-attachment to the center. It's like, nah, man, I can see getting kicked in the nuts on purpose, but this is too much. But I was trying to explain in what short time we had, that this is what these people do. They practice not being influenced by the external world. And on top of that, to go with what Shango was saying about intentionally dying, it's not just like mystical. Remember I said that you can look at these yoga books and there's 300 pages, 100 of them are full of exercises. Well, if you look, there's one really big one. It's written by Satyananda. It's got Shiva on the front and it's orange. But it has like all the exercises of yoga. And basically, this is training on how to gain conscious control over every aspect of your physical body, right? They got exercises where you putting a whole cloth down your throat, right, to clean out any residue, right? Learning how to suck water up through your bottom and push it back out, right? Learning how to gain conscious control over every muscle, every gland. The dude that wrote Magical Tatwas, right? He's been on record for being able to hold his breath for a ridiculous amount of time, even stopping his heartbeat. And we know that Satyananda died intentionally. He just straight up died, left his body. This is due to having a higher level of control over the physical vessel. This is what that physical yoga stuff is supposed to lead to, not the yoga pants and the little Instagram pictures. It's literally meant to lead you to a point of mastery over the body, just like Raja Yoga and Jnana Yoga is leading us to a mastery over the mind. Bhakti Yoga is leading us to a mastery of the emotions. And through that mastery, you realize that you are not this thing at all.
And if everybody's paying attention, Trav, for me to add this, they will see that you're leaving footprints in the sand, so to speak. The formula, it's an unfolding. As like I said, the 5% believe in writing your history going forward, not from what you did in the past. You're creating your own Quran. You are actually writing, if you want to say arcanely, and a grimoire. This is the digital grimoire. I need to patent that right there. That's kind of a hot a title right there. But I'm saying, if you paying attention, everyone, you will see the formula unfolding in front of your fucking face. And I don't be like, you know what I'm saying, just like bigging it up, big and trap, big and vetting. I only want to accept actual facts, and I want to bear witness to the truth. Like, yo, it works because I'm doing it.
Right.
We all have an individual story and some things we experienced that we probably have not shared yet. And boy, I can give you countless hours of trauma stories and experience. And then you be like, well, goddamn, you should have been doing this a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I'm thankful for it. But I'm just saying in the whole thing, you gotta pay attention to what's unfolding, or you're missing it. Like, you didn't turn your whole YouTube channel into it's like wrote the book, like how the initiation into Hermetics. Before was the philosophy. Now it's the practical now. Yeah. Even though you always did practical, you know what I'm saying? But now it's really the real. Here's what this is it. We've been looking for it. Yo, I think I discovered it.
I don't think people are used to that. They're still, I can kind of tell just based on certain comments. Some people are still approaching me and my channel as if I'm still talking about theory that I might think. But it's like, not only have I done it, got my own answer, but I'm trying to show you how to get your own answer.
See, and that's and that's what you just showed earlier in the spheres. It's supposed to really be like that. You know what I'm saying? Logical, analytical. That's a part of this human nature. But that should also be a particular as you as a teacher, as you as an enlightener, you can be like, just pause for a second and just contemplate and analyze you even thinking that I'm still doing this. Why you think that? Oh, because you're realizing I'm asking you to do something.
Right. And I can tell, thankfully, because I study NLP, I know the angle. Every now and then, it might be some young whippersnapper who feels challenged. Who are you to tell me what to do? But it's like the stuff you're challenging me on is like so basic. Like I dance around your challenges. Like if you're gonna come at me, come with something real. I'm not inviting anybody to challenge me, but don't take my word for it. Test it out, but don't just come at me like I'm just telling you what to do for the sake of telling you what to do. I don't care to tell you what to do.
And you're not asking.
If you come into my channel, then it's probably because you want to learn something. So I'm doing my job by teaching stuff.
And you're not
what are you upset about?
Anybody for money.
For free.
I don't be hearing people. I be watching videos of motherfuckers be dropping cash like it's the casino when that motherfucker. It be all kind of sounds. Thank you. 50 times in a row, the person got to say thank you because they dropping so much hard cash.
Yeah.
So you're not even that kind of dude. You don't got no Patreon. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Or I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So if nobody is seeing if you don't see the unfolding of truth in your eyes, then you are an ultimate fool. You're not just the fool card. You're like a real fool. Saying you're like a real fool.
You elite fool.
It's like in Ben 10, you got the different aliens and you got the ultimate form.
Like, how would you?
You didn't just turn into the fool. You turned into the ultimate.
These niggas out here for 15 hours of fucking live streams to do it for just because to scam a nigga. Fuck out of here. You know, so I'm just saying that's the reason why you're doing it. To get the hell out of that mind state, and he try to help other people to get out of that same thing.
Right. That's my Sophic duty.
In 2022, I think this is and really it's really no excuse for being foolish because the floodgates are really open. The floodgates of information are really
very much. With all the stuff that I know about advertising and propaganda, this could go that other way, but that's not what this here is about. Maybe other endeavors.
I'm gonna just say this because I've experienced this. Sevar Bowman, because I watch him, but I don't really watch him. That dude making cake off of what he doing on purpose. He making cake.
Yeah.
Well, he's also an IT dude, so he already had it.
Because I looked into him, he already makes his bread, but also I'm just saying, in the spiritual, and it's not that, like I said, and he can do that, because like we were saying earlier, it's not about me or anyone saying, oh, that's right and that's wrong. It is what it is. I'm just saying Trav is not following that route because he can purposely do it. You know what I'm saying? He can change the whole algorithm instantly, and niggas can't ever get on the fucking live stream without $150 a pop. People be paying to get on other people's live streams and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And they go in with the knowledge. But
I think the way how Trav set his stuff up too, though, is that he attracts a very authentic group of learners, like very authentic students. You know, like just from how he presents himself, like. Maybe it's like my like Rahu and K2 access or some shit like that. I don't know. And there's probably enough Aquarius in this group, but the way how he communicates is gonna attract only certain people that And I think you know what you focus on like expands. And I think that Trav and his channel are proof of that, is that money, because money is not the focus and the focus is knowledge, that's all you're gaining when you come here. So the money just flows in naturally, or you know, like the resources and the tools that are needed just flow in naturally because he's doing his purpose, you
I
know.
want Trav to throw around a little bit of money. This is what I want Trav to come through with. I want Trav to get a diamond root drop. all the root drop diamond, 108 diamond root drops on you.
Oh,
It's coming.
On, Trav.
108 diamond root drop.
You know what I'm saying?
Wait, not
Big
even,
ones like
not
that.
even, no, not even whole diamonds. Get the ones where like it'll be a diamond, but it's actually studded with a bunch of other diamonds, so it's blinging. Got to get a rapper root drop.
This is what I'm going to invest in.
Unicorn horn.
I'm going to invest in raw diamonds that they're uncut, just straight from the ground, and that's what I'm going to make a mile out of raw diamonds.
That's not a bad idea. No, that's not a bad idea. I kind of like it, like the diamonds rough also.
Diamonds and crystals, clear your energy.
Yeah.
Here's my flex. One day, not yet.
That's dope. In Dubai, from what I've heard through a story, they got a whole area, everything made out of gold. So you can feel the energy. They do it so you can feel the energy and walk through it and just feel like, because you put in Dubai, the money is unbelievable over there. You know what I'm saying?
But I understand that because I have I inherited some gold leaf, like, you know, like art stuff gold leaf.
Yeah.
And I put it all along my dresser so it kind of glitters. And I love gold. Like I love that feeling of it, not even just the abundance factor, but the royalty association I have with it.
Yeah.
And so, you know, when you think about it, right, like let's go back to like these deities, right, and the angles that they represent. Like we got like golden Tara and all this kind of stuff. And this is what I've heard, is that part of that formula with gold is not the metal itself, but the color is energy that is when it's expanded. So if you want to create a formula for abundance, you're going to notice that gold is a primary color because that's expanded energy, that's expanded magnetic energy. That's supposedly what it looks like.
It represents solar energy. Right. We know that's an expansive energy because without the sun, you'll have no growth.
No life.
You know
yeah.
what I'm saying? So that's perfect.
Prana comes from the sun.
With the wasn't it a story where the guy was that in Nirvana Darshan when he told him that he had to look at the gold bracelet?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
See?
Right.
That right there in itself also, I love that story because that was one of the first times I saw, okay, so maybe the physical stuff isn't good or evil, right? Because we all still have those residual thoughts. But I remember reading that for the first time and I was like, whoa, so this Swami is he didn't punish the dude because he couldn't focus. He just reoriented his process.
Yeah, he redirected it because energy is never destroyed. He redirected it.
Right. And see, that's what a master does. You don't stop and break somebody and force them to restart. You take their energy and redirect it into the next channel that is easier for it to flow in. So that's why I keep saying, like, a lot of people are like, oh, I can't focus. Yes, you can. You sit there and focus on Netflix or video games for like 8 hours straight. You can focus. Right. You just got to redirect that into something else. You can do all of this. You've been doing it. Just got to tighten up. Tame that beast.
Change it into something different. Yeah. That's good. That's good work. It's actually, man, doing this kind of study and practice this is like going to the gym. This is gym work. It's you exercising your mind, but it's so beyond just exercising your mind. It's It's mind and your spirit. You're, as the Lord said, expanding. Because what you spoke about was alchemy. Gold is used in alchemy for that. That means that you have been purified. Don't forget the Christian songs. Oh, bring me, wash me pure as snow, and try me and make me gold again, and all of that type of shit. That's alchemical talk.
Okay, speaking of alchemy and gold, if for everybody out there, if you're able to, if you can't, that's all right. Doesn't make you any better or worse. But if you're able to, I'd highly recommend using monatomic gold or colloidal gold in the supplements. Try to see if that impacts your meditation. Gold.
Yeah. Along with sea moss, because that shit electrifies it, because your brain, the neurological pathways, and that right there should show you that that's the tree of life too, the componentry of the brain, because there's a pathway. Once you mix that monatomic gold with that salt and the chemical, not just the salt, but the nutrients in sea moss, your brain is on fire,
Yeah.
so to speak.
Because what's happening now, the body is a vessel, and because of the way the body is tuned, it can tap into certain levels of intelligence. Now, they say you are what you eat, right? So if you, depending on what you're putting into your body, the body uses that to construct more of itself. If you have a higher quality or more refined elements that you're putting into your body, it's going to make it easier for you to tap into the more refined aspects of the data behind that matter.
Mm-hmm.
Hence why we're able to think. Basically, our bodies are more efficient when we put good quality nutrients inside it.
Yeah. You're not bogging it down with the digestive system, especially if you're not a person who's really active.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget that that's why we have to incorporate physical activity, because we do, those who have the, and I'm gonna say the luxury of being able to generate currency on their own, so they don't have to give their time to anybody else. And you a student and you study, that's a luxury.
Yeah.
But you also doing a lot of sedentary. You're sedentary. You're sitting down. You're reading. So you have to begin to orientate, and that's where the asana particularly comes in, because it's actually, you have to have physical movement, because don't forget that we got these meridian zones, and as you said, it's what you put in that thing. If people don't drink enough water, they maybe intaking a little bit too much sugar, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. So your electrical system, because really, if we want to break ourselves down anatomically, our nervous system is really who, if we want to say it, who we are as the robotic operating system within this flesh. Is you are the neurological system, where all this with the electricity and communication takes place. You know what I'm saying? So if you got that working optimally, your blood flow is optimal. You're able to have a good range of motion, and you can breathe deeply and not just chest breathing. That right there is gonna be a plus to your life to bring liberation from and as they say, really what it is, liberation from pain and suffering here on Malkuth. And you mix that with pinball, you get that. Once your body optimized, then you're focused, because you're not focused on your body aching, and you keep trying to start over with your breathing and shit like that, because you can't focus on counting right.
Right.
So you get mala beads, and then you still, now you got the beads, but you still can't breathe right. So once you get all of that shit together, you're gonna take off, man.
But just like you said that it's, if you're not working for yourself and generating uh, that kind of income and also freeing up your time, it is very difficult to practice. So my suggestion is to first of all decide if that's something that you want to do. That's not really, everyone doesn't want to do that, and that's cool. But some people, they do want to study full time, and in order to do that, you have to have a different kind of income. Now, the wonderful thing about this current day and age, even though there are a lot of things to complain about, our human race, our collective unconscious, all those layers I showed in the beginning, it is evolving with time. And what's actually happening is we're unlocking higher quality memories. And one of those was the internet. So now that that's been unlocked, that's opened up a lot of new avenues. The money system that right now is undergoing a transformation, which is something else that's being unlocked. So it is going to be a lot easier for more and more people to begin to be self-employed. But before we get to that point, first of all, like I said, decide if that's something you want. Second of all, begin to build the image of yourself living there. Because here's the thing about that memory. It's not just past. Like what you said, Shango, it moves forward as well. So the same way that we can tap into the personal memory, your childhood, your bloodline, your race level, your species level, the planetary unconscious, the same way that you can tap into that, you can also look at future scenarios and select the one that you want to magnetize into your now. So see yourself, maybe not necessarily how you get the money, but just see an average day in the lifestyle. What kind of things are you doing on a daily basis? What's it smell like? What are you eating, right? How do you look? If you're able to clarify that image, it'll be easier for you to select that out of the cheetah and bring it into yourself. Or what I'm saying, we're dealing with the subconscious mind. So by having that becomes a yantra. That vision becomes a sigil. And what you begin to do is pull that up out of the subconscious mind.
And you can also start to, once you get to that, you'll start seeing the patterns and the formulas of every finances. Even if you work, you still have either 30 minutes of free time or 15 minutes.
Right.
When I worked, and I always chose to, because you can like the work. I can generate money when I'm working, but I like working, so I had a job. Them 15 minutes, I was pulling out books. I was reading, and I always did that. That's just a part of my life. I always read. You know what I'm saying? So I can speak from my personal experience. A lot of people not do. That's the excuse that they use. They have. If you work, you're gonna work 12 hours a day. You got break time. You got lunch time. You either got those 30 minutes, and if you're an executive, you got an hour. You may have an hour, and you might can even squeeze that hour 15 if you a good executive somewhere, or you're gonna work somewhere and everybody know about them 3 15-minute breaks that you get. That's your time right there. You got to drive home from work to home. Ain't no excuse in the world right now. Pull your phone out and listen to Trav on the train, on the bus, the airplane. Anybody. It don't even got to be Trav. It can be anybody. If you know what I'm saying? As long as it's truth.
Right.
So really, we don't have no excuse. And now you putting this kind of information out. There ain't nobody else out. And we've did the search purposely, right, trying to find people teaching what you're talking about. And there's nobody. There was nobody. We'll find all, and Trav's videos, if people realize, are now in the lineup of Hindi videos talking about this type of stuff, but they're not even in English. This nigga's videos ain't even in the American line. It's in the American lineup, but the majority, what I'm getting, because I do watch a lot of videos about the Vedic stuff, you are in the lineup of those. people, the formula for all success is there in any field that you want to work on. So if anybody working on their spiritual path and they still got to work, then take control of that. Maximize your energy. Focus on your job so you can work at a high efficiency on your job at ease, and you until that gets people off your back for watching you. You know what I'm saying? You get the people to work with you. Now you got free time. When you got your break, nobody's stressing you. You pull out your book, boom, boom, boom. So you don't got no excuse.
Nope. No excuse.
Niggas will come home, like you said, they'll work an 8-hour shift, come home, eat, order out to eat, and then get straight on the video game for a whole another 4 hours straight. And say, man, I ain't got no time to really read like that. I don't study. Nigga, yeah, fucking, I saw you. You know.
How about read before you go? I mean, that's what I do. Before I jump on, yeah, I'll stay on the Fortnite for a couple of hours, but I got my work done.
Because games, video games, and whatever things is your leisure. That's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be for your leisure. Because that's what everybody do. Somebody be craft. Some people don't play games. Some people into crafting. Some people into making beads and or whatever it is, painting. That right there is your personal downtime. But you don't do that until you've basically like you paid the bills. You know what I'm saying? Once you made sure that your foundation is straight, then you can fucking play some video games and shit like that, or go sew a whole fucking blanket.
Society Ejects says people spend time on what they want.
Yeah,
exactly. That's
and
like
then
what
again, high science, ain't nothing wrong with that. If that's what they want to do, so be it.
Right. So you also have to remember, this isn't what we're talking about here with the studying and the focus. This isn't the path for everybody. Matter of fact, this isn't the path for most people. This is only a path for a very small percentage. Keep that in mind also. Keep that in mind when you're trying to beat down your family and friends with this information and tell them that they need to do this. No, this is only for a select few. That's not me trying to say that to make, this group sound cool. Demonstrate it. Go out and try to talk about it and see what happens. At best, they'll pretend to listen. At worst, you'll become villainized.
I want to experience more of the feminine energy in the group chat. I would like to hear the mind states of other people. You have a lot of people in chat. I want to hear some of like the mind states. Not I don't want to say the mind state, but you know what I'm saying. The thoughts of other people, because that's really what this is about, to learn the thoughts, and then you have something to contemplate, and then you analyze it with your own. That's the scientific method. Because really, we are each other's student and teacher. We are students all together. Shit, I know I don't know everything. It ain't like I'm gonna sit down and break down anything deeper about Prakriti than what has already been put down. I don't have nothing else to add to that. But the sisters, the women, it's the female energy, because that's what it is, because that's what we deal with. And don't forget that we still arcane, we still in a cold society. So we definitely would have to have, I would like to experience the sisters go in. I don't think that's really, you know what I'm saying? I don't think there's a lot of sisters that even really doing it like that. Maybe I don't have the access. You understand what I'm saying? Like, where the sisters at with the knowledge of self, breaking it down?
Well, maybe one thing to consider also is one of the things I've been learning lately is that we've got what Ophio called the Hermetic path and the Orphic path, right? And we're mostly on the Hermetic path. That could be related to Jnana. The Orphic path can be related to Bhakti. The Orphic path, that's more intuitive, you know. The way that we break down the science is with these words and definitions and logic, and you know, we make it sound real smart because we base it off of science. The Orphic path, I find that there are more females in that than there are males. But they're mostly receiving. Now, some of them who are good, you know, they're getting the same information that I'm getting or that we're getting. It's just they're not getting it from books. I would say someone like Mook is like that. When we talk, we come to the same conclusions, but we came to it through different ways.
Man, that's the Orphic path. Great.
And there was a few people in my class, one girl in particular, she's very much like that. She said that really she joined my class just so she could put words to the feelings that she had. But she already knew about manifestation and working with subtle energy. She knew how to do it instinctively, but she couldn't explain it. So she said she really joined my class so that she could have the words to back up what she already knew. And that really kind of made it click for me. Because there's some people who get this, that they're on the frequency, as Phil and Panic would say. They're on the frequency. Yeah. Society Eject says he has to join the Zoom class one day. There's a lot of feminine energy in there.
It's not that I'm like trying to, you know what I'm saying, that I'm making a disclaimer. It's not that I'm looking for something. I just don't it's good to have that, because that is a part of the science. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like there was always, you got to think, Sister Myra along with Dr. John Henry. Not that they was together, but during those particular times of that kind of lecturing, you had this. Even there right now, you got Queen Afua. You know what I'm saying? So they have the feminine energy is there. It's like Dr. John Henry Clark said, any meeting of our people that excludes the woman is out of order.
Out of order.
That's what Dr. John Henry Clark said about, you know what I'm saying, about, because you know that nigga loved the history of the black women and Hatshepsut and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's all I'm saying is, because to hear, because we don't, just to hear how we break it down, when you hear the queens and the goddesses break it down like that, it's coming from that nature that we just read about. It's coming from that not just the creative, but the manifesting of that. So to hear, if we're bringing the creative force, then they're bringing the manifestation of the force. That's why as Maestro mentioned earlier, you have Rey, where she was named herself a Skywalker, because there is no separation of the masculine and the feminine, even in a lineage. You see what I'm saying? They ain't put nobody else in that position. They subtly showing you, and y'all already mentioned that the people who write those stories and shit, you know, they're practicing. If they don't consider themselves a cult, then they definitely understand that science through something they was born into.
Yeah.
But it's all beautiful, man.
My camera must be getting hot or something. I keep turning off.
I see you turning yellow. At least it's a good color, Travis. If your little square was turning yellow, so that's good. I like yellow.
I'm Batman. Oh no, we don't start this again.
Why is this? Why does the baby monkey have the? Is it smoke coming out of the nose?
I think that's supposed to be my eyes.
In the nostrils.
I don't know why these things are the way they are. Now it's freezing.
I think monkeys are so the primates, they are so mistreated by science. You know what I'm saying? They do everything to monkeys. Think about mice. Basically, the white mouse is just bred just for scientific purposes. They growing ears and all kind of shit on the back of a mouse.
Absolutely.
When you break it down, how you said the human species is more. We got some shit with us.
Mm-hmm. But even before the human species, we had the specific races, and each one of the races have their own catalog of information. Now, by the time we get to the human level, it's all pooled together. So yes, that includes all races are pooled together at some level. Those who like to exclude others.
The stories of a lot of things that we read has been tainted. And as you said, the races of people, the nationalities were more dependent on each other than being just at war all the time.
Yes.
Because that's where you get a lot of trading routes. You know, so a lot of history is basically a fucking lies that everybody wasn't at war just because you was a part of the Germanic tribe, and all of a sudden you find somebody with some refinement and they got stuff. So you're gonna go to war with them? That's not gonna happen like that. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna first try to trade some shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I got a couple people over here that, you know what I'm saying, I can give you for just these fucking logs that you got. So it's the same thing. We are the human species are so interactive and so interlinked that it's unescapable. But as we evolve in time and we get all these different definitions and shit, now everybody is totally against you. The whole thing is when you really contemplate and analyze what we call the white supremacists and the racists and slave owners and people who did wrong, and even black slavers, like you gotta think anybody who's like a white supremacist, the only basis for your argument is skin color. Everything else that you try to throw out there against the people you racist against, it'd be all fake. Well, the intelligence level and the skull is smaller, all fakery. So the whole thing is when you really when you really contemplate what you just say, you're like, goddamn, there is no disconnection. The only disconnection is Maya and falsehood.
And that's what we're trying to seek liberation from, that falsehood. Because all those beliefs, they're emotional. They're founded on emotion, and mostly an emotion of inferiority and inadequacy and fear. That's what racism is founded upon. A racist will tell you that if you listen.
And then on our end, it's anger and frustration, which is just as toxic as fucking fear. So basically, both of them, everything is toxic.
Well, isn't the anger and the justice, isn't that still fear? Because it's, feeling like we were wronged and we haven't been retributed for that. We haven't been compensated for that. That's a fear that the deeds will go unpunished.
Yeah. We want justice, seeking justice.
And feeling like you're not getting it.
Fear of always losing, or not being able to provide for self. That's basically what it is. Always fearing that something is going to halt the forward progress of yourself in providing for your family. So your fear of that turns into anger and frustration. So you burn down the whole fucking Los Angeles and loot every fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole, it's basically that's what it is. It becomes this cycle because actually no one is capable of coming to a, because there should be council meetings. Like nations come together and you counsel and you come together and figure out how we delegate the problems that we have here, like they used to do. Motherfuckers supposed to sign. We're supposed to sign treaties. You can create a whole nation with the major society. You can declare independence. Like there's a whole bunch. That's what I'm saying. That this, once you learn a particular way of thinking and you empower it with the purity of your inner self, you can fucking really change some shit.
Man, that's a lot of humans to deal with. And I don't know too much that's worth dealing with so many humans.
I'm saying on an independent, on a single level, you can interact. There's ways to change or influence the mentality or decisions of individuals, and they can do whatever. But I'm just saying, as far as just people are not capable of interacting with each other, so it leads to all the shit that we said, the racist shit and the anger shit and all of that. And it basically comes from fear of individuals feeling like they're both going to lose or something's going to be taken away from me.
Yeah.
So when our science that we're practicing, even that is something that even I or anybody else had to learn to detach from those feelings, because they're going to be actually fruitless to continue to feel a particular type of way, or people who are like they're angry with the whole system of Christianity based off of the fucking Cesare Borgia. Like, you got to be able to contemplate, like, there is some information that's usable right there. All you have to do is filter out the shit that you can feel that ain't right, and then you work with what is right.
How you doing, Alora? Going for a walk?
Yeah, I just finished up a massage client, so I went to visit an art festival that a friend was at, and I got there a bit too late. She was like setting up. Ooh, I like the glitter trap. Got them diamonds on already. Gosh,
his eyes.
Really distracting. So that energy that you're protruding, it's too much. Okay. Yeah, so now I'm just walking back, listening to y'all, which is nice because y'all are kind of on speaker right now. So like people are kind of looking at me and I'm like, that's right. Learn your lessons. So it's cool. I like socializing and then having this pumping out of what we're talking about, because it's just so other level that it makes other people, I notice, makes them like
stop and think about what we're saying, you know? It's not just like some crazy shit. So I'm enjoying that.
You can definitely
Sunshine.
crazy shit.
Sunshine Chick in the chat says, sidebar, even in photography, a photo is layered sometimes with 5 to 10 edits. Even a raw photo is susceptible to illusion, LOL. Just something I picked up while in photography class. One more week to go.
That's true. My dad was a photographer, and he used to take like, I wonder if this is what she's talking about, because this is what I thought. This is what I thought when that was said, was like my dad, he used to take a picture of a tree, right? But he would take like over like 50 photos of the same tree.
Yeah.
And then he'd pick them out. And then he did the old school where he would print them out, and he would have, and he had like a dark room where he would develop them. And then he had like individual ink colors where he would fill in all of like the grainy spots or other spots to make like the picture what he considered to be like a finished product.
Wow. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So compositing the different takes into the perfect take, which I guess the photo now becomes a potentiality. It wasn't what was actually seen, but what he saw, right? My girl that I dated was a photographer also. And I remember taking photos at a show, like a music concert. And they had one of those backdrops, you know, everyone stands in front of and makes poses. Well, she ended up taking a bunch of pictures of this one particular girl, but it's like, you know, she was pretty and she had a nice outfit and everything, but it's like every picture, something was blurry. Like her foot was blurry or her face or her hand. Like there was one thing wrong with each one. So what we ended up doing at the end was we took all the photos where she was standing close enough together and took a clear hand out of one and a clear foot out of the other and took the best version of the face and came out with an image that didn't actually happen, but it looked natural.
Yeah, I like to watch this guy who he'll take photos like he'll have like a girl standing on a stool in a still lake. And so it'll make it so he creates an optical illusion where it makes it look like that she's walking on water, or do like really cool things like that, where it's just like, it's like one of those pictures where you see like where you keep zooming out and it becomes another picture.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like one of those things.
Those can be fun.
That's what trips me out. It's like we're always surrounded by illusion, and we are so entertained by it. We're so entertained by illusion. It makes you, it doesn't really make it such a mystery as to why people want to just stay in it. You know, why they want to stay attached, why they want to stay with this stuff. Because there's a mystery to it, there's a thrill about it.
What if it was like if you're like in this big ocean, you know how they show us the ocean and there'll always be all kind of fish swimming around, you know what I'm saying? That's kind of like us. Some of them fish is there because their job is to feed other fish. That's just what they do. They don't help the environment of the ocean. They don't eat parasites off of whales. They don't do nothing but just be food for other fish. No different than like plankton. Is pretty much an entity that exists to feed whales. Yeah. So in the human species, those people that, you know, we spoke of and we experienced and shit like that, that's what they are. That's what kind of fish they are in this ocean. You know what I'm saying? You can call it whatever, deaf, dumb, and blind, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
They just like those fish. They do nothing.
I think it's difficult. For me, that's kind of like a difficult line to cross because I feel you on that hardcore. But I also am constantly needing to check myself to make sure that I'm not trying to compare myself to others in a way that I think I'm better than anybody.
Oh
like,
not
also food for someone else. You know, yeah. like I don't want to overstep my boundaries in that, because that's where you can get in another delusion, you know, like a delusion of grandeur when, you know, we're all still just trying to not identify. But I also I've also met people where I'm just like, why are you here? You know,
well, Laura, you need to pull over and you need to look at trash.
need to look at my what? Need to look at Trav?
And Todd was shooting. It said you gotta shave. Todd was shooting. You gotta shave your head.
Oh, Trav!
I've been laughing for the last 10 minutes about
Now I just need the Basma. I just need the Basma stripes, and I'm official. Even the red dot, I'm official.
Good thing I'm seeing this now before it actually happens.
Yo.
Oh, wait, you did actually do that?
Oh, but yeah, dude, that's where compassion comes from, right? Understanding that being the predator and the prey, it's not a permanent position. It's a level of perspective. You guys ever seen a game called Spore? Remember when that came out?
What is it?
There's a game called Spore that came out.
Yeah.
You start as like a tiny organism, and then like as you evolve, you get bigger. And what you thought was background shapes was actually bigger creatures that you could barely even perceive, until eventually you become something that walks on land, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. You get to a certain level where like doing curses and hexes on people, that's not the move. That's not the move.
It seems irrelevant.
It's irrelevant.
Yeah. Like I think that all the time now that I'm aware of like what harmony is, you know, and like the polarity and all that kind of stuff. Like now it's like if I'm really appreciative of everything that's here, if I'm a true worshiper of Shakti and all that, like I don't really see a problem with. I mean, I don't know, man. It's things become irrelevant. You just kind of understand them for like being as a part of that harmony, like being as a part of nature of how this system works, which is kind of a weird place to be once you reach that level, because it's like, you know, you don't necessarily want to cause harm, but you also don't see the harm when harm is caused. Does that make sense?
Yeah, self-absorbed.
She treated you mean, Pops?
Harmony.
Yo, gabba gabba.
Yo Gabba Gabba. That was a well-constructed children's show.
Yo, I've introduced him to Yo Gabba Gabba. It's completely over now. He loves it. He's a full addict. What happened? She closed you and she locked you in the room. My daughter put him in the room and told him, turn the light off on him and everything. Like, you know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Come on, Pops.
Don't do that to him.
As we're studying all these yogas, like, sorry, I'm so stuck in that whole like harm thing and harmony and all that, because it's like, as we're studying bhakti yoga comes in, like, I mean, I guess Raja too, all the yogas for sure, but like for me, I've been really resonating with the bhakti as of recent. And it's weird when you catch yourself in human moments, like last night. So we've been having people kind of scope out our house, like I don't live in that great of a neighborhood, and so we've had a couple of shady instances where it's like, all right, someone's trying to sniff out, see if they can break in, who's going to answer the door, that kind of thing. And last night I thought that was happening again, and I straight up told my roommate, I was like, someone's going to die tonight. I was just like in such a mode to protect my home and the people in it, like, and thinking like if they had a gun, like I'm gonna take them down first. Like, no way, Jose, like I was gonna, like I had my knife, I had like hid it underneath my mattress. I still have it underneath my mattress. And it, like, right after I said that and was thinking about that, like I was thinking in my head, like, how can it be non-reactive? How can it be truly non-reactive if someone comes into my home and tries to kill me or tries to hurt the ones who I care about? Are these attachments that I'm willing to let go? Like, even though I understand that this is a part of nature and that everything is balanced, always balanced, like, where am I balanced in this? Like, what we're trying to reach this role of non-reactiveness, but like, is it not a part of harmony to defend yourself as well?
Yeah, because look, like, so could you see yourself in a scenario where you could do what you had to do but not make it personal? I think I'm kind of training myself. Shango may have heard it when we were playing Fortnite the other day. Every time I kill somebody, I'm like, poor thing. It's never like I make a kill on the game and I'm like, yeah, you fucking idiot, I got you. It's always sympathy, like, unfortunate for you. Good luck next time. I think that represents a level of clear understanding, because in some scenarios you're going to have to do what has to be done, right? In the Bhagavad Gita, right, Arjuna was a warrior. He had to do what he had to do, but it wasn't personal. It wasn't like out of emotion. It was out of a level of intellect, out of duty, out of understanding. He didn't want to fight. Like Shango says this all the time. Like, Krishna had to say, yo, this is your bloodline. This is what your people do. Get up and do it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and like, you read the stories about the Agoris and all that, and man, they slap the shit out of each other. They'll they'll beat each other up. Like, they do all kinds of stuff that I'm just like, wow, that's violent. And yet they still reach this enlightenment. So it's like, I think you're right about the not taking it personal or having a clearer understanding. Like, I know that if I did have to take someone down, that, like, I understand that they're sick, or that it's just not that, like, but then, like, wouldn't that still be taking it personal in a sense, because you're kind of taking on that pain now as like a man, like, this person didn't have to be like this, or it didn't have to be like this. And then can you really let it go once that occurs?
Two scenarios.
Huh? Okay, go.
Two scenarios. So one scenario, you have a wasp. You walk outside and there's a wasp buzzing around you specifically. You can't get inside quick enough. How are you going to react?
Okay, so I've actually had this happen a lot. I start talking smack to it, and I'll be like, get out of my way, sir. And then it goes, and I'm like, you need to get out of my way, sir. And then I try to slip by it, and then it does it, give it a little smack, and then I go inside. I don't try to kill it. So that's the first scenario. That's what I've done.
Well, like, I guess let me rephrase it. If you're not able to get away and it is going to sting you for sure,
kill it, or smack it hard enough where it won't be able to sting me.
Second scenario, you walk outside and there's a bee doing its job, buzzing around. Yeah, it's close to you, but it's clearly collecting stuff out of the trees and the wood. What do you do?
leave it alone, let it do its thing.
What's the difference?
One is affecting my well-being, and the other is minding its own business.
Business. Yeah. I think if someone were to come in and, maybe try to hurt me or rob me or anything like that, I'm definitely going to do what I have to do. But the whole time, I'm telling you what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to be afraid, and I'm not going to panic, and I'm not going to be angry towards them. Even if I had to kill them, I'm still going to say, God bless your soul, just like on Fortnite. Poor thing. Wrong house, wrong time. And I do hope that you reincarnate as something better.
Yeah.
It's nothing personal. Like, what I'm saying is, yeah, you do what you got to do, but like, I've seen some people use spirituality as a weakness. When I was in Vipassana, this is a true story. Everything I say is true. I don't lie, or at least I don't lie on purpose. When I got out of Vipassana, like the last day, the 10th day, we were all able to talk, right? So we just went through like 10 whole days of pure silence. Nobody spoke to anybody, but we're seeing these people. We're sleeping next to them. We're meditating side by side. We're going deep within these layers. And I remember like the chart that I wrote there with me, who I was, my childhood. I remember each day I went through a deeper layer. It was one point where I was able to see my childhood memories clear, memories that I've forgotten about. That's what happens when your mind becomes still. But anyways, after 10 days of that, also that's where I saw all this right now with the LVX 777 in outer space broadcasting through the internet. But anyways, when the 10th day came, we were all finally able to talk. I remember there was a bunch of mosquitoes around, and everyone, the SWAT mosquitoes. And there was literally one dude out here just like standing like this, and mosquitoes are like on him. Like, dude, you got a mosquito on you. He's like, we're all one. I'll allow them to perform their nature. I was like, oh man, like I know we just got through the meditation, but I didn't get to that level.
It's gonna get like the West Nile virus or some crazy shit.
I will allow them to feast upon it. It is what nature has. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah. Like
that's not very responsible.
Yeah. Like I knew this one kid who got jumped and he just like let them beat him up. Like he just let them. And the guys who beat him up, they got upset because they were like, how dare you disrespect yourself like that? Like, the ones disrespecting him got mad about how he was disrespecting himself. They were like, "Hey, dude, come on." So
yeah. In the chat, Connor Black says Krishna forgave someone 1,000 times and then chopped his head off. It wasn't personal. Like things have to go in their place. If something is out of order, it must be corrected by the correcting force. This goes back to Gibera, right? Gibera, because see, look, allowing the mosquitoes to bite me, that's too much chesed, right? Too much Jupiter. Allowing them to just beat up on him and jump him, that's too much chesed. And what's the vice for chesed, right? We're getting into weakness now. So Gibera, Mars force, that's not me angrily killing the wasp or, that it's maintaining what is in order, maintaining the order. That's the root of the police system, to maintain order. Now, what is expressed right now is a different story, but the root of it is to maintain an order. So to not defend yourself, that's not very balanced.
So like when Sivananda says someone should be able to slap you and you shouldn't have a reaction to it, maybe like that's where I'm kind of like
think of the context, of course. Think of the context. Let's say, for example, I'm talking to someone who is very sensitive on their triggers, and I may say something, not intending harm, but I might say something that pisses her off and she decides to slap me. Am I going to rear back and slap her back instantly? That wouldn't be right.
Yeah.
But if I'm getting jumped by 6 guys and they're all taking turns slapping me,
Yeah.
first of all, how did I get in that situation? Peace,
Right.
Shango.
Hi, Shango.
Yeah, and I think it's context dependent for sure.
Yeah. Because, and that goes back to like perspective, right? Because perspective is your truth and it's always changing. Because, going way back into the conversation, dealing with Shita, right? Which is the storehouse of information. We're dealing with all this shit that's there. That's why we call this shit balanced, because it's all the shit acting out at once.
Yes.
All the time.
The storehouse.
Yeah. Yeah. So that makes me feel better about that. Because last night I was like, maybe I don't need to be, and then I went through that whole phase of like, maybe I'll just like mortally wound them. Maybe I won't kill them. And then I'm like, well, it depends on the context. Okay, it's contextual. Okay, yeah, it's contextual. And then I just went through like this whole thought process of like, what is correcting action? What is correcting action? And, am I really the one to dictate that? Am I is causing harm upon someone else something that we have a right to dictate?
Causing harm, that there's an intention for causing harm, and I can't really ever see a good place for that. But then there's the effect of harm being caused. Sometimes we do things, we're not in control of whether it caused harm. That's not your business. Like with the example that I gave with the girl that slaps me. It wasn't my intention to cause harm, but that was a result. So I can't feel guilty that she feels hurt by that.
Yeah.
That was what she pulled out of her storehouse. Likewise, if somebody tries to break into your home, what they get pulled out on them, that's their karma. But if you're sitting here with your doors unlocked, waiting, setting a trap for somebody, you know what I'm saying? That's different. That's a different context. There's people that do that too. You see those memes? What you gonna do if I broke in your house? And then there's one particular guy who I'm not gonna repeat what he says. But it's pretty funny. But hey, it sounds like he's setting a trap. He wants you to come in so he can do what he gotta do after he knocks you out and ties you up.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's intense.
I don't think that's self-defense. I think that's setting a trap.
Yeah.
But hey, that's the karma for breaking into people's houses. You don't know who's on the other side of their house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that goes back to even again our earlier conversations about past lives and memory and impressions and all of that being taken from that shared consciousness that we all got from all the other patterns. You can only understand your pattern through self-reflection. Most people don't understand their own patterns. They don't understand their own selves on the deeper level of beyond childhood. They don't even understand their own childhood. So it's like they're trying to check out what patterns that they're living by, certain things that are taken from this shared consciousness for generations, that's always been there. And it's going to act out in some ways that they may not even feel in control of. So it's like, just, I guess it's a matter of being careful as to where you step. Stay in your lane.
Yeah, for real. And get out your feelings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's been interesting. Like the bhakti yoga, going back to that's been really interesting because I've done a whole bunch of meditations on, okay, if something bad happens, you're going to bring it up, but then you're going to detach from it as far as like allowing it to come out, release itself, don't repress anything and deal with it. But there's a next level in bhakti where you don't focus on any other feeling at all except for peace. Like you really focus in on peace. And that's a very powerful direction to place your emotions, because it's a point of focus. It's that one pointed focus, but it's so intense to be able to stay upon that point. And the way in Bhakti, the way how they have you focus on that is by imagining Shiv Shakti, and you're just like worshiping it, that like you're giving homage to that and to all of what that represents. So you're going to that archetype God form, and because you're coming up with that image, right? You're receiving this sensory input, and then automatically your mind's going to start coming up with an illusion of what that looks like. And so you're going to be kind of sitting there getting a certain emotion from this. And so there's very many levels to that contemplation there on what peace is and how far that's wrapped into the psyche. And like what it looks like. Go ahead.
Reminds me of what I do on my gratitude walks. Like, my exercise in those moments is to focus only on the feeling of gratitude. So like naturally my thoughts are going to come in like, well, I got to do this today and that today. And well, maybe I should go buy some of this, or maybe I should do that. I try to keep those thoughts out and focus only on gratitude. And the way that I do that is thinking of things I'm grateful for, scenarios I'm grateful for, events I'm grateful for. And it's not that I'm making a list of things I'm grateful for. It's that I'm using those things to hone in on what the feeling of gratitude actually is. I'm learning to cultivate that. I think that would be my version of bhakti. So I think something very useful for everyone that's listening right now is to think about peace. What is your definition of peace? So check out what I said about gratitude. In order to zoom into the pure feeling of gratitude, I focused on things I was grateful for. What is gratitude? What is peace?
Yeah. And it's interesting how, like automatically, at least for myself, you pull up your chitta. Like that's what you have for your reference.
Right.
Start from chitta. You start from, even if it's from the God form, like you start from the chitta. And then
mind. That's the mind stuff, right? And that's why yoga is management of the mind stuff, because I asked a simple question. The words were basic, but the process of understanding what was being said required going into the chitta and pulling out some memory from one of those levels. If I ask, like for myself, when I'm focusing on gratitude, I have to go back into the level of my past self, my current self also, level of my childhood, level of my family. As a matter of fact, the next time you do your gratitude walks or peaceful walks or whatever you do, that list that I had you make, look at what peace is like from each one of those perspectives. Look at what gratitude is like from each one of those perspectives.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a really good practice. And you do the same thing with peace, because what you focus on expands. And so imagine if you're just expanding on, it's like what Maestro was saying earlier, where, you have the dirt, you have the dirty water, and you just keep adding water to it. So then the dirt starts to dissipate. You just keep focusing on the peace and gratitude. And there's a mastery that comes there of specific emotions that then overwhelm the others.
Some people are already masters at that context, because a lot of people will say, oh, well, I can't do that. It's too much work. Well, what's actually happening is you're already a master at that, because more than likely you're already focusing on other feelings. Some people complain every opportunity they can, right? There's got to be something to complain about. Oh, this isn't right. This isn't good enough. This didn't happen. You're honing in on the feeling of ungratefulness. You're honing in on the feeling of annoyance. That's what you're expanding. What the Lord said, what you focus on expands. So you are good at doing it. You just have to learn how to train yourself to do it in a way that's going to help you. Because complaining all the time, that's not healthy.
There's an exercise that I did that really brought things into perspective for me. was, so what you do is you go through your thoughts throughout your day and you see how many times, you try to count how many times you have a negative thought. So, and it can be about a specific subject, perhaps, like maybe when you're at work or something like that. Count how many negative thoughts you have in your head about how many complaints you have about what's going on. And then then once you figure out how much per day you're focusing on these thoughts and how many thoughts you're focusing on per day, multiply that by 7 days. So then you can find out how often you're thinking like this on average per week. And then you go into like a month, and then you go into a year, and you'll find, like I found for myself, like, man, there were some complaints I was thinking about over like 60,000 times a year. Do you know how many minutes and hours that is? Like, that is a practice. That is a practice that we are doing every single day. So to retrain that, to decide, no, I'm not going to waste my time on that anymore. I'm not going to, it's a really beautiful reality check, because you're right, Trav, like you do realize that you are practicing, that you are a master of these certain skills, but you maybe didn't ask to acquire those skills. Maybe you just allowed yourself to be programmed into that, but nonetheless, you're still doing it. Now you just have the control back into, okay, how am I going to spend my time? What am I going to spend my time thinking about instead?
We get afraid to try new things because we feel like we're going to fail. But the more that you practice self-analysis, the more you realize that you're already doing all of this stuff. You just have to do it in a different way. I can't summon spirits. You've been doing this since you were a little kid. I promise. I can't read the future. You've done it many times already. Mm-hmm. I don't understand Kabbalah. You didn't understand how to read at one point. You learned, though. You didn't understand how to drive at one point. You learned. You can do anything because you're already doing everything. But yeah, like you said, with 60,000 thoughts a year on something miserable, of course it's going to manifest. Like, it can't help but manifest. So just imagine if you were thinking about peace and gratitude 60,000 times. Imagine if you were focused on your goals 60,000 times a year. Imagine if you were to sit down and visualize, like I said earlier, visualize yourself living in a peaceful environment. You always have enough money to take care of everything and then some. You're able to travel if you want. You're able to hang out with people who are on your level. You don't have to explain yourself to anybody. Imagine a life where there's nobody judging you and trying to tear you down. Imagine a life where you have supportive people around you. Supportive people who can help you and do help you and don't expect anything in return. Imagine living a lifestyle where you're excited to get out of the bed, right? Imagine living in a lifestyle where everything is hard. You deserve that. You deserve that. You deserve that. So imagine what would happen if you think about that 60,000 times a year.
Especially knowing that this is a dream. Like, this is a dream. You're going to waste your dream?
That probably didn't even happen yet.
Right. Like, if we know that reality is changing all the time, just based off of perspective, why don't we take control of that perspective then? And not take control as in, oh, I have control of the ultimate perspective, or ultimate awareness, but let's at least direct our focus into a shifting reality in a way that we want it to. Like, there's been big conversation about, was it jumping into parallel realities, I think, right? Mm-hmm. Like, oh, it's existing at the same time because we're multi-dimensional. It's like, yeah, but you don't have to, like, I mean, okay, so if that works for you, then that works for you. But regardless, as long as you focus on the reality that you want, the perspective and the reality that you're seeing is going to shift to match your perspective. It's going to match what you're focusing on.
Yes.
Regardless.
And all that stuff is true, but I'm willing to wager the people saying it don't understand what they're talking about. We are multidimensional beings, and you can shift and jump timelines. We've been doing it since we were little kids. You're not on the same timeline you were when you were 5 years old. You shifted and shifted based on what kind of cheetah you had access to, right? So the process is still happening. But the thing to understand is there's different potentialities of yourself. Every single possible decision that you can make is being made at some point. Now, what depends on where you are is that level of awareness.
Yeah. And that's where getting into yogas are so important, because they deal with all aspects of mind management. So, you may feel good in the intelligence factor of being able to utilize the intelligence factor, but maybe you need more, maybe you're a little bit more out of touch with the emotional side of things. So maybe bhakti yoga is going to be more of a thing for you. Or maybe it's the opposite, and jnana yoga is going to be a thing for you. Or Raja, to help you. I forget, is it karma that affects your actions and behaviors? Karma yoga. And then
being mindful of your actions.
And then Raja yoga is the mind is being aware of the aspects of mind, right, that are playing. And then you what's Raja yoga is it the action of the mind?
So let's look at what the good Swami says on page 4.
Okay.
So on page 4, when he's talking about Raja yoga, well, first off, he says, and by the way, also Ashtanga yoga and Hatha yoga, you can still find enlightenment about yourself through these body postures. It may sound like I'm talking shit about it, but what I'm talking shit about is like the mainstream conception of Hatha yoga. When you're actually doing this practice spiritually, yes, it can definitely help you tap in. But what he says here on page 4 is the first is Hatha yoga for the body, to explore the potential inherent in the body and bring it to an optimum state of health and well-being. Remember, they learn how to gain mastery over every muscle, right? Even the blood pressure. That's at the deep levels. Then he says the second is Raja yoga for the mind, to explore the potential of the mind and to go beyond the mental limitations. And of course, it says bhakti is for the emotions, to explore the emotions and channel them towards a positive spiritual direction for uplifting and purifying the consciousness. The fourth is karma yoga, in which one tries to improve oneself through one's behavior and actions. And then, of course, in the same way, to harness and properly utilize the potential of the human intelligence, they devise a system of jnana yoga. So in one way, you can look at jnana yoga as the yoga for the buddhi, for orienting the mind towards buddhi, higher consciousness, through analysis. Raja has more to do with, the worldly consciousness. Okay. Organizing the mind to operate through the world. 1 point up, 1 point down.
Okay.
I have a book on Raja Yoga by Vivekananda.
I don't know if I have a Raja book. Whoa. Okay. I don't know if I have a Raja book or not, but I definitely have a Karma Yoga book. And that's the beautiful thing about the yogas, is that you can tap into whichever one of those and start from them. You don't have to go in a particular order. That's not how it works.
Right. They give you different options because every human being is a different expression of the same source. So for some people are more physical. Some people like me stay in the books. Some people love to express their emotions. They're very intensely emotional. Bhakti is going to be your thing.
Mm-hmm.
Some people do care about giving and being compassionate and helping other people. Karma yoga is going to be your thing. So this isn't like a religion where you have to do what I say or what Swami Niranjanananda says or anything like that. You literally have options to fit into the life that you're already oriented towards. Just you're going to be able to live a better version of that life. I'm not suited for hatha yoga. Try it, but the only way that I'm going to do that is if I have a partner who's getting me to do it with them. Other than that, I'm JNANA yoga. I was JNANA yoga.
I did one video. There was a video a long time ago on YouTube of this guru doing instructing a hatha yoga class. And I remember doing half of it, not even the whole thing. And I got so high afterwards. Like
Really?
I felt, yeah, it was like a really amazing feeling. And so I know that it has potential. I know that I know that you can tap into something with the right teacher. I think that in our Western culture, we are just it's hard to find. No, it's not hard to find. It's just, you got to know what you're looking for, I think.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I definitely find the studying of the yogas is more appealing to me than doing the movements per se, although I do the movements pretty much every day, I guess. So that's a falsity. That's a lie that I just said there. But yeah, I think it's either way. Whichever ones you start off with is going to be the right one, because that's probably going to be resonating most with the patterns that you got operating within your system.
Right. The one that you're built for, you're suited for already.
Right. And then eventually you start mastering it. And even that takes time. Like, man, like you can't jump around either. I think that's why too, there's a lot of occult students who just don't stay in this, because when you start getting into yoga, right? Like these are sorcerers. Like these are like real deal masters of reality. And like the amount of contemplation and practice it takes to be okay with being at step one for years. Like that requires a certain type of discipline and humility.
Yes. That discipline, that humility, that helps you realize that it isn't even worth counting the steps. You talk about step one. I remember always trying to see if I'm at the next level yet. Am I at the next level? What's the next level? And what that mindset did for me was it made me skip stuff. And what I found is you can't skip stuff, because eventually you're going to have to face what you skipped and you have to learn it later. So the mindset now is just focus on the work. And every now and then I look up and I say, whoa, I have learned a lot in a short time. Then I look back down and keep going.
Yeah. Didn't we say earlier that when you practice, even the smallest movement of karma causes the largest change?
Yeah. Sitting in meditation, even if like your legs falling asleep, and you don't let that influence your decision to move it, right? That's burning karma.
Mm-hmm. And even just the mere act of, I'm not going to react the same way that I did the other, that I have for years. That changes your whole structure. So you're right. There is no point in counting steps, because it's even the smallest incremental changes that then changes the entire mandala, changes your entire pattern structure there.
Yes. In here, he mentions basically saying that the high point of you actually doing this work is management of the subtle behavior. Maybe I can find what page it was. But yeah, he says that it's the management of the subtle behavior. And it makes sense, because it's the subtle behavior that builds upon the larger behavior. Of course, we can be out here and buy a Rudrakash and wear it. Of course we can. That's big. Anybody can do that. But what happens when nobody's looking? Are you actually counting these and saying a mantra, right?
I don't wear mine unless I do a meditation, and then I put it back into its spot. I don't wear mine out. I have a very like specific ritual for my beads, because they're so special.
That level of reverence,
Yeah.
That's a subtle behavior, because every time you do it, it comes to mind. It's subtle. As soon as you put it on, the ritual begins. Okay, now we're doing this. Subtle behavior.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's that subtle behavior, man. Gosh, that makes such a difference. And that's where the emotional aspect, oh boy, if you can learn how to handle your emotions, good Lord, you're ahead of the game, I think, because that's like a number one directing force. And it's one of the most impulsive things that we do, at least for myself, being very Raja dominant. Like for me, Bhakti and Jnana yoga are like, Bhakti, Jnana, and Karma yoga are like my three. Like I'm always going between these three because there's so much information there, and every time I revisit, I uncover something else about myself, and then a real life situation happens, and then I react to it the way how I've reacted previously, and I'll be like, damn, back to the drawing board. Okay. Like, what happened this time? And I find that every time I revisit my own Chitta, right, it's really interesting, because I would have thought that I made a certain agreement or attachment because of one circumstance that happened. But when I go back and revisit, I'll oftentimes find that there's another instance that I completely forgotten about. That's the real reason why I made the attachment or the agreement in the first place. That made my subtle reality the way how it was. And a lot of times it wasn't this huge traumatic event that I thought had occurred. There would be like this trauma that happened with, my family or whatever. And it'd be like, oh, that's the reason. Because it's like, no, I'm not talking shit to psychologists, because there are many brilliant ones there who can help a lot of people. But I've been told like, oh, it's because of this happened. That's why you're acting like this or whatever, because of this. And I can see where like certain subtle qualities of mine act out because of these certain traumas. But then when I visit my own Chitta, especially when it comes to practicing my bhakti meditations or any type of meditation where I'm bringing things up from this subconscious mind, it's like, oh, it was actually a much smaller event. like it was an instance on the playground that all of a sudden like had me seeing things this way.
And it makes sense, because when we were much younger in that childhood mind, our understanding of the world was different. So when that kid pushed us down in the sandbox, we took that very seriously. It was very traumatic. We, as adults, we often overlook children and their mindsets. We know that it's no big deal. So we tell them that's no big deal, but to them it is a big deal. Like, they've only been here for a couple of years. So those events get stored in the Chitta, in the storehouse of memory, and it begins to build layers. That's why I asked everybody to write that chart. If you didn't do it, then hey, you'll be here next time. But if you did write that chart, through meditation, you might be able to see that there may have been some things that happened in your childhood that if you look at it now with adult eyes, you would dissolve it instantly. The same way Shiva dissolves the universe when he opens his third eye. Just saying.
Mm-hmm. And there may even be references that you don't recognize. Like I even find with myself, like, I'm so glad you have that chart, because it is such an amazing thing to contemplate on. Like, let's go to the past lives, or the God form archetype, for example. I had this came up the other day. So I had a really special attachment to this willow tree at a park that I grew up at. And I used to sit in the willow tree, and it was like, oh my God, like I felt like I was talking to my mother, like it was like this tree was just so important to me.
Tree?
And yeah, it was a tree. It was a willow tree in particular. And it got chopped down. And I remember feeling like such loss from it. And in a meditation I had recently, I revisited that tree. And the reason why I had the attachment, or a reference that came to my mind about this tree here, this image of the tree, was the arching factor of its branches. And then all of a sudden my mind went to like this interesting vision of walking under these arches that look like almost like, you know, those pictures of like caves that people walk through where there's water holes and stuff like that. And then there are these arches of like, you know, rock that was formed. Like I felt like I was there, or I had been there at some point, or somewhere in the grand consciousness perspective, right? The grand shared perspective, there was that image was attached somewhere within my being that then related the willow tree to that. And so anything with an arch became like this huge significance for me. I don't know if I was maybe the rock, or I don't know if I was it at all. Maybe it was just something that was picked up through the net, and just my little beam was like, yeah, we're adding this to your composition or something. But it's really interesting when you go into Chitta, like all these kinds of references that your mind comes up with, that you're just like, wow, I don't even know what that is or what time frame that is or anything like that, but it's there.
That makes me think that even as higher intellect entities interact with us, we couldn't even realize it because we're not refined enough. So like when you really look at this thing, imagine that there's this barrier, and this is inspired by what you just said with the tree and the arches. And when you said something about you selected, you know, those arches and that experience, you know, of course that was the ego aspect. But then I began thinking, like, just because ego aspect selected that doesn't mean it's not true, because obviously it has an emotional effect on you. It's like to imagine this barrier here of experience, right? So this represents manas. That line is manas. That's the five senses. Now what happens is an impulse hits one of the five senses. Let's just say it's a sight vibration. So that sight vibration, whatever it actually is, we don't know. Because the eyes can only see within a certain range of frequency, right?
Right.
So all we pick up is what we can pick up. That's manas. So what manas does is it says, hey, there's stimulation in the eye center. Stimulation in the eye center. The faculty of Chitta now is disturbed, moved. It's modified, right? Yoga is the modification of the mind stuff. So this sight impacts, this vibration is picked up by the sight, and the sight fluctuates the Chitta now. Here goes ego. Here goes ahamkara. And ahamkara says, I like this. And this is what it looks like. And this is how I feel about it. And it creates a memory, an image. It creates an interpretation of such a thing. And most people base the world on that. But here's where Buddhi comes in. Buddhi comes in and decides to take a look at this thing that was created and understand that this isn't the real thing at all. This is only an interpretation. So Buddhi says, let me go back and analyze why these waves were made, right? And you talked about the dream you had, you talked about the symbols, you talked about the tree experience itself. And behind all that is what was actually in contact with you. That you said it felt like a mother. Why would you say that? Right? Why would you say that? That feeling that you got, the essence of it was in the initial experience. But looking back through time, this is what we have.
An image. Yeah. Yeah. So I experienced this too through pranayama. So my roommate, he's been practicing it for a while, right? Here's just like what comes off my head. So he was like, oh, that conversation with yourself starts to happen when you lose your breath. And in my head, before I started it, I was like, oh, I wonder what it's going to say. Like, oh, Laura, you should breathe, you know? Like I was coming up with these images about what that'd be like. And then I reached a level in the pranayama where I was challenged. And I had to face myself like, ooh, we're going to hold this out breath a little longer. And what's interesting is that there was no voice. There was no conversation except a very butterfly sensation in my stomach. Like it was like this it was full on just sensory, like solely a tingling sensation that just became overwhelming when I'm out of breath. And like I realized like, oh, this is the conversation with the self. Like this is very interesting of that dynamic there. There was no voice, there was no image. It was just like this full-on feeling. And so I wonder, because that's still operating within Manas, I wonder how you can learn to start interpreting what is being translated or what is coming down, what these impulses are, if you can't necessarily trust how your senses are going to be interpreting them per se. Like, they're going to be limits to it.
But now we're talking about getting to that level of the oath of the abyss, understanding that everything that happens is that communication. Most people don't live that way. They think that everything that happens is random and scattered, and no, everything that happens is that communication. So when it comes to the senses, it isn't so much about trusting, because we know that our five senses cannot perceive the original form. It cannot. So this is where dharana comes into play, by being very still and focusing on the symbol. When you focus on the symbol or the memory, he said the gold bracelet, right? Anything that is evoking that emotion. And what happens is when you focus on it deep enough, when you go back beyond the personal level, and then you go down to the who I used to be level, the childhood level, as you start going within the levels of that image itself, you start getting to its archetype, right? Every event that happens in our life is stimulated from some archetypal movement. That's why they say love is, there's a God behind love. It's eros. And we think of this image of this Cupid figure going around shooting people with love arrows. So a love arrow hit you. And the experience was a really good relationship with another person. Now, it's not that that person is your twin flame. That person isn't special. No, the connection and the feeling that y'all shared was an experience of the archetype arrows coming into your life. Or you getting arrested, right? Let's say you get arrested, handcuffed, slam your face on the hood of the car, put you in the back seat, now you're going to jail, right? That's what this experience was. Instead of you getting mad at the police, instead of you getting mad at whoever called the cops, understand that that was an essence of gibura, because whatever you had going on was accumulating too much and it had to be sliced out. Not because you're a bad person, not because somebody else is bad, but because you were imbalanced. Right? There's an essence of Gibura. The archetype of Gibura happened. It just expressed itself as an event. So when we start looking at our life as a series of expressions of essences, we can start to see clearly what's going on here. Like you said, this is an illusion. This is a dream. That doesn't mean like we're going to open our eyes and wake up somewhere. That means that everything that we see is only a tip of the iceberg. Reality is out here. This represents the body. This represents the five senses, this line. So anything below this level is not going to be the reality. We have to use buddhi to follow that trail backwards and get to the impulse.
Mm-hmm.
There's an essence behind this conversation. There's an essence behind my whole YouTube channel. There's an essence behind you having the passion and the ability to give massages, right? There's an essence behind everything that we're doing. But when we focus on that surface level, just the surface level, we don't ever get to it.
Right, because we're so focused on the expression of it.
And as the book says, we're scattered, we're dissipated when we do that. Because the expression will always change. Let's say you're getting better and better doing massages today. What if you do something different but related? Does that mean you wasted your time? No. You're still expressing the same essence, just in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't do music anymore. That doesn't mean I wasted my time. I'm still learning everything that I tapped into from my music days right here, right now. The only reason I wasn't nervous getting on stage in November is because I've been on stage plenty of times doing music. So me being on stage in front of people delivering something, there's an essence that's been with me always. It's just expressing itself in a different way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what we're doing is, in our process of non-attachment, we're no longer becoming attached to the expressions of these impulses, and instead are now learning to identify, are learning to become aware of the impulses that are constantly occurring.
Yes.
And in return, that's how we start to become the observer over the expression itself.
Bingo. Chapter 1 in a nutshell. Thank you. Thank you. Because look what would happen without non-attachment. I mentioned my music days and, you know, performing and being on stage and touring and people singing along to my lyrics and me holding the mic all cool and shit like that. When I was attached to that, when it was over, I was so heartbroken, right? Because one day I was on top of the world, everybody knew who I was. The next day, nobody gave a shit because I wasn't doing it anymore. But I was so attached to who I used to be, right? And I was feeling so down because I didn't have a band anymore. No one loves me. Life is over. It's like, no. Attachment will have you feeling like that, feeling depressed, feeling lost, feeling like you wasted your time, feeling like you're so behind. That's what attachment does, because you're holding on to an expression. You haven't gotten to the essence yet. When I got to the essence of, hey, I'm a creator, but not just a creator, I'm actually a vessel for something bigger than myself. When I learned to focus on that, I don't care what I express because I trust the essence. It knows better than I do. I'm just a hairless monkey like everyone else. But what is actually me, right? Aria said in the chat earlier, I'm trash. I'm trash. I'm not talking about this, as gorgeous as this is. What I'm talking about is me, is behind the veil. What is you is behind this veil. But like you said, non-attachment is what helps us get there.
Right.
Good stuff, man. I hope everyone's getting this. I really do.
I mean, that felt good. Like I love that angle of diving into what we're studying, because that creates such a clear picture. Like we are all impulses. We're expressions of impulses, and so what we're doing is getting to that impulse.
Mm-hmm. That's why at the bottom of my list is God archetypes. Not because it's something that you have to worship, but maybe, just maybe, you have a special archetype, right? How many spheres of the tree are there? There's like
8, 9,
10 or something like that, right?
You know more than I do. I'm all trying to count what's on the book.
Oh, Lord. Yeah. So, I mean, these essences all express through us in some degree, in some percentage, but typically one of these will express more than the other. That's why we have different archetypes: the healer, the teacher, the warrior, the wealthy person, the caregiver, you know, the artist, the visionary, the merchant. Like, these are all archetypes. These are all essences that express through us. So maybe if we look at our life and see the things that have happened to us and the way that we felt all these years, going down that chart that I listed, we'll find where we come from. And when you do, here's the beauty of that. When you see who you actually are, you immediately stop doing dumb shit. You instantly stop doing stuff that's not for you. Instantly.
Yes. Because there's no point to it.
No point to it. When, you know, and that's us going through phases. We go through phases because we don't know who we are. I went through a phase where I had myself a little grill, had my hair, you know, shaved down, and wore the big ass t-shirt, the baggy shorts, you know, and I thought I was cool. That wasn't me. It didn't feel good, but that's what other people were doing. So I thought it was me. No, I had to realize that, you know, what I actually am is not like any of y'all. So I can't look at y'all and see myself. I have to look within and see what and who I am. And I can't let y'all stop me from doing that, because you're going to try, because you don't know, just like I don't know. but I'm going to find out. And look what happened when I did. Now some of those same people are coming to me to try to find themselves. Essence, not expression. Love it.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes things very, very, very clear. Because I think too, we relate expression a lot to the clothes we wear or how we express ourselves through emotion. But it's so much more when you put it in the perspective of expression being everything that's playing out. It really adds to all those deeper levels there. It's like, oh, so even my act of sitting here is an expression of an impulse that's coming through that my body is determining as, you're gonna be sitting in this chair and it's gonna feel pretty comfortable because I'm acting out this impulse. And that's where, you know, when we talk about the tattvas and we talk about our emotions and we talk about directing that flow of pranic force, right? And you practice like a japa meditations and all of that, you're connecting into that constant force of all of those impulses that are coming through your system, and you're simply recognizing it and really seeing it. And when you can recognize it, that's when you know that it's going to express itself in some way, and you can start to direct that flow a little bit more.
Yes.
Like I had a moment where it was a little while ago, but I got called out on an archetype I had been playing, and I had been so attached to this archetype without knowing how attached I was to it. And I started crying during the interaction because this person was like, why do you have to be this archetype? Why is that so important to you? And as I realized that my ego was struggling to try and find a reason why it had to play this archetype, right? The emotion, I just had to like let it out. I was like, okay, all right. But it was in that moment that I remember I started directing it towards hearing with understanding and compassion, like immediately redirecting it to, instead of projecting anger, instead of projecting all this defense mechanism, I just went into the moment and started listening to what was being told to me. And so I started focusing on sound itself as it happened. And it just, this whole experience and expression changed. The whole outcome changed easily with that focus.
There's something going on here right now, so let's keep going with it. Do you remember the image of Prana Shakti in Tattvashuddhi?
Yes.
Okay, so she's holding a noose. She's holding a goad, penis, vagina, Hakma Bina. And the next pair of hands, what is she holding?
Arrows.
Yes.
And a skull.
Arrows and a bow.
And a bow. Okay.
Bow to shoot those are, and the next pair of hands, yes, there's the trident and the skull. But what you just said now starts to shed more light on why she's holding 5 arrows in one hand and a bow in the other. We know from the book the bow represents dharana, one-pointed concentration, right? But here's the thing: if the bow represents one-pointed concentration, what do the arrows represent?
The emotion.
It represents what you're concentrating on, right? But
right.
You got 5 choices. What do those 5 choices represent?
The senses.
5 senses. So if you can sit there and concentrate on a sound, on a smell, on a taste, on a vision, on a feeling, and you pull dharana on that, you can get to the reality of a thing.
Ooh, you know, that's Cupid's arrow right there too.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Man, look. You see what this Vedic information does to us?
Yes.
What is this, 6.5 hours, and I'm the only one who mentioned Will Smith and Chris Rock. This information legit makes you smarter. Genius level smarter.
Yeah, it does. I'm so grateful for it. I'm so grateful for these moments. Like this is, I was, so as a Muay Thai, as someone who trains Muay Thai, there's, you follow people who you like, right? Inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's a world champion named Bukao, and I was looking up his training schedule, and I realized that his training schedule is like my spiritual schedule. Wake up, just different, right? I wake up in the morning. Hey. Sorry. I wake up in the morning. I have, I'm playing mantras. I do my meditations. I take a break. Then I go back to my mantras. Then I do my meditations. Then I reflect. Like there are all these actions that I do throughout the day that are always based off of self-reflection and that constant growth. And it's so beautiful to see when your environment also reflects that, when it's like there's nothing else you can attract except for the same type of environment that's going to work in harmony with it. There's just no way that it's not going to happen. Like I just really am grateful that that's how this dream works. What you focus on is always going to expand. You're going to use those arrows and direct them into a channel.
It's very key what you said also about how your environment has no choice but to reflect what's vibrating on the inside. It has to. So this would show how and why the science of these mantras work. These are source vibration, essence vibrations. So when you begin doing your mantra on the Bij mantras, or even the mantras in the Sri Soundarya Lahiri, they begin to have an influence on your expressed reality. Because when you do the mantras over and over again, what are we doing? This right here is, hey, repeat the mantra 2,000 times for 45 days. That's you focusing on that symbol itself to get into its essential nature. And once you tap into the essence of that shloka, it begins to express itself in your physical reality. I didn't finish my 45 days and it still came through for me. Both of them.
Yeah. Same here.
I might have tapped into it earlier.
Man, that's so cool. Yeah, like the other night, I was just feeling like I needed a break from it, right? So typically I'll play it at night while I'm sleeping and then throughout the day. And I just felt like I needed a break. Like I just was feeling this overwhelming, like, oh, okay, well, because there was a point where I was like, it's probably not even soaking in that much while I'm sleeping. So let me just, let me see if it's just consciousness, while I'm conscious, let me just try doing that. I went one night without playing the shloka. And in my dreams, the mantra started playing. It was like, man, and I had an entire dream where I woke up and I turned on the shloka and I was singing it to myself in the dream. Oh. And the shloka wasn't even on. I woke up totally thinking I'd been playing the shloka. I had not. I had slept the whole night envisioning myself playing this shloka or this mantra. So automatically while I was sleeping, this mantra, it was like, okay, no, something's out. You got to play the mantra. And so my mind started making it up.
You tapped in. The mind was like, yo, where's the mantra at? Fuck it, I got it.
Yeah. Yeah. And so I learned from that if you play these mantras while you're sleeping, yeah, they do have an effect. They have a profound effect.
People underestimate this stuff. Like that is literally your sign that it is working. Somebody would look at that and be like, I don't know if it's working. That's literally the sign. Who has a dream that they turn on the mantra?
Yeah. Yeah. And then it just keeps playing in the head the whole time.
It isn't the words itself. It's not the melody. It's not the person singing it. It's a representation of something else. You tapped into it and it's bouncing back. it's reverberating back to you in your dream, in the main way that you know it as.
Yeah, that's how I knew too. Like, these are spells.
Right.
You know, like these are real spells. You know, you always practice. I remember being doing my whole like Wiccan thing, and you know, and like trying to set an altar and do all this stuff, and you know, and the spells would maybe sometimes work, but not ever really. And I thought it was just a belief issue or something like that. But it's these mantras, like you just gotta, there's that repetition, and it's the mantra itself, like the expression it creates, the impulse that it taps you into is so strong.
Potent.
Yeah, like you really can't go wrong. I think too, when it comes to the shlokas and all of that, and mantras as well, you're going to find a more profound effect always, at least in my experience, when you do the self-reflection ones. You can go for ones that bring you prosperity and all of that, and they'll work. But it's when you start doing things like, I want to have self-actualization or realization occur. I want to, you know, release some samskaras. I want to be able to sort through the chitta and have clear mind. Like when
inner peace.
What's that?
Inner peace. Let me have some inner peace, right?
Yeah, let me feel happy. You know, like it's those mantras, it's those shlokas, it's those practices that are the most potent, that then everything else starts to follow and work out. So I think that's the key with all of this, is you can't, especially with yoga, you just can't go into it from the viewpoint of the expression itself. You can't go into a yoga practice thinking that it's going to make you rich or that, you know, oh, if I start doing this, I'm going to become more powerful and be able to summon all of the Goesha. Like, that's not, you're still acting from the expression of the pulse. Yoga doesn't do that. Yoga doesn't fuck with that.
Right. I'll share my yoga story that I had. So for my sleeping playlist, I have a Mahamrityunjaya mantra playlist. And basically it plays the Mahamrityunjaya all through the night. And then when I'm about to, because according to, I believe it was Karma Yoga maybe, he says that there was the 3 mantras that we do, the Mahamrityunjaya, the Durga mantra, and the Gayatri mantra. Mm-hmm. So personally, I think the Mahamrityunjaya is mine. That's the one that I'm doing. So I do that one, like I have that one for the bulk of my playlist. And then like towards the end, depending on when I'm going to wake up, I switch it every now and then. But then I'll have the Gayatri mantra and then the Durga mantra. So what I would try to do is have my alarm hit when the Gayatri mantra happens, so that I can wake up and do it, and then do the Durga mantra. But it's been getting to the point where I don't set my alarm anymore. I naturally wake up during the Gayatri mantra, right? Now that's cool in itself, because I don't know if you've heard the Durga mantra, but you know, it's like he says it and then you say it back. You know that one? Oh, Durga. Okay. Well, JNANA, he's got one where he goes through the 32 names of Durga. 32 paths of the Kabbalah tree of life. But he goes through the 32 names of Durga, and that's the mantra that I do before I would get out of bed when I play that playlist. Well, last time I woke up in the middle of the Gayatri mantra, and they say that like 108 times, I believe. But I woke up in the middle of it, and I swear I just knew confidently, okay, this is the last round. Let's get ready for the Durga mantra. It wasn't a guess. I wasn't like playing around. Like I knew deeply, as if I'd been awake the whole time, keeping count. Listen, I woke up in the middle of the mantra towards the end, and I just like said to myself, all right, time for the Durga mantra. And that was the last one. And then it went to the next mantra. I was like, holy shit. Well, yeah, what did you expect?
You're right. Only excellence.
Right. That was great.
Yeah. Yeah, man, it has a profound, like, I don't, I remember a couple of weeks back we were talking with KP about like music and how you can use your intention in music and all that kind of stuff. Let me tell you, man, my music has changed a lot. Like, just from what I want to hear, I just want to hear the shlokas. It's insane. Like, I try listening to other music and I can only stand like 15 minutes of it. Then I'm like, okay. And then it's almost like I feel like I'm missing out, like it's like that sensation of like, this is Hotel Earth. What the hell am I doing here? Like, there's so much better shit I could be doing.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And so that's where, and yeah, I've just been playing the shlokas. Like, and I think it's when you have a connection to that subtle change, but it doesn't feel so subtle, like it just happens. That's when I think that's when you don't really choose any other lifestyle or any other path, or it doesn't become so painful. Like, it's less of a chore. It's like, no, I want to feel this way again. I want to know that this is, I want to be able to have this express itself in my dream right now. I don't really want anything else happening, because it keeps your focus. It just kind of keeps things very, very aligned, very in tune. And it's nice to be in tune.
Yes. In tune. And see, that's key. Like, it is kind of thrown around being I'm in alignment. Like, that's become a buzzword, but there's truth to this. We're talking about mantras, we're talking about frequencies, we're talking about essences. Those are literally patterns of movement. So when those patterns of potential movement become expressed, like I said in the beginning, you can tell the tree by the seed, by the fruit. So the fruits begin expressing in your life. If you're living in alignment, that means you're living in accordance with some of these vibrations. To sit here and say clean all day long, you're eventually going to start living in the expression of the alignment of clean. So things are naturally going to start becoming attracted to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
You may need to start to balance that out with the opposite mantra, but this is what living in alignment means. Like, and that's one of the things that me waking up to that mantra taught me. Like, even if I feel like I'm lagging behind or I'm not doing it right or whatever, I have to understand, and my body's been telling me this, trust me, trust my body. I'm not the most intelligent, but I have a role and I'm learning too. Like, my body's telling me this, trust me. I know what my role is. Let me do my thing. I'm learning to trust my physical body.
Yeah. It's, yeah. Yep. And it's such a process. It's such a process that we just revisit over and over and over again. Because when you start gaining this knowledge, you're like, okay, if everything's acting off of ego, but ego isn't necessarily bad. There's no bad or good. It's just a balancing act. Like, what is being in balance with something? What is being out of balance? Oh, right. There is no such thing as balance, really, because everything is already balanced. Everything is already acting out. So how, it's just like this whole, you just kind of have to go through shit. Like,
You just kind of have to go through shit.
Yeah. But it's a super cool process. I'm loving these shlokas, man. They've changed like they're changing my whole dynamic again. It's very cool. Huh?
Okay, so you got the shloka itself, the mantra. Are you meditating on the yantra and the symbolic scenario that they mentioned?
I'm yes, yeah, through bhakti meditations. I do them both on, so I do them separately. So I'll meditate on the yantra, not as much as I do with the visualization that they give. But yeah, so I'll do that. And I mix that in with my bhakti meditation, which is where like I visualize the form and all of that. And for me, with the shloka that I'm practicing, it works hand in hand with the bhakti very, 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 very well. So that's made it a lot easier for me to incorporate. Before I was just doing the shlokas, and that was having some effect, but this definitely takes it up a notch. Okay, I gotta give myself a timeout here and
Nice
get
turtle
ready.
shell, by the way.
Huh?
Nice turtle shell, the earrings.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I got them from a friend who makes them in Mexico when I was there last. And yeah, she hooked it up. She's a really awesome artist.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a timeout. I don't know if you're gonna be ending soon or not, but I gotta handle some stuff.
All right. I think it's probably a good time to wrap it up.
Okay, cool. Well, I love you very much, and I love everyone here as well, and many blessings. Ciao.
Love you too. Have a great evening.
You too.
Excellent stuff. Excellent stuff. Who was that? IDKDKDF. I like what you said there. Each live, you can tell there's a conscious progression with each individual, chat included. I love it. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, you can see the growth, and it's gradual, but if you're paying attention, you can see it. And like I said, it's just based on conversation, just based on the perspectives that have shifted, right? That's how you know that someone is actually doing the work or not. But it's beautiful to see the growth, because growth in this direction is a positive thing, right? Growth in this direction represents healing and wholeness. And where there's healing and wholeness, there's harmony. And where there's harmony, that means there's less and less suffering. And I don't particularly, I don't enjoy people suffering. I'd rather have people healed, because we got enough suffering. And it only leads to more suffering. So yeah, there was a lot of good information today. Yeah. A lot of good information today. Almost too good. All right. I know Society Ejects, you got to get up at 5 a.m. So I appreciate you being here. I appreciate all you guys and gals. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your investment in your study. Society Eject says, LOL, I'm supposed to have got off 2 hours ago, but the conversation is really good, LOL. Have to get up at 5 a.m., but I know my time was well spent. Yes. And I appreciate you spending your time here. Alicia M says, can you please drop a link to the Durga mantra? I know you shared it before. Sure. I'll share the Durga mantra. Om Durga. Repeat after me. Durga Dishamani. Durga Patvini Varini. Durga Mohantri. Durga Todharini. Durgamya. Durga Mata. Durgama Vidya. Durga Bhima, Durga Bhama. Good stuff. Okay, so I just posted the link to that Durga mantra. It's pretty cool. But yeah, usually that's the one that I wake up to. I mean, it's easy. He says the names one at a time, so you can just repeat it with him. And like I said, it's not on my priority to memorize them right now, but I'm gradually memorizing all 32. And I'd rather do it slow like this so that when I need it, it'll be there durable in my long-term memory, not my short-term memory. But yeah, this was a good live. Yeah, you guys are awesome. So yeah, I just posted the link to the Durga mantra. If you want it, there it is. I suppose I could post the playlist that I usually listen to with a couple of my favorite Mahamrityunjayas. But just be forewarned, I do change the order every now and then. All right, so that's the playlist that has a couple of my favorite Mahamrityunjaya mantras, and yeah, all right. So reminding you again, because we're getting close to that time, so I'm gonna start having to remind you more and more often. I'm gonna be presenting live in Atlanta at the Master Student Conference Part 2. It's gonna be on June the 6th. So if you wanna meet me in person, get you a ticket and come out. Now, as far as tickets are concerned, I'd recommend buying it for me because there are scammers out there, and you'll be able to trust the ticket if you get it from me or specifically from Dreamwise. But don't just buy it from anybody. If you want to get a ticket to come see it, I've posted the link. It's pinned to the top of the chat. Even if you think that you might get a ticket later on, at least copy this link and save it. So that way you know for sure you can get this link without, being scammed. So yeah, June the 6th in Atlanta. It's gonna be me, it's gonna be Dreamwise, D-Ray, it's gonna be Brother Yosef, we're gonna have Wilka Prue, Conjure Queen, and there's gonna be a few other people as well. And you guys will get to meet each other, which is also pretty cool. There have been people who met in the Magus Society and got married. Yeah, there's been businesses established from people who met in the Magus Society. All kind of cool stuff. Plenty of song collabs. Matthew Watson, did you ever look up anything on, I forgot her name, Kuan Yin? Did you ever get any info on Kuan Yin? Matthew Watson asked recently about, he kept having experiences with Kuan Yin, and he wanted to know if she has a correspondent in the Vedic information. Nothing came to mind for me, so I don't know. I've got to look into it some more, but yeah, maybe you can look into it also. Because I know Bobby and Panic used to talk about Kuan Yin a lot. Panic Pack. All right, so yeah, this was a good one. Sometimes you can tell that the energy is of a certain quality in these live streams. And I have to say, the energy that was there today was of a great quality. There were some things that were really broke down. Oh my gosh, this is good stuff, y'all. I hope y'all are getting this. I hope y'all are getting this. You're not gonna get this in too many places out here right now. Not in this Kali Yuga. So please respect yourself and put this information to test in your own experience. All right. So look, I can sit here and talk for another 30 minutes, but you guys know. Homework. Take that chart that I listed, right? Write your own chart with your name at the top of it, and take a moment to analyze each of those levels. Those represent the depths of your access to memory. Remember, memory is not just personal. Memory is not just personal. There's your memory, but there's also shared memory. shared in different degrees, like the chart shows. Your genetics, your DNA, that's the shared memory of your family. There's also racial memory, right? And this is why Goetia works and all these spirits work, because we're accessing vibrations that come from the racial memory level of existence. And there's also higher levels, which can be symbolized as the angels, archangels, and the different God forms. This represents the four worlds of the Kabbalah. You're not going to get this anywhere else. I'm telling you, not until somebody takes what I said and makes their own shit out of it. Read these books, and practice what you've learned in them. All right, so anyways, your homework is to write that chart and then just take a moment to meditate on and ponder those different levels. You'll be able to unlock some memories, especially at that childhood level. Remember who you were at each of those categories. Who were you as a child? Who is your family? Look at your family as a whole, not just 1, 2, 3 people. Look at everybody, including the ones you don't like and the ones you don't talk to. What's the synthesis between all these characters? What's the similarity, right? What's the whole Smith family like, right? What's the whole Stevenson's family like, right? What's the whole Jenkins family like as a whole? Take your person. See, this is what I mean. You got to let go of attachment at this point. You can't have personal opinions and feelings at this point, or you're not going to see clearly. What's the whole family look like? Now let's get even deeper. Look at the entire race. Take away your pride, take away your ego. What's the racial memory look like? Are you lying to yourself? Are you only researching the good things, or did you take into consideration the things that were not so good as well and weigh them together? What's the planetary memory look like? What's the species memory look like? Have you done enough research to even have an idea? And another good suggestion is what Laura said. Think about peace. Meditate on peace. If you don't know what that means, think about times and moments in your life where you've experienced peace. Think of symbols of peace. And when you meditate on that, you'll begin to get an experience of what peace represents. Think about peace at your surface level. Back to the chart. Think about peace. What did peace mean for your old self? What did peace mean in your childhood state? What does peace mean in your family state? What does peace mean on the species level? You see where this is going? You're learning to stretch your mind. This is Jnana yoga. Know thyself. How do you know thyself? Through self-analysis. Straight Panther 79 said Akashic Records. This is how you start tapping into the Akashic Records. It's not just like you magically wake up in some imaginary library. No, this is it right here. The information is here. It's ever present. And you have to become the witness. The witness. And in order to become the witness, you have to not identify self with sense objects. Sense objects are observed, but they do not define you because they are expressions of the essence. They're relative to the absolute. Do these things and you'll begin to improve the quality of your mind. You'll begin to improve the quality of your mind. When they talk about Albert Einstein and Nikola Tesla and these different geniuses, they didn't memorize a bunch of information and get smart that way. No, they studied information and they begin to see patterns through that information. And when you start to see enough patterns, you suddenly begin to reach those deeper levels of memory. And you just have access to those things because you understand at a wider perspective. If you haven't seen enough patterns in life, then you don't know. You don't know. I've been on the internet long enough to know the different patterns. So I can tell things before I waste my time, right? I lived in an era where they had these pop-ups that would always pop up. You go to a certain website, pop-ups would be everywhere. And if you clicked on one of them, you get even more pop-ups. It was a virus in itself. Now, some websites still try to do that. But see, if you never went through the pop-up phase, you might end up clicking on one of those things, right? I went through the era of Napster and LimeWire and BearShare, where it was before iTunes. You had to pirate music. You had to download it from this big global collection of people sharing files. Right? You might try to go get a Michael Jackson song and end up with some snuff porn, right? So You don't want to see that. You quickly start to analyze and learn. Before I opened up some of those files, I looked at the file size. I knew that a song was about, okay, maybe 200 to 500 megabytes. If this is supposed to be a Michael Jackson song, why is it 2 gigabytes? I'm not opening that because that's not a Michael Jackson song. You see what I'm saying? You start to notice patterns. And before long, you start to realize that the intellect that Buddhi is referring to is not the intellect of memorizing facts. It's about understanding the relationships and the patterns, understanding context. That's what makes a genius. Who loves orange soda said Kazaa. Yeah, Kazaa was another one. But it's even through just through utilizing things with seriousness, you start to pick up on the patterns. But see, if we were to throw one of these young kids into LimeWare, Bearshare, no, the computer would get a virus immediately because they're going to click on it. I bought my son a tablet for his birthday, and all he's downloading is every free game he can find. Everything. It's like, damn, you didn't even play the one you just got, right? DKDF says LimeWire is a whole crypto company now. Wow, I didn't know that. I'm gonna have to look into that. Sunshine Chick says those were the days. Very simple. See, we didn't have this. We had AIM Instant Messenger. We had AIM Instant Messenger. You had to talk one-on-one. You could change the text background and the colors and the font. Yeah. Who loves orange soda says, yep, then it was torrents. Right. And see, after downloading enough movies and enough files, what was it? I had Transmission for Mac. What was the torrent client for Windows? What was a popular torrent client? But I remember, you know, after you start downloading movies for a little while, sometimes you see some of them were duds, right? You can go, before you even download it, you can see how many seeds, right? How many people were seeding. You could tell whether it was worth your time. Because sometimes if you didn't have enough seeds, you have to wait for months to get that movie, or weeks to get that movie, or days to get that movie. Sometimes never. Sometimes somebody just put it up there to tease you. Or they put it up there for 1 or 2 people and took it away. So you might sit there waiting on it to download and it never downloads, right? All these different nuances just from playing in the dirt, right? From doing the work. That's why they say do the work. Do the work isn't one thing specifically. Doing the work is doing whatever work is there for you to do. Do it. And as you do it, you start to pick up on these subtle cues. You don't have to do exactly what I'm doing, but as you're doing the work, as you're getting in the motion of things, as you're being consistent, you start recognizing patterns, and eventually you know exactly what I'm talking about because you've experienced a degree of it. And before you know it, you don't need to read any books or watch any videos because you see now, you see yourself, and you won't be afraid. Who loves orange soda said uTorrent. uTorrent, that was it. uTorrent. Pirate Bay. Man, good times. There used to be a good place for movies. They were all like, what was it? I know recently, I think they kind of cracked down on movies, watching movies online, because there really no need to download anything anymore since everything's available, with the exception of certain kinds of videos because they're posted by individuals and sometimes they change their mind to take it down. But yeah, there's no real reason to download movies and music anymore, really. Because if it's not on YouTube, it's going to be on some other app. Bling, blue, blinking, blue. Yeah, so just imagine how conditioned we are to the Facebook Messenger notification ping. You might hear it on somebody else's phone and quickly grab yours unconsciously. All right, so yeah, that was your homework. Have the chart. Take a few moments to mentally analyze and relive the state of consciousness in each of those levels: your current self, your past self, your childhood, your genetic level, your family level, the racial level, the species level, right? Just try to expand your mind to get a feel for what it's like to be in those places. That's like lifting weights and putting more weight on the bar. That's what you're doing when you do that visualization. Because most people, like I said, don't get past the childhood level because the trauma is too strong. But sometimes expanding past that, you start to see that the trauma that used to be such a big deal is pretty small in comparison to the big picture. And that can help to neutralize it. Because you start to see that everything happens the way that it's supposed to. All right, so next week we're going to talk about chapter 2 of the same book, JNANA Yoga. Chapter 2. That's going to be next week. And then also we're going to get through the chapter on Tifereth and possibly Netzach and Hod with a practical guide to Kabbalistic symbolism. So that's a really good book, and I'm happy to be getting so much clarification on Kabbalah. I'm really going to try to dig through that so we can get, because there's actually 2 books of a practical guide on Kabbalistic symbolism. There's 2 books. Book 2 deals entirely with the paths. Book 1 deals entirely with the Sephirah. Book 2 is all about the paths. With the paths, we're going to get to the tarot cards. There's so many different ways that you can use these symbols to tap into your levels of self. One of the ways that I was teaching in class 2 weeks ago was even about the tarot cards. There's a way that you can break these down, right? Not to go through it once because this is recorded. You can always rewatch it. The first thing you want to do, you want to have 3 piles, right? 1 pile for the court cards, 1 pile for the major arcana, and then 1 pile for the rest of the cards, which are known as the minor arcana. Now, you want to arrange this in such a way that you can actually walk through each one of them. You can walk through each one of them and you can see the story unfold. So the first one is easy. Take all the major arcana and put them in order, starting with the Fool. And notice how the Fool becomes the Magus, right? He falls into incarnation. And now that he's here, his duty is to arrange the elements of nature. Now, once he does that, he's able to pierce behind the veil because everything is now in order. And once he's able to pierce behind the veil, he's able to become pregnant with manifestation, right? Once pregnant with manifestation and giving birth to manifestation, the manifestation needs to be ruled and put into order. Now, once it's ruled and put into order, like what Maestro said, the young needs to be taught, right? And the process continues. This is actually a journey. This is actually a story. They call this the book T. Now you can start to pick up on the story just by looking at pictures. You ever look at a picture book as a kid, right? You see him tamed with these beasts, which represent movement, yet he's not moving. I wonder what that symbolizes, right? Look at all the subtle nuances. It's not a strong man. Like this card is strength, but it's not a strong man. It's a wise woman. That infinity sign over her head, that represents wisdom. And she's pulling open the mouth of this lion and he's licking her hand. So he's cool with it. What does this symbolize, right? If you line up these cards in order, you start to get a story of evolution. By the way, the first card, you see the Fool about to step into reality, about to step into manifestation. You see the little red ribbon on his hat. You see what he's holding, the stick. You see the 4 elements. They're kind of scattered and wild. The very last card you get is the World. Right? Notice that another thing to notice about the artwork on these cards is even the direction that they're facing is symbolic. The color of the sky is symbolic. Everything here is organized. Everything here is in order now. That's the last step. But yeah, the first act, put all the major arcana cards in order and meditate on the story that you get. The second one is easy as well. Keep in mind you want to arrange these cards in order from Wands, which represents fire, which represents the absolute level, which represents the God form level. Then you want to do Cups, and that represents the Yetziratic level, the Archangel level, Cups. Then you want to do Swords, that represents the excuse me. Yeah, the Briatic level was second. The Yetziratic level is third, swords, and then you want to do pentacles. So wands, cups, swords, pentacles. Why do it in that order? Because that's going to be the density from subtle to dense. Wands, cups, swords, pentacles. So first arrange the family. Arrange the family. And what you're going to have is the King of Wands, the Queen of Wands, the Knight of Wands, the Page of Wands. The page was kind of like the servant, kind of like the indentured servant or the house, you know, the happy slave, if you want to put it. Sometimes it's the daughter, sometimes it's the princess. But they within themselves also represent the four worlds. I won't get into it in detail, but this is the four worlds on the first world level. Anyways, do the Wands family, then do the Cups family, then line up the Swords family, then line up the Pentacles family, right? And lay them out. On one stack, have the King, Queen, Knight, Page. Then right next to it, King, Queen, Knight, Page. Right next to it, King, Queen, Knight, Page. Have all four families laid out and look at the relationship between all of them. You'll start to pick up subtle, intuitive information. So that's the second stack. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Now the next one shouldn't be too difficult because remember what I said. You want to have on top the wands, underneath it, the cups, underneath it, the swords, and then underneath that, the pentacles. So you can, it'll be easier for you to line this up in the diagram of the tree of life. I've showed this before on one of my videos, so you should know what I'm talking about. If not, then, you know, I forgive you. But essentially, you want to line it up like this. All the ones belong to Kether. All the twos belong to Hakma. All the threes belong to Bina. And what I mean is 3 of wands, 3 of cups, 3 of swords, 3 of pentacles. So you can stack them up just like that. All the 4s belong to Chesed, all the 5s belong to Gibra, all the 6s belong to Tifreth, all the 7s belong to Netzach, all the 8s belong to Had, all the 9s belong to Yasad, all the 10s belong to Malkuth. Stack them up just like this, right? Put them one on top of the other. All 4 of the wands, those are the ones. Excuse me, all 4 of the aces, those are the ones. Stack all 4 on that Kether spot. Stack all the 2s on the Hakma spot. So you should have 10 stacks going from wands to cups, to swords, to pentacles. Then you could begin to mix and match and look at the story between those. You can look at them all one by one. You can look at all the wands across the tree, all the swords across the tree. Look at the story that unfolds. All the ones, all the twos. There's different combinations to observe this thing. And when you do it this way, you start to develop more and more of an intuitive connection to these tarot cards. So it's not just about these random fortune-telling cards. You start to see that there is a relationship between all of them. There's such a relationship between all of them. And I didn't even get into the fact that the major arcana represent the paths on the tree. But that's a little too much information to get into right now. So, let's see. Yeah. Yeah, so here's a diagram of what I was talking about. All the aces belong to Kether. All the 2s belong to Hakma. All the 3s belong to Bina. See that? Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. So if you line up the cards in this way, you can start to look at them in context with each other. You start developing a relationship within your internal mind, your subjective mind, with how this operates with the tarot cards, which is just another way to be able to understand what the Kabbalah represents. Capiche? All right. Well, I hope that you learned something, and I hope that you're able to do that. Always things that you can do and try to get a realization of this thing. All right. Be grateful for life. Be happy. I enjoy spending time with you all. And now I'm going to leave temporarily. You'll see me again very soon. All right. So yeah. Peace, peace. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you guys. Peace.